morning. Welcome to Boston University's Track and Tennis Center and live coverage on FloTrack on Phil Grove, old school track. Looking forward to a fantastic day. This is day 2 of the indoor season in 2024 and 2025, and just the opening stop on a season-long journey with live coverage on FloTrack. Happy to have you here and hope you're staying with us, because the big races, the opportunities for some of those records in the 3,000 and 5,000 meters will come at the end of a long day, around the dinner hour on the East Coast. But coming up first, it's the women's 60-meter dash trials, and they'll be coming right at my vantage point. And there's our first group by the starting blocks. The indoor facility at Boston University was redone a year ago. A new oval put down, a new surface on the infield as well. And just like the name says, Track and Tennis Center, it doubles as the winter home of both the track and field and tennis teams. So they lay down a long strip of athletic tape, white athletic tape, to make those lane markers. And the 5 ladies waiting for the starters' commands, and the 2 veteran starters here, as you'll see throughout the day, keep this meet moving along. New leadership at Boston University. Grant Cartwright, the new head coach. John Moles, the new meet director and distance coach. John's coming off the cross-country season. We'll have the opportunity to talk with them throughout the year as we make a number of trips here to Beantown. And our lineup in heat number 1 of 2, the top 2 from each heat, and then the next 5 will advance on time to a 9-runner final. Ella Suckup from Division III Williams in lane 3. Lisa Ray running unattached in 4. As you can see, Morgan Parfait take off. Xenia Ray, I assume sisters down there, also running unattached in 6. And Chinonye Moname from hometown Boston University, the Terriers, she is out in lane 7. The first of 2 heats, women's 60-meter dash trials. And it's a fair start and a good one in the middle of the track in lane 4. That's Lisa Ray. And her sister, they're going to 1-2. Xenia and Lisa Ray in lanes 4 and 6. Unofficial time 7.60 seconds. We'll see the numbers pop up on the big scoreboard on the back straightaway. And that will come very much into play during these distance races. 7.65 for Lisa, 0.02 of a second up on Xenia Ray. So again, 7.65 and 7.67, the Ray sisters auto qualifiers to the final. And we will take the top 2 in this heat, and then the next 5 fastest who weren't either a winner or runner-up. Heat number 2, a couple more runners from Williams, Maggie Nichols and Rachel Arthur. They're going to be side by side in lanes 3 and 4. Alexia Austin from Northern Colorado and Precious Zakor, also from the Grizzlies, in 5 and 6. And Nakwara Ithasit from Central Connecticut. And this will not be the first team from miles and miles and time zones away that you'll see the ladies from Northern Colorado just walk back into the venue, and the folks from the UNB, University of New Brunswick Reds in north of the border in Canada. They're here in town, as they are quite often during the indoor season. And also saw some runners from Wyoming. They're going to be all over the place, coming here to run on the launch pad, the fastest indoor oval in the world. Again, that was redone a year ago, new surface, and they checked out everything under the hood, and it's still as fast as it was 2 years ago. If you want that middle lane, you're going to have to run 7:65 or faster in the final of the women's 60-meter dash. And a clean start for the field, and it looks like out in 6 and 7, Zakor from Northern Colorado with the win. And she does go number 1. Unofficial 7:51 goes to 7:56. She is going to be in lane number 5 for that final. And Arthur at 7:71. So those are our 2 auto qualifiers. All right, it's time for the 60-meter trials for the men at the Track and Tennis Center at Boston University. And it's going to be a long day, but again, just the initial step in this journey of 2024-2025 live track and field on FloTrack. We'll hit you up later on in the day with the schedule of the events that are set in stone thus far for FloTrack in 2024-2025. There's the lineup for heat number 1. Once again, the top 2 from each of 3 heats for the men, and then the 3 fastest non-auto qualifiers also will return for the final. These dash finals are scheduled for just before the noon hour. And speaking of right around the noon hour, possibility of talking to some of those distance coaches that are coming off very successful cross-country season, either with their individuals or their team. We'll wait to tell you who we got coming up to talk track and field here on the live stream. FloTrack again, Phil Grove Old School Track, day number 1 of our long journey, the 2024-25 season. Great shot of the starting line, 60 meters from that white tape to the one right in front of me. And a good start, looking for a leader. It looks like out in 6, that's Garcia from Northern Colorado. It's his teammate, though, Jerome Campbell. Unofficial, dials it up for a 6.77. He has been here before. He knows this venue. Campbell credited at 6.82. Garcia, his teammate, 6.96. They're the only 2 under 7 seconds. They are the 2 auto qualifiers for the final. Again, they make the big trip east. And I'm certain they're already accustomed to the cold, and a cold but sunny day in Beantown. No snow on the ground here. But I'm certain winter will arrive, and this is the place to be during the winter. The indoor oval at the Track and Tennis Center. A year ago, all 16 qualifiers in the men's 5,000 meters ran their qualifying time right here. And we're going to see a number of those performances in the 5,000, which is our final event of the day. The men's 5K scheduled to kick off at 6:30 p.m. So just giving you some benchmarks as we take a look at the lineup for heat number 2 in the men's 60. The women's 5K, 4:10 p.m. again scheduled for that start time. The 3,000s right before that, and the event before that, surprisingly, the 4x4, which, as we all know, usually wraps up a track and field event on the ovals. The lineup once again, heat number 2 of 3 men's 60 trials. Another clean start, and in the middle of the track, in lane 5, from the Air Force Academy, Javin Bostic. 687. He will move on along with Patrick Hartle from MIT, one of the Division III athletes that we'll see here throughout the day. We will get everybody, D1, D2, D3, some NAIA runners as well. I'm certain maybe also some JUCO athletes here at the Track and Tennis Center. So 7:05 puts Hartle in the final. And 3 of his teammates were right behind him. I don't know if that 7:12 is going to be fast enough to move on. We will soon find out. Our third and final 60. Coming up next. And speaking of next, after the men's 60 trials are over, we'll move to the women's 400, then the men's 400, and then our first distance event of the day, the women's mile, before we exit the 10 o'clock hour. And I hope I have the opportunity to say this a couple more times today. My thanks to Cruz Sanchez and the crew for keeping all the audio and video headed toward you, whether it's on a laptop, smartphone, or big screen TV in the cave in the basement or upstairs. We're glad that you're joining us today. Day 1 of this 24-25 indoor season. Eight sprinters, and we had one that jumped early, and I'll take a guess that's going to be our friend from Canada, Jackson Banks, in lane 7, looked like for the UNB Reds. And unfortunately, he is greeted with a red card, so that means his 60-meter day is over. So we're down to 7 now for our final section. The odds got a little better of possibly getting one of those 9 spots in the 60 trial final. And it's a good start this time. It looked like in lane 4, Tristan Burke from Central Connecticut. He's in the conversation. He leans. Did he get to the line first? And it is 6:96 for Tristan Burke from Central Connecticut. Another sub-7 second time gets Floyd Samuels Jr. from Northern Colorado into the final. So 1-2, a pair of 6:96s, and we're going to have 3 athletes from Northern Colorado, a third of the finalists. Coming up, men's 60-meter dash final later. The women's 400 next on the oval in Boston. And the next up on the schedule, the women's 400-meter dash. One of the different looks to events when it comes to indoor and outdoor track. In the 400 outdoor, it's going to be lanes all the way unless you're in one of those larger high school invites where they run maybe some alley situations, 3 or 4 runners in an alley. But here they will be in lanes for just about 150 meters. Then they will break for the rail, and that's where, as I've said many times before, indoor track is a contact sport. And you'll see those athletes battling because, especially in the 400, they get to the rail first. Unless the legs really give out in that final 150 meters, they have a very good chance of taking it wire to wire. And speaking of rail, you see them putting the rail in place right in front of our vantage point to make certain that inside marker in measuring this distance, 400 in this case. And this is a time-based final, just 2 sections. The facility record, 51.70. It goes back, going on 10 years now. Francina McCrory running for Adidas. And if you are ever in Boston and come to the Track and Tennis Center, make certain you take a couple seconds and look up at the record board. It is quite impressive. The men's mile indoor world record set here, still stands here, and many other top 5 and top 10 marks globally and also in the U.S. Set here on the oval at the Track and Tennis Center. So it looks like we do have a scratch going into our first of 2 heats. Bella King Harvey from Williams in 3. Marina Miller, MIT, those 2 athletes. Oh, actually, it looks like our other athlete just arrived and still putting on her spikes. So we'll pause for a second. That is Alexis Smith of Takeoff. Marina Miller from MIT, she's in 4, also a D3 runner. Windira Moss, Northern Colorado, in 5, and Taylor Raw from the Air Force Academy in Colorado Springs, Colorado, on the outside in 6. The preferred lane on these lap or partial lap sprint events is lane 5. So the best seed time in this group does belong to Windira Moss. She's credited with the 54 flat. We'll see how she does today. And I think I mentioned that the 2 starters here are like clockwork, but unfortunately we did have an athlete a little late to the dance, and they run a very tight schedule here with a long day, almost 11 hours of track and field action. And now we're called to the line. Smith, King Harvey, Miller, Moss, and Raw. Again, running in lanes, and a rough start there for Alexis Smith. She stumbled out of the block. She is well behind. Can she make up this as quickly? Windira Moss from Northern Colorado making up the stagger. She's going to hit the cones first unless Taylor Raw from Air Force can come back on her. They'll get to the cones. They'll break for the rail. And it is Moss and Raw, both from Colorado. One Air Force, one Northern Colorado. And it is Raw from the Air Force Academy. Gets to the rail. She wins the battle. Will she hold on for the victory? 35 seconds in. Down the back straight, moving out just a little bit, giving an inside opportunity for Moss along the rail. Now closing into the number 3 position is King Harvey from Williams. It's going to be a 3-runner race to the line, but taking it wire to wire. Taylor Raw from the Air Force Academy. 55.92, unofficial 55.94, the winning time. She won the battle to the rail, and she wins the battle to the line. Will that 55.94 for that young lady stand up? There's the heat and the combatants in section number 2 of the women's 400. Again, time-based final. The indoor season now is a day plus old. Some record-setting activity yesterday already. So make certain you dial up FloTrack, whether it's on social media or on the web, and check out all the action throughout the season. We're starting our live stream schedule right here in Boston, as we have done, and we are going to have some fantastic distance races later on this afternoon and evening. On the track, the fastest heat will be first, so as we go through those distance races, we'll see those athletes that have the greatest credentials lining up first. Heat number 2 from Williams, O'Doom, then Schmidt and Christopher from Vermont. The Catamounts, Pollard from Takeoff, and Jensen on the outside, also from Williams. And we are underway. Pretty evenly spaced, maybe a slight advantage for Inga Schmidt from Vermont in lane 4. And looking to the outside, Claire Jensen from Williams. Going to give the edge to Jensen on the outside, but will she be able to get to the rail as she comes slowly down that long sloping angle? She does get to the rail first. It is Jensen. And then Schmidt. And moving up, Carmen Pollard from Takeoff. Here she comes from third to second. It's now a two-woman race. Pollard and Jensen. Heat number 2, women's 400. Who gets it first? At the line, the lean. And that's a tight one. Thankfully, they have automatic timing. It is Jensen. Claire Jensen from Williams, wire-to-wire, 59.11. As the top 2 go sub 60. .400 meters, always in the conversation for the toughest track event. And there's our winner in that second heat, obviously feeling the fatigue of that 2-lap sprint inside the track and tennis center. The men are up next at 400. Got a couple more quarter milers here on the men's side. We will have 5 heats. Once again, a time-based final. The facility record, Lalonde Gordon running for Nike, 45:17 back in 2014. And in the opening section, there's our lineup. Again, East Coast and Mountains. And a good start. On the outside, Noah Colangelo from Central Connecticut. He is in 6th, but in that preferred lane for the sprinters, Xander Cruzen from Northern Colorado. He has the top seed time at 48 seconds. He's going to hit the brake line first, looking very strong. A big muscular quarter miler. Cruzen from Northern Colorado is cruising right now. He's got 100 to go. And not going to give up that lead. Adding to it's about 8 meters right now going into the turn. He's just at 42 seconds, folks, running a very solid season opening quarter. All right, he's under 47 seconds. 46.73. A big run by Xander Cruzen from Northern Colorado. Getting a big hug from his coach on the infield. And look what you did, 46.73. Great run. Heat number 2 lining up as our officials take a look. There's 4 combatants scheduled to check things out. Again, they will run in lanes for about 150 meters, break for the rail, and then it is every man for himself over lap number 2. Again, the schools represented MIT, Vermont, and Central Connecticut. Fraser, Dilberti, Phillip, and Zarnecki. A clean start for the field. And a good start on the outside in 5 and 6. Phillip and Zarnecki, the teammates from Central Connecticut. Kai Moy Phillip, a 48.8 400 runner, gets to the cones first. 23 low through 200. Down the back straight, things are tightening up just a little bit. Going wide from MIT, that is Christian Praisner. But he's not going to be able to close on the men from Central Connecticut. It's going to be a 1-2 finish for the men in blue. And our winner goes sub 50. Will anybody else join him as Phillip goes 49.73. Zarnecki at 50.13. And throughout the day, you'll be able to see the results for each of our races. And in the distance races, as they'll populate as these athletes cross, start, finish. Heat number 3 of 5. These 4 young men all credited with seed times under 50 seconds. Stone, Orlando, Nails, and Lee, as you see, representing Vermont, MIT, Central Connecticut, and Williams. Many times the Division III athletes can go toe-to-toe with their Division I and Division II counterparts, even though they are non-scholarship athletes. But in the day and age of NIL money, times definitely have changed. And hopefully we'll have the opportunity to talk with a couple outstanding D1 coaches today whose athletes have done incredible things in the recently concluded cross-country season, just about those changes in the landscape of collegiate athletics. Clean start once again. And in lane 5, Lucas Nails from Vermont, but Jonathan Orlando from Central Connecticut sneaking by on the inside in 4. He reaches the cones first. Will he win the battle against Davis Lee for the lead? It is Lee, the longer striding Davis Lee from MIT. Right around the corner here in Boston. He's pulling hard down the back straight, 100 meters to go. But here comes on the inside, it is from Vermont, Lucas Nails. He had the preferred lane 5, he sneaks by. Wow, what a final push. He gave up yards in stride length, but he gets the win, 49.40. Lee at 49.64. His turnover wins it. There's the man who wins heat number 3 in the men's 400 dash. Nice shot of the start-finish area. There's our lineup. And throughout the year at BU, we'll see some age group athletes along with high schoolers. I'm not certain how many high schoolers or age groupers we may see today, but definitely in the distance races later on in the year in the two-day meets, we'll see some gentlemen and ladies older than I am, and that's old, out there setting some incredible marks in the mile and longer distances. We're underway. Again on the oval, Williams, MIT, Vermont. And unattached in lane 5, that is Alex Garcia. He hit the cones first, but loses the battle to Thaden Lemonche. And they're close quarters going into the back straightaway. And it is a two-man battle. 400-meter sprinters coming to the line. This is heat number 4. And Alex Garcia from Vermont gets the win. And you see his time, 49:59. He wins that by 3/10. Our final heat of the 400 on the oval right now, and we'll step aside just for a brief moment. Come on back with another member of our broadcast team, our live stream team here at Boston University to take on the mile runs. The women up first, already jumping into the distance events at Boston University. Here's the lineup. Our 5th and final heat. They're all chasing the mark put down by Xander Cruzen from Northern Colorado in that opening section. And another good start. 5 runners on the oval. Down the back straight, Vinabo Potter from Vermont. And on the inside, Miles Jeffries. He's going to hit the brake line first, but he's still in lane 3. He's got to cut down. He's going to lose a lot of meters to the rest of the field. It is not lanes all the way, gentlemen. There he goes, down to the rail. Jeffries lost a lot of meters to the field and seconds to the clock, but he's still in front, pulling hard. You can see, though, gritting his teeth as Potter from Vermont goes by, and here comes the rest of the field. It could be a 4-runner finish at the line. Boom. And who gets the win? It looks like it is Potter at 51:93 as we see the numbers for the rest of the field in the final section of the men's 400-meter dash. Again, we'll step away just for a moment. Be right back with that women's mile. Live coverage on FloTrack from Boston University. And we are back at Boston University. This year's Sharon Colyear-Danville season opener. Phil Grove and Carson Gumboro. Carson, first time here at BU. You've heard and read about everything that happens here. What do you think of the atmosphere of this facility?
Phil, the rumors are true. This place is fast. I mean, watching those 400s had me on the edge of my seat. And here we go already with the next event, the women's mile.
All right, so we're out there with the women's mile. Again, we will go hot heat first. So the first of 4 sections for the women's mile. The facility record, Mary Kane, all the way back in 2014, went 4:24:11. And for each of these races, we do have pace setters set up. In this first heat, scheduled to go through 800 meters and 2:13, 2:14. And on the throttle for those times, Kate Mitchell.
She's done some pace-making duties here at Boston University before. She knows what the assignment is, so we're going to be watching each lap split. You're going to want to go around 32, 33 if you want to hit that, and so far looking pretty good at 48 through 300.
So Kate Mitchell wearing number 13 up front, a little bit of separation between herself and the rest of the field. And as Carson said, need to go through in about 66 seconds, which she did for over 400 meters. So she's definitely a little quicker than the tempo. Closest runner to her right now, that is Haley Kitchik from Penn State. The Nittany Lions, obviously their 800U, but also the rest of their middle distance and distance runners, very talented under head coach John Gondak.
And even though the field is a little bit further behind than they would like to be from the pacer, they're still together, so they can work off of each other. They're still plenty fresh, plenty of racing left to do here.
Some of the other runners we see out there, that is Sadie Jane Hickson from the Royal City Athletics Club. She's wearing number 1. She's back in 4th place. And Mitchell took a quick look over her inside shoulders like, all right, field, where are you? But as Carson said, they're all bunched up and ready to compete. But will that tempo be what they wanted? Again, coming up the 800-meter mark, we will see how fast they are. Again, scheduled to go through 2:13, 2:14. Kate Mitchell, again, checking the rear view mirror, see where the field is. They're closing in. She's probably going to move out and step off 800 and 2:15 and change, so a little slow. Mitchell's still in front. Kitching from Penn State in second. Oklahoma State's Auerbach in the number 3 spot.
She's definitely one to watch, Phil. She was 7th last year, the top returner here at the Sharon Colyear-Danville Mile. She ran a then personal best of 4:37.94, which has since dropped to a 4:36.75. So let's see what kind of closing speed she's got as she moves into the front now of the racing field.
So Savon Auerbach from Oklahoma State, the Cowgirls, she's in the lead as Mitchell moves to the outside, and her day is done as far as the mile race. And look at that bunch going in to the final 3 laps. The new leader, that is Allie Inc. from Oregon. The young lady was a high school star. She's out running for the Ducks now, down the back straight with the lead.
Allie Ince knows a thing or two about racing well in Boston. She won the New Balance Nationals indoor title here a year ago at the track at New Balance, just a few minutes up the road, and she leads heading around the turn.
Her teammate Wilma Nielsen in the number 2 spot. The field is starting to stretch back out again. 1,200 meters in 3:24.
Wilma Nielsen, the fastest by personal best in the field of 4:28.51. She's also a Swedish 800 and 1,500 meter champion, so we'll see how her international experience plays here.
So it is Ince and Nielsen, the Ducks up front, then Auerbach, then Sadie Jane Hickson from the Royal City Athletics in the number 4 spot. And those look right now as the only 4 with the opportunity to get a win here today in the hot heat of the women's mile. The teammates going side by side at the bell, 3:59.
And you look at the acceleration, the injection of tempo, they definitely have a shot at sub 4:30. It's going to be a tough close, but we'll see what they can do.
The mark of excellence here in the women's mile, 4:40. They keep the list of all of those athletes that have run under 4:40 as they do for the men under 4 flat. It is still Nielsen and her teammate Ince in the number 2 spot. Auerbach in 3rd and Sadie Jane Hickson in 4th. Hickson starting to move up. Can she get the 2nd? She's not going to get our leader. It is Wilma Nielsen cruising through the line with the win. And our scoreboard by the finish a little wonky, 4:31.94, a great early season effort. Remember, it's only the first Saturday in December.
And that was right around an even split there, Phil. Impressive close, too, by Sadie Jane Hickson. We mentioned she had came from way back. That field really started to spread out, and she knew she had to get back at the Ducks. She did not stop clawing at it, but very impressive opener for Wilma Nielsen. Of course, technically, when you're coming off a cross-country season, it's not a true opener. Some runners are, some runners aren't when you consider the mile, but Great overall effort by the Ducks.
Yeah, if you ran cross country, this is still really a continuation of that season. The national championship was only 2 weeks ago. The regionals a week before that. So they will go into a long training block, maybe after enjoying some holiday festivities and food, but a long training block before they come back out. Back here, we'll be back here in middle of January for the meet number 2 in this indoor season. And speaking of number 2, heat number 2 on the oval in this heat, 2:18 to 2:20. Amy Piccolo scheduled to be the pace setter in heat number 2 of the women's mile. They are running in lanes until they hit the, in alleys until they hit that cone after 150 meters, and they will be back on it.
You see some of the runners having to go a little bit wide in the early going. That's not going to be too detrimental to them, but of course contact can occur. You see a very bunched up field through this first 209.
That is Amy Piccolo in the lead. Closest to her is Kaylee Peterson from Minnesota Distance Elite, a solid program out of, obviously, the state of Minnesota. They've produced a number of sub-4 minute milers on the men's side and great middle distance runners on the women's side. And those two have separated themselves. We'll get a 400-meter split coming up.
And this time we see our top racer, Kaylee Peterson. She's really latching on to the pacing of Piccolo.
So 69 seconds through the opening 400 as moving back to Daphne Dornick from Loyola of Illinois in the number 3 spot. You see that gap, about 5 meters between our lead duo and her in the number 3 position. Oklahoma State's Kaylee Politza in the number 4 spot. And now we're getting into that single file running situation, as you see so often in indoor races of the distance variety.
Winnie Kipsang following that top 4. She's from UT Arlington, but it looks like she's been passed. There's going to be a lot of moves made in the middle of the pack, but again, the nature of this race is far different than what we saw in the first race. Strung out early. I think we will see some separation as the laps accumulate, but nice to see they're really stretching out the pace and trying to push it.
Another name to mention, Judy Rono from New Mexico in the number 5 spot, wearing that red kit. But they're still trying to maybe close the gap a little bit on our leader. We'll see the 800-meter split, just short of that English half mile, 2:19. So that's where they were dialed in to be, right in the middle between 2:18 and 2:20. Perfect pacing work by Amy Piccolo.
And this is to set those runners up for that golden benchmark that you said, Phil, that sub 440, just looking to add to a list that is already so extensive here at Boston University.
So still, our lead duo, our pace setter up front is Amy Piccolo, probably going to be her last go-round, and she is going to hand things off to Kaylee Peterson, who's now about 5 meters behind. You saw Piccolo take a look over her shoulder, and she is going to leave it up to the finishers. It is Kaylee Peterson at 2:57 with 3 laps remaining.
Kaylee Politza definitely looked like she made a nice move to try and cover the move that Peterson made. Now Kaylee Peterson's all out on her own. She's got to do the rest of the work from here if she wants to get the win.
They're going to need to hit that 3/4 mark right at 3:30 to put their name on the board of those women who have gone sub 440 at the Track and Tennis Center Oval in Boston. Peterson still in front, a little behind that pace, 3:32 with 400 meters to go. Politska in second in the number 3 position. That is one of the standouts from Brigham Young University. And you saw what they did in cross country this fall, sweeping the team championships. I believe that is Grace Hutchinson or Vanessa Alder. We'll see the next time around.
Peterson's pulling away, heading into the bell.
Bell lap at 4:06 for Kaylee Peterson.
If she wants that sub 440 here and now, she's got to dig. She's got a seed time of 440.72, so she's got to be thinking about that barrier in the back of her mind to push her home.
That is Grace Hutchinson in the number 3 spot for Brigham Young, but she is well behind our lead duo, Kaylee Peterson from Minnesota distance. A lead, had a seed time of 4:40. Can she close fast enough at 4:35? She's got a little bit left.
So close.
And unofficially, she is under 4:40. We'll see what the final number. She does get it done. 4:39.93 for Kaylee Peterson in an almost 2-second victory over Oklahoma State's Kaylee Politza.
And that's got to feel like unfinished business complete, because she ran her 4:40.72 here at Boston University back in January. That was, of course, at the Terrier Classic, which we all know you remember because you were watching here on FloTrack. But such a huge run. Again, she really pulled away from that field, went for it, and got what was hers.
All righty, heat number 3 of the women's mile due up next. And still some pacing opportunities as Ella Jackson scheduled to be the rabbit in this one. And she's going to be wearing lucky number 13. You'll see her on the inside of that outside alley. And it looks like we do have a scratch in this as I count heads. Yeah, it looks like we have 12 on the oval. So 11 to finish, and following the lead from Ella Jackson early on.
Jackson out there in hip number 13. You'll typically see the pace setters emerge from the outside waterfall. A lot less congestion there. Look for the other athletes from the exterior to follow.
Her pace scheduled to be 2:24 as Kristen Noble giving her a rundown on those numbers as she approached start-finish.
Not a bad guy to get a rundown from.
Mm-hmm. One of the all-time greats at Division II Lee University.
That's Amani Fernandez-Gorbea running in second. And then Lily Saul, the unattached athlete, representing Rhode Island in third. We got some more Cougars in this race, Phil. That's Lexi Goff in fourth with hip number 7. We got a couple athletes, too, on the exterior of 1 and running a bit in lane 2. So a mix of congestion and strung out nature.
And it looks like our one scratch in this race, I was just going to talk about being on the West Coast. Actually, our Oregon State runner not in attendance right now. So we're, again, at 12, following Ella Jackson, our pace setter. And we'll see as she moves through lap number 3, scheduled to hit 800 in 2:24. 148 high for Jackson. They're going 4 wide going into the turn. That is Scout Storms running unattached. She moves up into the number 4 spot.
And that's a good move to position yourself when you're heading towards that halfway point, which can be a crucial juncture in a race like a mile. We'll see if that move pays off, if she can keep her position as the pain increases for everybody. The conditions are the same for all racers out there.
And actually the deck shuffled once again. She got pushed back to 7th position. And our pace setter pulling out at 2:25 through 800 meters, just a little bit behind pace. But now in front, Amani Fernandez-Gorbea from the Colorado School of Mines. The Ore Diggers, they are a D2 power.
We got to look out for the D2 and D3 athletes, like you said, Phil. She's got to hold on for this win. The field is coming back to her. There's Scarlett Stimson representing Brown.
So the Ivy League and I believe the Rocky Mountain Athletic Conference up front. And our heat number 3 of the women's 1 mile.
Let's not forget about the Lone Star Conference with Dallas Baptist University in third place. Megan Williamson is now back and forth on the outside there.
So Lily Saul running unattached, connected to the Rhode Island program. As they are giving chase, you see that little bit of a gap developing between our Colorado School of Mines leader, Fernandez-Gorbea, about 4 meters between first and second.
And only about 20 between first and 8th. This is anybody's race at this point with 2 laps to go.
And once again, moving to the outside, that is Scout Storms trying to get back up and in the 4th position again, but she has Lee's Estella Clemens. I mentioned Kristen Noble, an alum of that fine university, and he has an athlete that he has a connection to out on the oval as she moves up into the number 2 position. Estella Clemens, a 4:52 seed time, trying to close that 8-meter lead for Fernandez Gorbea coming up to the bell.
And she's done so very steadily. She's going to make this a race with a lap to go.
So it is Fernandez Gorbea from Colorado School of Mines, Estella Clemens from Lee, D2 runners, battling it out at Boston University. Down the back straight, taking the lead, Estella Clemens.
Could this be an NCAA Division II preview? What a move by Clemens, coming way back from the field.
One thing she is going to do if she's able to hold form is be under that seed time of 4:52. What her coaches sent in, she's going to hold it to the line. And does she go under? Oh, just over 4:52. And closing quickly on the outside, that is Cameron Bodine.
That was the first time we called her name all race. Very impressive close by her. But again, Clemens, she really committed to that move. Once she made it with 400 to go, she knew exactly where she was going, and she got there.
And again, she wins that by a half a second. And our final group on the track as far as the women's 1-mile race. 8 laps plus 9 point meters makes up the English distance on this 200-meter oval.
Now
Interesting, Karsten. So far, enjoying the women's 4-mile?
Oh, absolutely. This race is going to be a bit different, though, because unlike our first 3 heats, we do not have a designated pacer. So we're going to see what kind of race they want to make it. But bottom line, when you come to Boston University, you come to race fast. So let's see who goes for it and sets the pace.
And again, maybe for those middle distance runners, those 800 milers that didn't run cross, maybe a few of them out there. We really need you to go out there, give us a benchmark of where you are. We'll go back in, we'll do that holiday winter recess training and come back in January and see what we can better that.
Exactly. It's a very interesting point in time for our collegians. Again, many of them are coming up to finals week. So a good objective for this race would be to feel out your pace that you'd want to be running by championship season, and even if you can't maintain that pace, see how it feels in your body so that you can get yourself to that point come championship season.
Sherry Kotz from Emerging Elite, a club that you will hear mentioned often in the meets at Boston University. She is in the number 1 spot. Only 9 runners in this race, so we had a couple scratches. And as Karsten mentioned, no pace setter, so everybody out there is in it to win it potentially as they go through 400 plus in 75 seconds. So right at 5-minute pace.
In second, that's Piper Lentz of Amherst, and then Aaron Hurley of Rhode Island in the bright blue in third. Nice top 4 group forming of another 2 about 5-10 meters back. Our 4th place runner, Imani Thompson of Norfolk State.
So nobody running extra meters or fractions thereof. They're all single file along the rail. Carson mentioned that lead group of 4. And were we going to have a lead change? It looked like Lentz from Amherst had a thought, but with 3 laps in the books still, Suri Kotz from Emerging Elite.
Lentz starting to creep up on the shoulder a bit. She seems tempted to make a move, but wants to exercise that patience for the long run, so she's chosen to stay in second. She's opened up a bit of a window on the inside for Hurley, but again, with Kotz in front still, there really isn't much of a window at all. So I think they're going to race it out from here, heading up to the halfway point.
It is still a long way from home, over 800 meters, as that group of 4 getting tighter together. And just a stride between first, second, third, and 4th. The order is still Kotz in first, Lentz in second, Hurley in third, and then Imani Thompson from Norfolk State down in Virginia in the number 4 spot.
If we consider seed times alone, Thompson is 12 seconds behind Kotz, who has the top seed in this heat at 5:05.83. So she's doing everything right. She's letting the moves play out in front of her. So long as she can stay in contact, she has a chance to PR and potentially win.
Still, same pecking order. Kotz in front, Lentz in second. Hurley in third, and Thompson hanging back in fourth.
These final 3 laps are going to be barn burning. The rest of the field pretty spread out. Nobody else really with a chance at this point. Could we see a move made here? On the turn, Piper Lentz. She's got to go for it.
There she goes into the lead on the turn, running those extra meters or fractions thereof, and she's going to bring Erin Hurley from Rhode Island, the Rams, with her. 2 to go there at just over 5-minute pace.
We're going to have to keep watch on some lead changes here. It looks like Hurley might want to go a step further and take the lead for herself as she moves onto the outside.
Good call on that. There goes Erin Hurley as Piper Lentz had gotten some instruction from her coach right in front of us going into this penultimate lap, but it is now Erin Hurley, but Lentz is not giving up in the number 2 spot. They have about 8 meters back to third and fourth.
Third and fourth losing ground right now. It's going to come down to the top 2.
And a 2-woman race. Erin Hurley from Rhode Island, 5:08.54, coming up on the 4:40 mark with just over 150 to go.
She's got to keep firm control of the lead. She knows she can hear the footsteps of Piper Lentz behind her, but she knows she could make that move.
It looks like she is going to pull this one out and stretch out that lead. Erin Hurley,
she's going to get a big personal best.
Is a senior, and she's going to knock a couple seconds off of that 5:08 mark. Goes 5:04.47. And the rest of the field finishing up these 8+ laps. That group of 4 held it together. It's Hurley, then Lentz, Thompson, and then Kotz.
And Erin Hurley, she gets some even bigger bragging rights. She now becomes the fastest by personal best in this field. So quite a way to end out the Women's Mile Series when we consider the winners. A great race between Hurley and Lentz. They were the brave ones that ultimately made the move, as the order had remained the same through the first entire kilometer until the race was broken wide open.
And there are the numbers, and we'll step away just momentarily and be back with the Men's Mile coming up next at BU. And perfect timing, ready to get the gun, the hot heat of the Men's Mile. The world record is also a facility record, 3:47.01. It's set back in 2019. We have some incredible talent in this one, Carson. And leading off with Josh Hoey, who a year ago at the Olympic trials went 1:44 and change. He's been a standout at 800 meters, but here he is stepping up to the mile.
Josh Hoey nearly qualified for the Olympics, shocking everybody, placing 4th at Olympic trials. Here he is opening up his season in the mile representing Adidas. He has never officially broken 4 indoors. He's run 3:56 for a lifetime best, but curious to see how fast he'll go in his season opener.
And judging on that facility and world record, running indoors here at BU is not a disadvantage. You don't lose too much to the clock. And again, they don't call this the launch pad for nothing. And the order right now, that is James Oliver, our pace setter, scheduled to go through the 800 in 1:55, 1:56. Hoey is right on his shoulder, Then Tanada Matsatsa, only a sophomore running for Georgetown. A year ago set a 1,000-meter best on the collegiate side. He is a talent. He had an incredible high school career, sitting right now in the number 3 spot.
He ran 3:58.70 at the Hoka Festival of Miles back in 2023 and won his collegiate debut here last year in the 800. ultimately set that 2:18.05 collegiate record in the 1,000 that you mentioned, Phil. So he's looking for a fast time as well.
So they're at 128 through 600 meters, so that is going to bring them right on to 155, 156. The field has stretched out single file. It is quite a distance between Oliver in the lead and our runner at the tail end of this originally 15-man field. There's a look from the side, our top four. It is Oliver, Hoey, Metsatsa in the number 3 spot. And in fourth,
that's Laban Kipkenboy of Oklahoma State holding the inside. Looks like he's getting past, though.
There goes Hoey as Oliver's trying to look for a way out as he steps off the track just over 800 meters. So Josh Hoey, he's a man over 800. Can he do it from 800 out in the mile as Matsatsa is still in the number 2 position?
And if you look in the number 4 position currently, wearing another Adidas kit, that is Josh's brother Jackson Hoey, also running for Adidas. So we'll see how the Hoey brothers fare. Jackson making a move on the outside.
He's moving up into the number 2 spot. There are 3 laps to go. Foster Malik from Boston University, he's a sub-4 guy. He's currently in the number 5 position as it's Hoey first, Metsatsa second, a Hoey in third. So the Hoey brothers, standouts in Pennsylvania on the high school side. They are sponsored by Adidas, still pushing things in the middle distances. Josh Hoey still in the lead.
Hoey in a comfortable position. Metsatsa had to do a little bit of elbowing to hold off Jackson Hoey, who's going to try again, perhaps on this turn, with Laban Kipkenboy on the inside holding down third.
2:58 at 400 to go for Josh Hoey. Metsatsa in the number 2 position from Georgetown.
Alex Stitt, another Oklahoma State Cowboy, has worked his way into the top 5, separating from Foster Malik, the hometown Terrier from BU. It's a 5-man race.
326. Hoey still's got the speed. Metsatsa, he's starting to separate a little bit from him and the rest of the field. Josh Hoey.
Last time these two raced, it was for a spot on Team USA. Who's going to get to the line first in the BU season opener?
Josh Hoey is going to be the winner in this mile race, and he is going to set a PR. He's at 3:47 on the clock and moving. Josh Hoey.
Wow.
Digging hard. Through the line in unofficial 3:52. What's the final say? 3:52.61. What a run for Josh Hoey. Remember, folks, it's December 7th.
That is a 4-second lifetime best over the full mile for Josh Hoey and an 8-second indoor best. Way to open the season.
You can tell the pain and fatigue from running that mile. And congratulating the rest of the runners in this field. He doesn't seem to be tremendously overjoyed like we are, Carson. What a run. 3:52.61 for Josh Hoey. He took charge right in second from the get-go, took the lead when Oliver stepped off.
Very, very savvy race by Hoey, but we would be remiss if we did not mention another moment of joy, that being a Georgetown indoor program record set by Tanoda Metsatsa of 3:54.15, breaking Matt Pamp's record of 3:55.53 that was set here at the 2022 Scarlet and White Invitational.
If you're running the mile and you want to run it fast, you come to BU. Remember, folks, the world record for most miles in one meet, 52 here at BU. Heat number 2 of the men's mile already underway. A total of 5 heats. Obviously, the fast heat was first, but we still have some sub-4-minute milers in this one, Carson.
Absolutely. If we look at our top seeds, we've got a total of 6, it looks like, that have got sub-4 capabilities.
And speaking of sub-4, the pace is scheduled to be 1:59 and change, and that is Marcel Aubry, I believe, from Battle Road. It looks like he's wearing a Battle Road kit. He is in the lead, scheduled again to go through 800 and 1:58, 1:59.
He couldn't quite see what was happening behind him. I mean, there was a little bit of hand tapping in the pack for the guys that were trying to sort for position. Now it looks to me that they're getting in their own lane, settling in. 59.
Another place to run fast, Portland, Oregon, and right now in the number 2 spot, running for Portland, Mark Milner. He is currently in second. A little bit of breathing room between himself and the rest of the men running for the line. That's Joe Dosray from Rhode Island in third. And then we have, I believe, one of the Ducks in the number, that is Matthew Erickson
yep.
in the number 4 spot.
His teammate Koitatoi Kadali was scheduled to be in this heat. I believe he is one of the scratches. Look out for him in the 1,000 later, a 1:42.66 800-meter runner at his lifetime best. But Erickson seated right there at 4 flat with a chance to break it here.
Beck Wittstadt in the number 5 position. That is our lead group, but still in front, in the lead, setting the pace. Marcel Aubry from Battle Road.
Looks like he might step off here soon. He's staying on track for now.
157 through 800, so just a little bit quicker than the pace scheduled to be.
I'll tell you, Beck Wittstadt made a nice little sneaky move up there into 4th. He looks very confident right now, just observing his posture. He's got his eyes pinned right on the back of Joe Dos Rice of Rhode Island, who's sitting in the number 3 spot at the moment.
Still on the track, that is Aubry, our pacer. He stepped off on the inside, leaves it up to Mark Milner from Portland.
They were at 2:29, so still holding that sub-4 pace, and 4 guys still in it for the win at the moment.
So there is our lead group of 4. A little bit of spacing in between each of them.
Heading the chase group is Michael Danzy of Notre Dame, trying to fend off those to challenge him for 5th, but he's got about 5-10 meters to close if he wants to get that chase group back to the top 4 that is quickly pulling away with now 2 laps to go.
So 2 to go. They were under 3 minutes at the start-finish line as Mark Milner, our leader, still from Portland.
And there on the outside, there's the guy we mentioned earlier time and time again, Beck Wittstadt. He's trying to pass on the turn, but he can't quite get around Dos Rice of Rhode Island. Let's see if he can use the bank to his advantage. And into 2nd he goes. He's got his eyes on the leader, taking the bell. That's Mark Milner, who's led for a majority of the race, but here comes Beck Wittstadt on the outside.
So it is Wittstadt in the fiery uniform. He takes the lead down the back straight. He's got the tuner over, he's working the arms, and he is in the lead with less than 100 to go. Milner holding on, 3:51 on the clock. It is Beck Wittstadt. He's going to go sub-4, adding another one to the storied history here at Boston University. And it looks like we might get 3 there, Carson, under 4. The winning time, 3:58.46. Milner at 3:59.20, and Erickson 3:59.20. Top 3 under 4.
And yet another lifetime best, Beck Wittstadt. Though he came in with a sub-4 seat, his official lifetime best coming into today was a 4 flat .12. That barrier hasn't just been broken, it has been shattered, and he is now one of the nearly 300 athletes that can say that they have run a sub-4 mile here at Boston University.
An amazing venue, the mystery of how and why this track is so fast. When they had the redo under 2 years ago, there were those whispers out there, oh, it's short. It was obviously surveyed and measured by those who know distance and such to be right on, actually a little long. And they run it fast here at Boston University. The permanent banking on this oval obviously plays a major part in how fast this track is.
And if you just watch the runners closely, it almost seems like they're bouncing effortlessly off the track. That's what you want when you're a distance runner, or even a mid-distance runner, just to want to feel as effortless for as long as possible. Pretty hot pace here.
There is the return from the track that the athletes feel, just a little bit of that energy, just like the new super shoes and such, that you get that bounce back, that energy that you're putting in to every time you strike the running surface. But speaking of running surface, we have Declan Neary. He is our pace setter. They're going through 400 in right at 60 seconds. So we are on 4-minute pace.
And they're in the lead for our racing group. That looks like Alex Kalmar of UT Arlington, hip number 11.
And then wearing number 1, Jake Huber. Excuse me, no, that is Ross Tejeda from Bates in the number 3 spot.
Pretty strung outfield with a couple of outliers, trying to make those moves, trying to position themselves, realizing that They may not have committed to the pace early, but if they get on it, they could come home with a personal record.
Somebody who's trying to move up, that is Jaden Kingsley from Charleston Southern. He was one who was 3 wide around the turn. He's 4 from the tail end of this pack, but Charleston Southern, a developing program, and he's trying to move his way up. A little bit of separation between himself and the rest of this field. Going through 800 plus meters in 2:02.
Neary just about a second off of pacing. Not too bad, though, for the first 700. Set these guys up for not just a fast time, but a thrilling finish.
So this is heat number 3, the men's mile at Boston University.
Adam Swanson of Minnesota Distance Elite has worked his way up into second with his eyes on Kalmar from UT Arlington, who we saw in that backstretch really putting his head down. This is the pain phase of the race. This is where you got to make it count. 3 laps left.
2:33 with 600 meters remaining.
Can't forget about the Nittany Lions there. Luke Seymour and Tanner Piotrowski in 3rd and 4th. Could they work together to get back at the top, too?
Again, Penn State has done great things from 800 meters on up. John Gondak, the head coach of the Nittany Lions. And they are out there working together.
They're still in 3rd and 4th. They know they've still got 2 laps left. Very impressive front-running job by Alex Kalmar, doing all the work by himself. It ain't getting any easier out there, but he is still keeping his gap.
He's got about a 4-stride advantage between himself and Adam Swanson from the Minnesota Distance Elite. We've already heard about them earlier today on the women's side, as the long strider on the men's side currently sitting in the number 3 spot. That is Luke Seymour from Penn State. And he is going to go wide. He's going to try to push himself into the lead. Moves closer at 3:34 into the number 2 spot. So it is Kalmar in front, and then Seymour from Penn State.
Seymour's departed from his teammate, but this is a free-for-all at this point. The last lap, who's going to get to the rail first? Can Kalmar hold it down?
Piotrowski from Penn State in the number 3 spot. It's 2 Nittany Lions trying to charge past Alex Kalmar from UT Arlington. They're going to go wide, 3 abreast to the line, and it is going to be the number 3 runner up in the first, Tanner Piotrowski from Penn State, 4:03.53.
Patience pays off. It was Luke Seymour who made the opening move on that last lap. Piotrowski waited a little bit longer, emerged on that backstretch, stayed close enough so he could shift wide on the home straightaway, and he had the final say.
Wow, heat number 3 just missed a opportunity for a sub 4-minute mile, but a great run by the young man. Actually, the teammates from Penn State go 1-2. And coming up next, heat number 4, and again, as you mentioned, on the women's side, everybody's all in. They're in it to win it. They're here for all 8+ laps.
I think the men so far have followed through on that in their own right. Still 2 heats to go here in the mile.
So a couple scratches in this one will get everybody figured out. 9 runners out of 11.
And I must give a shout out. I'm going to come off as a bit of a homebody here, but Jack Huber from the Albany Running Exchange won the 10K at the Troy Turkey Trot. Comes from my hometown area. He's in this race on the inside group. Doesn't seem to be too interested in the early aggression, though. That is hip number 10,
Jury Seska from North Dakota. They make the long trip here quite often to run at Boston University. They know the value of this track in terms of miles per hour and seconds. And I couldn't tell if the sign language from his coach was to dial it back a little bit. His head coach is on the back straightaway. He's going to go through 400 meters in 57. He is smoking it right now.
Cheska, a native of the Czech Republic, has qualified for the 2023 U20 World Championships and U20 European Championships in 2023. We'll see what kind of chops he's got here, as he has absolutely gapped this field.
And his coach right now is a little flabbergasted. It's like he's trying to tell him slow up a little bit, but at this point he's already 2 laps plus in. It is so difficult to take your foot off the gas.
Especially when you've got raw 400 speed of 49.42 and over the 800 at 148.88. He is yet to break 4 of the mile with an official 1,500-meter best on his athlete profile of 3:53.37, but he knows where he is, and he knows what he's got a shot to do.
He's almost got a full straightaway lead over Graham Steadfast from UMass Lowell, who leads the chase pack. He's at 2 flat.
And that's through 8:09.
8:09 meters. Wow. But you can tell that the arm swing has started to slow down as Steadfast. How quickly will he bring Jack Huber, as you mentioned, in the number 3 spot, along with him and the rest of the field to cut that gap? It is getting shorter by the stride.
It was 7 seconds at the lap split, so we'll have to watch that as Cheska comes through here. He's keeping the gap relatively large, coming through 1K at around 2:32, perhaps a 2:31 high, but again, the field has each other to work off of. He has nobody but himself.
Huber now at 2:37.
Showing some of that 10K strength perhaps in the back half of the race. He was more of an 800-miler specialist in high school, so tapping into some of his old school roots.
Matthew Laframboise in the number 3 spot, but they still have a lot of empty space between themselves and our leader, Jerry Cheska. And again, he's been out in front all day, 3:04 through 1,209 meters. He's got 2 laps to go. But the man on the charge right now is Jack Huber. He has made up his mind. If he's going to close, he's got to go now because there's only 300 meters remaining.
But he's making a steady close. He made a powerful move to get away from the field. He's got about a 5, 6, 10 now meter gap on the rest of the chase pack. But Jerry Cheska is holding through pretty strong.
You see second through the rest of the field, but now you see Jerry Cheska with 1 lap to go at the bell, 3:36. He's got about 30 meters over Jack Huber from the Albany Running Exchange. It is Cheska, then Huber. Huber still driving, but not able to close as quickly as I think maybe both of us thought, because we thought with that incredible pace, 57, opening 400, that Cheska would not be able to close like he has.
I'll be curious to see what his coach has to say about that, because again, like you said, he was flabbergasted at how hot he took it out. But hey, he's going to get the win, and he's going to go 4:07 here.
Wow, a big run, all solo, nobody there to help him, and he put it all on the line. Jerry Cheska from North Dakota, his coach congratulating him, and he looks up, he's like, what did I do? How fast did I run?
He looks a little surprised out there. He's catching his breath. Did I just do that?
Again, the conversation, I'm certain, just full disclosure right now, no chance to go back and, temper your comments. Hey, he went out and went 4:07.5 for the win.
You could get really nitty-gritty and say a 2:00, a 2 flat and 2:07 is an unorthodox lap or half-mile split, but if you get there, and you can't complain. On to the next race.
Yeah, high-octane miles usually go negative split, not a 2 flat 2:07.
I thought that was pretty high octane.
Yes. Heat number 5, our final section of the men's mile. On the oval, once again, they are in it to win it. All finishers on the track, or hopefully so.
I remember a couple of heats ago we saw that awesome effort by the Penn State Nittany Lions to work together to get into those top 3 spots towards the end of the race. We've got 4 guys from Colby that are in this. Look for them with the white tops there towards the middle rear of the pack. But again, they're going to need to keep close eye on each other if they want to be in the mix come the finish.
Kenneth Morrissey from Vermont is our leader. He's wearing number 9. Right behind him is Carter Libby from Maine, the Black Bears. And single file mostly until we see the 2 gentlemen at the back who I was going to mention, multiple athletes from one team. It's the Coast Guard Academy. They're at the back. That's Samuel Myers and Brendan Fant. 1:04 at 409 meters for our leader, Morrissey. In third spot, that is Brody Penny from the UNB Reds. Once again, if you're just joining us, north of the border, University of New Brunswick. Their track team makes the trip down to Boston quite often.
Love to see the Canadians repping here at the Track and Tennis Center. They did have an unfortunate false start in the 60 earlier, so perhaps out for a little bit of vengeance here. That is Brody Penny again in number 3 right now.
600 meters in 1:35 for Morrissey. Carter Libby still in second, runs for Maine.
And then in fourth with the stripes, that's Zach Siegel of the Highgate Harriers. He's in a good position right now, just inside of 4:20 per seat time. None of these guys inside of 4:15 flat, so that could perhaps be a barrier, if not 4:10, that they're looking for in this mile.
So we're coming up on 800 meters. We'll try to give you an 880-yard split halfway through those lines. 2:08. 2:08 at 880 yards as Kenneth Morrissey from Vermont, the Catamounts, in front.
And unlike the last heat, the entire field is on the same straightaway at this point, so they can work together. They can potentially close in a negative split, and that'll get them to that sub 4:15.
And I mentioned our competitors from the Coast Guard Academy. One of them has moved all the way up into the number 6 spot, and that actually is number 6, Brendan Fant from Coast Guard with the seed time of 4:19. That front group of 6 getting a little tighter.
And he looks confident right now, Brendan Fant does. He is kind of edging his way into the turns a little bit, keeping his eyes on those in front of him, making confident strides every push. See, he's now trying to move his way up into the number 5 spot.
So it's a tight grouping. Our lead half dozen, and Fant indeed moves into 5th, but still chasing Kenneth Morrissey from Vermont. But now going wide, challenging, that is Carter Libby from Maine. He's been shadowing Morrissey all along. They're through 3/4 in just under 3:14.
Fant following now. That's Brody Penny of UNB Reds. He goes wide, and he's into the lead now for the first time in the race.
Penny, then Libby, then Fant, and now Zach Siegel from the Highgate Harriers in the number 3 spot.
They're really motoring now.
Front 4 have broken away from the rest of that lead group. Coming up at the bell at 3:46, 200 meters to go. It is Penny from UNB Reds.
Unfortunately, it looks like Brendan Fant did a lot of work to get back to the top 4, so he's going to fall off the pace a little bit, but this is a battle down the back straightaway. 3 guys still in it.
Brody Penny from UNB Reds. Carter Libby from Maine. Here he comes, digging hard. He put his head down. Closing within a couple strides. Carter Libby from Maine. Oh, they could stumble to the line. And Brody Penny made Libby go a little further out onto the track. They held stride. Penny with the win, 4:16.14. What a battle.
And that's the thing about indoor track. With the short and straightaway, you can almost use that to your advantage if you know you're tired, if you know that you probably don't have a secure win with a straight-ahead run. Sometimes you go a little diagonal. Your opposition's just as gassed as you, and sometimes that move is just too much to cover.
And the men's miles are in the books as we prepare for the straightaway races. Once again, we'll step aside for just a moment and be back with continuing coverage, live coverage on FloTrack of this year's Sharon Colyear-Danville season opener. And back at the Track and Tennis Center at Boston University, there's a good look at the program of Boston University's track and field and cross-country teams as they are gathering to great things about the great athletes. You see the banners in the background. This is the Sharon Colyear-Danville season opener. She's the BU school record holder, All-American, two-time Olympian, a Hall of Famer, and a Commonwealth Games gold medalist. One of the athletes that these meets throughout the winter season are named in honor of. We have the John Thomas Terrier Invitational. He's one of the first 7-foot high jumpers. Bruce Lehane Scarlet and White Invitational, a longtime coach here at Boston University, and the David Hemery Valentine Invitational, 400-meter goat, 400-meter hurdles, that is, from Australia, I do believe, a world record holder, an Olympic gold and silver medalist. Again, Track and Tennis Center, Boston University, the place to be in the winter. And again, this year's Sharon Colyear-Danville season opener.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the infield of the track as we honor the legacy of Sharon Colyear-Danville, who passed away recently at the age of 69. One of the most impressive athletes to ever compete at BU, Colyear-Danville was a two-time Olympian and a member of the class of 1983. She set both the program record and a United Kingdom record in the 60-meter hurdles in 1980. That is one of 3 BU marks she still holds today, and it is the oldest standing record in program history. She was a first ballot inductee into the BU Athletic Hall of Fame in 1988. Colyear-Danville won 13 Greater Boston and New England individual titles for the Terriers and competed in the 1976 and 1984 Olympic Games, representing Great Britain. After being diagnosed with ovarian cancer more than 30 years ago, Sharon raised awareness and supported various cancer organizations. In total, over $1 million has been raised or donated in her name. This season opening meet was named in her honor in 2018. Please join us in a moment of silence to honor the incredible legacy of Sharon Colyear-Danville. Thank you. We are truly honored to be joined today by the Danville family, including Sharon's husband, fellow BU Hall of Famer Bob Danville, and their sons Neil and Reed.
Just a few words. I'm Bob Danville. I had the honor of being married to Sharon for 43 years. And, it's still very fresh in my mind, the loss of Sharon 2 weeks ago. So you'll have to forgive me if I don't make this a smooth conversation. But I would like to first of all thank you all for taking the time to be here today to honor Sharon and the league team, of course. Sharon is a very special lady to me and to the whole league community. One thing she wants to make sure that I mention to you all today is that every time you put your spikes on, every time you put up for a workout, give 100%. Because even though Sharon never liked to train, and she didn't like to train, every time she went out there, she did her very best what she could do for herself and for her team. They mentioned that she was diagnosed with ovarian cancer on February the 3rd, 1993. And by back then, I couldn't even spell cancer. But I will tell you, that lady fought. She fought very hard to overcome what she had to overcome to do the things that she achieved. And it never stopped her. Until the very end, she kept on pushing. And she still pushes today. I'd like to take a moment to introduce my family real quick. This is our oldest son, Reed. This is his wife, Jessie. These are future video athletes. This is Lavin, who plays baseball on TBD. This is my youngest son, Neil. His wife, Heather. This is Hadley. This is Aria. And this is Adlin. And this is Ida, Sharon, and Karen. Thank you. And one more thing I'd like to mention also is that this team, the BU team, the BU family, had a special place in my heart. When Sharon and I first came over here in 1978, 1979, there was probably one indoor track in Great Britain, one. In Boston, there were probably about 8 or 9 back then. So this place is very special to us for many, many reasons. But one of the biggest reasons is the team that we put together, Dave Henry put together back then. And this team over here, the majority of these teams, we never lost a New England track league from 1978 to 1983, 84. We never lost one track league. That's something special to these guys. So, enough from the old guy. Thank you very much, and good luck to you all. Thank you.
This is your second call for 600-meter declarations. Second call, 600. First call, 200 meters. Athletes in the 200, please declare at this time.
And we're back to the infield at the Track and Tennis Center. Phil Grove and Carson Gumboro at this year's Sharon Colyear-Danville season opener, and they paid tribute to one of the all-time greats at Boston University just a couple minutes ago. The great things that she did in her career, unfortunately, passed early in life. A banner hanging here in the on the throws cage in this fine facility setting for so many world and American records. And up next on the infield, Carson, is the women's 60-meter hurdles. Monique Morgan from Shore Athletic Club back in 2015, 8.21 seconds. That is the facility record.
And this is an interesting event, Phil, because we were initially supposed to have a prelims final format, but instead it is an all one-and-done effort. So not as much room for error. So all 9 of these ladies have to give it their absolute all. There's one player to watch. It's Alexia Austin from Northern Colorado. She is the only one with an official sub-9 time to her name, and that's an 8:41. Look out for the sophomore from UNC in lane number 5.
And you're right, Carson, no opportunity to work out the kinks in your form other than an extended warm-up period, and also maybe if they ran the 60 dash, just get that body really in a tempo. But again, Ms. Austin at 8:41, the seed time. She's right in the middle of the track. She is headed right toward us, as are the other 8 finalists, and a good start. Clean at 33-inch hurdles, 5 of them. It is Austin going wire to wire. Smooth and easy. Nobody hit a barrier. And she wins this one by a country mile. 8:58 for Alexia Austin from Northern Colorado. So they'll make an adjustment, move the hurdle placement and height just a little bit. We'll be back with the men's 60 highs in just a moment on FloTrack. And we're back, live coverage at the Track and Tennis Center, Boston University, joined by Ella Jackson, who is one of our pace setters in the women's mile. Ella, good morning. I think it's still morning. Yes, it is. Thanks for coming up.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
I've talked to rabbits or pace setters before just about their role and how important it is, especially here at Boston University. I know they put a major focus on getting these athletes to run as fast as possible. Mentally or physically, which is more difficult to be a rabbit?
I would say it's the mental aspect. Obviously, like, there's an expectation to hit a certain time when you're a pacer, but overall, I feel like when you decide to be a pacer, you're confident in your ability to keep up with a certain pace. So it's just kind of battling that mental side. But yeah, overall, I mean, I love getting out there with the girls and helping them out to achieve their goals. So yeah, it's awesome.
Speaking of goals, tell us a little bit about your goals, where you are currently, who you're running for, and what the season is going to bring.
Yeah, so I recently just stepped away from running in the NCAA. I'm kind of competing on my own with a few of my other friends who run in Boston. I'm obviously really close with a few of the girls that are pacing here. Obviously, Kate Mitchell, who runs for New Balance. No huge plans, just looking at competing this indoor season a little bit. And then I'm from Canada, so going home and racing back there.
I'm curious, do you pace a lot outdoors too?
I do a little bit, so I mostly compete back home in Canada. But I'll pace probably outdoor season, a little more this indoor season, but hoping to get out a few races.
Do you feel that with the shorter indoor track that it's easier to nail down a more specific pace than it is outdoors where there's more ways you can break up a lap?
Yeah, for sure. Definitely. I feel like it's a lot easier to kind of manage hitting those times when you're running on a shorter track.
All right, we are set for the men's 60-meter high hurdle final. There is the field. We'll see them in lanes. Just looks like 2 through 8. I got a scratch on the outside. 5 hurdles, 42-inch barriers. They bump it up 3 inches from the high school side. And a clean start. And our friends from Northern Colorado, can we see them bringing the line? No, it's in the middle of the track. It is from MIT. The winner in under 8 seconds. 7:82 unofficially is 8:25 actually on the board. And there is the winner from MIT, Walter Truitt. Wow, a nice run, D3. Again, Ella, I know the opportunity of a meet like this or any outdoor meet, you get the D1, D2, D3 athletes. A lot of times the D3 athletes aren't going to be pushovers.
Yeah, it's a great range of athletes from all around, so it's awesome.
All right, they will clear the infield. Ellen, tell me a little bit about the running atmosphere in Boston. On the drive in this morning from the airport, everybody seemingly was out there along the river putting in a run.
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, if you're a runner in Boston, there's a lot of people to train with. It's a huge running city, whether you're looking at long distances or track, so it's awesome.
Did you ever run a 60-meter dash?
Oh, never. No.
Maybe
60 is not for me.
60-meter striders, maybe.
Yeah, maybe some striders. No 60.
All right, what are your current PRs? I know you'll know that.
800 is 210 right now, and then that's really all I focus on. 1500 in miles a little long for me. That's why I'm pacing it.
Tell me a little bit about your training regimen right now. How many miles a week or minutes you're out there putting in, and how intense those workouts are during the winter.
Yeah, I'm looking at pretty much 2 days on the track a week, 1 tempo, so 3 workouts, and I'm looking at like 45 to 50 miles. Nothing crazy. I'm a little bit of a shorter distance runner, not into the huge miles.
Are there any things about Division I or major college athletes that the layman doesn't know about? The secret is like, wow, running on the D1 level, running in all these major invitationals, big cities, big college campuses, that's just something that most people don't know or understand.
I think it's really just the pressure of having to compete in D1, obviously, it's a big pressure to have on your back to exceed your coach's expectations, but overall, I mean, it's great to get out there with the girls.
And I know obviously scoring at the conference level is huge, both for the athletes and the coaches.
Yes, it is huge.
Ella Jackson with us today. Talk a little bit about her current career after she finished her collegiate career and doing some pacing duties in the women's mile. That heat number 3, great women's miles today, under 440 number of athletes. That is the benchmark for the women milers. And we're coming up. This is the 60-meter dash final for women. You see the field, and in the middle of the track, the ladies from Northern Colorado. They're in lanes 2 and 5. Precious Zakor. And a good start.
Austin, yeah.
In the middle of the track, it is Zakor, but on the outside in 2. It is Zakor in lane 5. Lisa Ray in 6 gave her a push. The winning time, 7:53. Ray goes 7:58. The Grizzlies coming out here to Boston and doing some damage as the Ray sisters go second and third. Next opportunity for meet for you. Next meet opportunity for you, Ella.
I think I'm just going to be looking at some races in January. Maybe start with a few more pacing duties and then get in some racing near the end of indoor.
Again, Ella Jackson joining us as we get an update of Lisa Ray, the top finisher now in a high schooler, as we'll see some high schoolers along with age groupers competing here at Boston University. The men's 60 dash final. Ella, again, thanks for your time. Enjoyed seeing the pacing duties and you just setting the field up for success. Best of luck in the winter.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
And again, our thanks to Ella Jackson, but Carson, just with some information on some of those top finishers in that women's 60 dash.
We saw the Ray sisters go 2 and 3. We're going to see them again in the 200, but high schoolers from West Warwick, Rhode Island announced their commitment yesterday to the University of Georgia. So the future Bulldogs bringing it in their season opener. Men's time next.
The men's 60 dash, there is the field. We are full in lanes 1 through 9.
Look out for the defending champion, Jerome Campbell, in 5.
Jerome Campbell from Northern Colorado. He has been here before. He knows this track. In the only false start that we had today, the athlete from UNB Reds tried to plead his case about the starting blocks, and I see Jerome seemed to be motioning to something potentially amiss with the blocks, but all 9 are back and ready to go. The field: Clement, Baskin, Samuels, Burke, Campbell, Bostic, Garcia, Hartle, and Whitmore. Lanes 3, 5, and 7 are occupied by UNC athletes, Northern Colorado that is. And in 1, 8, and 9, they run for MIT.
Speed or smarts? Take your pick.
And it's a good start, but it looks like Campbell is going to have to catch the field. Here he comes. And he, I think, edged out Bostic from the Air Force Academy. The folks running at altitude normally coming down to sea level, and it's by 1/100th of a second. Jerome Campbell, 679, Bostic, 680.
And
wow,
that
what a race.
Is the 4th win that we have seen at the Sharon Colyear-Danville Invitational by Jerome Campbell. He won the 60-meter hurdles the past 2 years. Forewent it this year, swept the 60-meter races last year, and now collects his 4th win at the opener. And his 2nd in a row in the 60 flat. We'll look out for him and Bostic in a rematch in the 200 meters. The top 2 seeds in that event as well. But the first round goes to Jerome Campbell, who's got a personal best of 6:66. Didn't quite get that today, but again, season opener, shaking off the rust. Got a couple 6.7s under his belt to start his junior campaign.
All right, it is time for the women's 800 meters, and we have some big names out there, big name programs, and actually looks like sharing a lane. We have Tessa Buswell and Sophia Gorriaron. Buswell runs for BYU, Gorriaron for Harvard. She was an incredible high school performer, and now in her sophomore season at Harvard. And she has spent plenty of time on this oval. Her brother ran for Boston University, and had the opportunity to talk with her a number of times. I see her dad on the infield. Did a lot of the coaching of her in her high school career. Sophia Gorriaron, she's just over a 2-flat 800 runner, Carson.
Gorriaron was in this race last year, but only for 600 meters. She was doing the pacing for the girl who you see with hip number 9, Megan Hunter of BYU. Actually, let's check that. Megan Hunter is in 6.
Buswell is 9, yep.
Again, Sophia Gorriaron was doing the pacing last year for Megan Hunter, who ended up taking home the win. But these two have both gone sub 2:01. And both have the capability of going sub 2 by season's end. Sophia Gorriaron, she did an impressive amount of cross-country racing, even raced at NCAA cross-country nationals, so she's been in a bit more of a strength phase in her training, but we've always known she's had that raw speed, that 400, 800 speed. I mean, it's no question why she's a 2-flat runner. It's no question why she's appeared at multiple U.S. national championships, USATF under 20 championship most recently, taking the win there. Heptagonal indoor champion last year over 800 with Harvard as just a freshman. She is there on the inside of lane 5, flanked by Tessa Buswell, one of 3 BYU Cougars on schedule in this heat.
And looks like our pace setter once again out on the oval, Amy Piccolo. We heard her and saw her earlier in the miles. She is in lane 3. They will run in lanes until they break for the cones. After 150 meters, Gorriaron trying to stretch things out a little bit in lane 5. The pace scheduled to be 57 seconds, and Gorriaron isn't going to wait for our rabbit, Piccolo. It is going to be the two of them hitting the cone side by side. Piccolo in the lead. They go through 228 seconds, right on pace. Goryeron in second. Hunter in the number 3 spot. And then back to Emma Desjardins from Canada in fourth.
Emma Desjardins won the 1,000 meters here last year at the opener. But look at Megan Hunter. She's making a move to try and keep close contact with Sophia Goryeron. She knows that she can use her kick like she did last year to win, to help her in the long run.
So Piccolo definitely pushing the issue up front. 57 seconds scheduled to be the opening 400 time. A little behind that, Goryeron comes through in 59. Piccolo still on the oval. It is Goryeron in second, Hunter in third. Alex Gibby, her head coach, on the inside of the first turn,
And
giving his star instructions.
Hunter looks patient but confident. She's got her eyes on Sophia Goryeron. She's not making her move just yet. She's still got just over a lap to do so. The chase group looks like they've got a little bit too much work to do. It's going to come down to the 2 flat girls, Sophia Goryeron and Megan Hunter.
131, Goryeron in the lead, Hunter in second. Just 200 meters to go. There's a big gap between those two in Desjardins and then 3 others in 3, 4, 5, and 6. Goryeron still in front. Could she go wire to wire? Here comes Hunter digging hard. 100 meters to go. Hunter takes the lead going into the turn, and she's going to close the door on Sophia Goryeron. Can she hold it to the line? Megan Hunter showing the big speed in the final 100 meters. Megan Hunter is going to go 2:01 point. With Goryeron in second, Megan Hunter official time 2:02:03. What a race.
What a confident move by Megan Hunter in the final 100 meters. She saw that rail, pinpointed it, and got to it first. Sophia Goryeron, she held her form very nicely, but there was nothing she could do about that move by Hunter.
And the gold rush continues for BYU. After the success at the NCAA Cross Country Championships, they pick up a big win here at Boston University in the women's 800 with Megan Hunter, 2:02:03.
Great season opener, great race, as we expected. And we got another one coming in Heat 2.
And our second of 4 heats on the oval, and these athletes, as far as we're told, are in it to win it, going the full 4 laps, and a field of 8, and it looks like we have 7 on the oval. And in lane number 2, check that, yes it is, wearing number 2, that is Ellie Fry from Dallas Baptist. Another one of the BYU runners, Elise Jessen.
That was a nice
from Utah.
Smooth cut in there to get to the front by Jessen. She hasn't completely broken away from the field. She just wanted to get into the front so she could minimize her distance. You see she's forced the runner from DBU onto the outside.
UNB Red, Shelby McIsaac in the number 2 spot currently, as they make their second trip around the far end of this facility, coming up to the 400 mark.
And Jillian Brown of Oregon State with hip number 4 in the number 4 spot at the moment.
Jessen, 64 seconds through 400 meters, with McIsaac in second. A little bit of a gap there between first and second. Jillian Brown from Oregon State in third.
And she's now moving up onto the shoulder of McIsaac into second. Looking to hold off Ellie Fry, who's followed her past McIsaac. So the both of them have worked together. We're going to see a lot of position changes here as Fry mounts up for yet another move. She's running on the outside, though, so could it come back to bite her? 1 lap to go.
It is tight with 200 meters remaining. 136 for the field. 4 of those 7 runners are in contention. The big push now, Shelby McIsaac from UNB Reds. She goes from third to first. Can she get to the rail? Fighting. Big arms, big eyes. She's searching for that win.
If she
Shelby
told us
McIsaac.
anything with the past lap, that she was not fazed by the moves that were made on her. She has got the lead off the turn.
So is Ellie Fry in second? Will they be able to catch? Here comes Jillian Brown from Oregon State, and she is going to be the winner.
She got it.
Jillian Brown, 2:10:09 with the win. McIsaac at 2:10:13.
Wow, a lot of moves made there in the last 400 meters of that race.
You never give up on this track. The opportunity to get that little bit of a bump coming off the last turn out of the banking, and there's the young lady who wins, Jillian Brown.
And she was in 4th heading into the final half of the race, so she was the one who really had to take control. And even when she lost control, she got it back. She stayed perseverant.
All right, heat number 3 for the ladies in the 800 meters. There is the field. Couple of teammates from Lee, Tennessee, that Division II running power. And one of those is Stella Clemens. We saw her earlier and not too long ago in the miles, so coming back on very short rest. We're scheduled to have 8 there. Do we have? Yep, we have a full field of 8. So Clemens is out there.
She's got hip number 2 this time. She had hip 3 in the mile, so we'll see if she can shake away that superstition. She's got her teammates, though, with her. Should be a good race.
So Clemens holding back right now in the number 6 spot of this 8-runner field. And we'll see if she can work her way up. Very tightly bunched, a lot of congestion. I mentioned earlier, indoor track is a contact sport. So whether it's braking for the rail or just the confines of being pushed down toward the rail into the banking, a lot of things can happen through the 400 meters in 65 seconds. Our leader, Catherine Miller from Colorado Christian.
And I like where Zoe Marcus of Amherst is positioned, just slightly on that outside shoulder, not exactly forcing herself to run any more distance that she needs to. She's maintaining control of her position. She can see the leader, and she can make a move whenever she wants at this point, but now the field's starting to come back to her.
About 250 meters remaining in this third heat of the women's 800. This year's Sharon Colyear-Danville season opener live on FloTrack. Phil Grove and Carson Gambaro. And the new leader is Zoe Marcus from Amherst.
What a move by Marcus. She knew it was going to come down to a sprint when she heard the footsteps of the rest of the field, and she has dropped the hammer.
She's got a gap of about 8 meters on Catherine Miller from Colorado Christian. Ellie Quintana from Oregon State trying to mount a charge. Here comes Stella Clemens. She ran earlier in the mile. Can she close? Does she have the speed? How are the legs? She won't get the win, but she's going to close in fine fashion as Zoe Marcus from Amherst with the win, and a valiant effort by Stella Clemens from Lee.
Stella Clemens with a 2:16.44, just again, Phil, about an hour after her mile effort of 4:52.19. What a workout. What a way to open your season. She's going to be in great fitness come championship time.
And this is the fitness season, putting in the work that will pay dividends that maybe come conference championship time. She won't be doubling as closely as she did today, but definitely this work will pay off later.
It's like we talk about in cross country all the time. The championships of October and November are won in July and August. It's all about building that base early and setting yourself up for success. Heat number 4 on the track.
And most of this field is a member of the Maine track team. 5 of the scheduled 8 competitors run for the Black Bears, and it looks like we have all 8 out there on the oval. And the top seed time actually is Amherst Hannah Adhagari as they break at the cones, bringing it down to the line. 31 and change for the opening 200, and that is one of the Black Bears, Addison Nelson from Maine.
If you are one of the Black Bears, you're going to want to treat this like a glorified practice time trial. Just knowing you're out there having fun with your teammates, trying to see who's the fastest. That's what you got to do in a situation like this.
Our final heat of the women's 800 meters. All right, still in the lead, that is Addison Nelson from Maine with a group of 4. So Nelson in the lead as they're coming up on the bell lap in the 4th and final heat.
It's gone now.
Of the women's 800 meters. Bell lap at 1:41.
And what an impressive run by Imani Thompson. She was also in the mile earlier, and she looks like she's got her eyes on the prize.
Well, there is the leader is Mia Brady from Rosemary Hall, but with Imani Thompson from Norfolk State in second, going into the turn for the final time. Now it's a 3-runner race.
Hannah Adhikari of Amherst, the Owl coming around the outside.
It is Hannah Adhikari from Amherst, had a 2:18 seed time. She's going to hit right about that, and she does. 2:18.09 for our final women's 800-meter run.
Very impressive run there. She had 2 girls to pass, 2 women to pass in that final lap. Was not phased. Stayed poised, stayed patient. That closing move was decisive.
And we will send it to break and be right back with the men's 800 meters live from Boston University.
Okay, gentlemen, in the lane for the white line with the blue insert.
Half mile, my favorite event. It's time for the men to run 4 laps at Boston University. There is the field in heat number 1. And for the men, Luke Seymour from Penn State. We saw him earlier in the mile. He's scheduled to be the rabbit this time around to take the field through 52 seconds. And he's got one of his teammates in this one, Olivier Desmois from Penn State, 146 half miler. We see Seymour right in the middle of the track. He's got his Nittany Lion teammate right behind him. 25 seconds and change opening 200 there on the gas, Carson.
This has got to feel a little painful for Seymour, but knowing that he ran well in that mile earlier, he's just got to be treating this like a nice final sprint to end his day and set his teammate up for success.
So Desmoulins in the number 2 spot. And in third, that is Jonah Hoey, the third brother of the Hoey running family in Eastern PA on the track today, all running in Adidas kits. And our pace setter has stepped off. It's just over 1:06 on the clock. Olivia Desmoulins, a 1:46.9 half miler. It's a trio out front. Desmoulins, Hoey, and then Braxton Brewer from Minnesota Distance Elite. Bell lap, here they go.
Let's see if Jonah Hoey's got the Hoey kick in him. We saw his brother Josh go 3:52 earlier in the mile, and boom, there's that move on the backstretch.
Initiated the pass on the turn. He takes it down into the flat. Going into the turn, he's got the lead, and he's starting to inch away from the young man from Penn State.
Desmoulins ain't done, though.
That little push off the turn. Here he comes to the line, and it looks like that's a photo finish.
I think Hoey held on, and he did.
It is 1:48.25, and Desmoulins was 1300s back at 1:48.38 as Brewer goes sub 150 as well at 1:49.17.
And that is nearly a full second lifetime best for the youngest of the 3 Hoey brothers, Jonah Hoey, previously at 1:49.23. High school graduate class of 2020, so still in the younger phases of his career. It seems like the Hoey brothers are just getting better and better each year.
Well, they're obviously extremely fit for the first weekend of December. Again, Jonah Hoey wins the men's hot heat of the 800 after his brother won the men's mile.
And we'll get to see both of his brothers pace the 3K later.
So a lot of busy work as we go into heat number 2 of 3 of the men's 800. Field of scheduled to have 7, just 5 on the oval, and they are all finishers hopefully on the track. And on the inside from WPI, that's Thomas Scarry and Brinston White. And leading the group through about 27 seconds, opening 200 is Brinson White, 153 half-miler for WPI.
A group of 4 has quickly emerged, which he currently leads. We'll see if he can keep this going. In second place, that's Ben Davis of Amherst. Really sticking close to him on his hip as they come to 455 seconds.
That lead group of 4 still, so it is White, then Ben Davis from Amherst.
And Caleb Colson of Maine has worked his way into the number 3 spot, and now
starting to move. Onto the shoulder and past Ben Davis into the number 2 spot.
I was going to ask, would he tuck in there? He said, I am sticking on the outside. I'm getting myself in contention for the lead heading into the bell lap, but he's still stuck on the exterior.
He's running the extra meters. He finally gets down to the rail, but here comes Ben Davis from Amherst.
What a powerful
with his coach
move.
Cheering him on the inside of turn 1. Ben Davis from Amherst. Down the back straight, working hard with a 10-meter lead and growing.
What a powerful response by Ben Davis. He was the one who put the early pressure on the former leader.
And he's going to win this one by about a dozen meters and going to run 152.92. Ben Davis. Looks like he's got a smile on his face.
And he looked like he had plenty of juice coming home there. 151.66 seat time, so not necessarily a personal best type of day, but again, great tactics, great patience, and great kick.
We see coach and athlete there sharing some time. It's like the coach said, yes, look, that's what you did. You made the move at the right time, and he held it all the way to the line. Ben Davis from Amherst. Our final 800 section, stepping up to the line. There is the field.
Coach T is Terry Tyrone Scott. If you ever see his Instagram comments, that's Coach T. He owns Slay the Dragons Track Club and is out here running on this Boston University track unattached.
And we are underway. We do definitely have an age grouper on the inside, Dan Cleary from the Heartbreakers. He's been to a couple rodeos in his life, I am certain. As our leader from MIT, Amon Noraldame. 26 seconds, opening 200. He is definitely pushing the pace.
And keep in mind, some of the guys in this heat do not know the thrill of a sub-2 800, so if they're going to want to achieve that here, they're going to have to get back at our leader, Noraldame.
And it looks like Coach T, unfortunately, was a scratch today. Not on
bummer.
the oval, but Noraldame from MIT, a 157 800 guy. He hits 400 in under 54 seconds. He is all in.
That is the second fastest quarter mile split that we've seen thus far in our 800 series.
Matt Furlings from Maine is a distant second at this point, about 25 meters behind. You see the fatigue starting to set in from Noraldame. The strides are shortening up a little bit, but the field is not catching him.
You saw him looking up there almost as if to find a scoreboard to see how big his lead is. He's not looking back, though. He's charging right into the belly of the beast. That is the final lap of this 800.
Here comes Matt Furlings from Maine, a 156 800 runner, and his teammate Reed Wheatley in the number 3 spot. There's the leader looking for some saving grace as he is tying up a lot going into the final 100 meters. Here comes Furlings. Matt Furlings from Maine makes the pass in the final 70 meters. Looking strong to the line, running a more conservative pace, and he wins it in 158 point. Matt Furlings from Maine, 158.52, his official time.
Well, I'm on Noraldame. You got to give him credit for going after it, but running back-to-back 53s, that is something that only world-class athletes can achieve. I'm sure that he'll be back for some more.
And we are right on schedule. We will move right into the women's 600 run. All right, women's 600 on the track. Looking ahead to our schedule, women's 600 meters, men's 600, the 200s, the 300s, and we'll get back into some individual, more distancy races, 1,000 meters, the 4x4, and then the women's and then men's 3,000 and 5,000. Once we get into the later in the afternoon and around the dinner hour to take us to a close of shop about 9 o'clock tonight.
And this is an interesting race that we have here, Phil, because if we look at the ladies on the exterior-most lanes, Kyla Palmer of BC and Leonie Griffin of Boston University, they were both very high placing in the New York State Finals in 600. Back in high school, of course.
And again, 600, an indoor event predominantly. They do have a special one every once in a while outdoors, but are you the 400 runner moving up or the 800 runner moving down? We get a meeting of those two worlds.
And Kyla Palmer is the 400 runner moving up. She's got a 55.46 lifetime outdoor best. Leonie Griffin is the 800 runner dropping down from a 2:08. She won the public school indoor title last year, and Kyla Palmer placed third the year before. Both of them, again, Phil, meeting right in the middle with 133 lifetime bests.
So wearing the home colors, Leonie Griffin from Boston University closing the gap as the field now is a tightly bunched 5. But Annika Paluska from Williams, the new leader, and came by with a vengeance.
And she was my wild card in this race, Phil. 134.54 for a lifetime best. She took second in the large schools indoor state championship in Connecticut. And look at this move she's made.
59.39 for Paluska from Williams. She has left this field behind as Griffin, the closest challenger right now from BU, about 8 meters back. Going in the final turn, it is Paluska from Williams, the Division III school. Griffin now from BU has life. She's going to make the pass in the final 40 meters. It is Leonie Griffin is going to win this one. Brings a big cheer from the crowd.
Leonie Griffin wins her college debut, tying her lifetime best in 133.06. What a season opener. This is her first year in a long time not running cross country, so really impressive early season fitness for Lee.
And a big smile on her face for the young lady from the Terriers of Boston University, 133.06.
That's what we call a welcome home.
A second and final heat of the women's 600. As we get one last look at our winner. Again, a time-based final, so these 5 ladies taking a shot at that 133.06.
They're going to need 31-second laps if they want to get that on average.
And we are underway. The first group went out in 59 seconds through the 400 mark and hung on, so definitely not a negative split race, Carson.
It's hard to negative split a 600, especially when many athletes, again, like your 800 specialists, treat it like a sprint. It's called a run in many occasions, but really it can qualify for a dash as well.
Just over 30 seconds for our leader, that is Uma Sanker from BU, with Layla Bada from Amherst in the number 2 position. A little bit of a gap there between first and second.
Perhaps inspired by her teammate Griffin's win in the previous heat, running a little bit different race than Leonie executed, but Sanker in the number 1 spot.
And here comes Leticia Do Nascimento from Southern Connecticut. And at the line, will she take the lead? It looks like she did at 1:03. Do Nascimento from Southern Connecticut now with a big lead as Sanker starts to fade.
And now with her teammate Julia Mansfield moving into second, it's a Southern Connecticut 1-2.
Can they close in 31 seconds? That would bring them close to that 133. I don't think so. The clock tells me it's going to be 130 very soon. 130 on the clock with 40 meters to go for Leticia Do Nascimento. And with the win in 137 high.
The Owls coming to conquer here. Julia Mansfield holds on for second. 137.83. And look at that. Mansfield below 140 as well.
And we'll be right back with the men's 600 live from Boston University. Another pair of races over 600 meters this time for the men. The field underway. Field of 5. Mulconry from Southern Connecticut State, Bucher unattached, McKinnon from UNB Reds, McQuaid from Boston College, and Cowan from Boston University.
And this is another race with a good mixture of 400 and 800 guys. You look at Max McQuaid, the junior from Boston College. He's a 47.67 400 runner. But then you've got the freshman from BU, Thomas Cowan, who won the New Zealand under 20 800 meter championship with a 1:49.12 800 meter personal best.
24 seconds and change for McQuaid. A 120.5 800 man. And he's got just a couple stride advantage over Mulconry from Southern Connecticut State. And this is most likely the opening activity in the 24-25 school year, track and field wise, for these athletes. Probably didn't run cross. It is McQuaid and Mulconry. It's a 3-man race up front as BU's Thomas Cowan in third.
He's got that 800 strength, and he's going to need it in this final 100. Mulconry in between.
And here comes Cowan. He's going to have the stride advantage going into the turn. He knows how to run this track. He trains on it every day. But it is going. Here he comes. Cowan does it. And it looks like Cowan got it. He does 1:18.64. He knows this track. He knows the boost and kick that he gets coming off that last turn, the banking. And he played it on the outside lane.
The 600 meters is a rather infrequent event in the college scene, and before today, Jack Mulconry, the man who finished third from Southern Con, had a personal best of 1:21.18. That was the fastest official 600 personal best in the field. We've got 3 guys now in the sub-120 club. Great race.
All right, heat number 2, second and final one, just 4 runners. There's the field. And you show your versatility and the opportunity. You know, you can see some 4x8s indoors, maybe at a conference championship meet, depending upon the conference and the level of competition. D2, D3, probably more likely see that. But definitely because the DMR, everybody loves the DMR indoors.
Everybody loves the DMR, no question about that. And your 600 guys, you can put them on almost any leg. Even the 1200 if you're feeling audacious. Maybe not the 1600, but again, it's just a nice bridge distance to test your athlete's fitness with.
No holding back. Becky Atkins from Southern Connecticut State. He was on the outside in lane 6.
He was right around 25 flat through 200 meters. Mackay Adkins now starting to be reeled in. Daniel DeMonte from BU.
And coming up on the bell lap, it is a 2-man race in this 4-man field. And the home standing, DeMonte takes the lead with a big push in final 200 meters. Atkins, can he gather himself for a final run?
DeMonte's got a smooth, powerful stride. He made a nice, gentle move up into the front, and he is growing his gap with every single foot strike.
So Daniel DeMonte, his seat time was 1:23.50. He's got a chance to better that by a little bit. Here he comes, digging hard to the line, and he'll be under that time as he runs in the 1:22s. Daniel DeMonte with the win.
He came into the home straightaway awful wide-eyed. He saw that clock and knew what was at stake, and he got what was his, a new lifetime best, 1:22.88.
And we'll step away for just a moment, coming back with some dash races. The women's 200 next, live on FloTrack. Sports are bigger on the big screen. Head to your preferred device app store to download the all-new Flow Sports TV apps for Roku, Apple TV, Fire TV, Android TV, and Chromecast. Set your favorites, search our library of live and on-demand content, and so much more. Download today. All right, next setup on the track is the 200-meter dash. This will be in lanes all the way. The first time we'll see that on the oval, and we'll see the Ray sisters back once again.
And we will also see our 400 winner, Taylor Ryu of Air Force, running on the inside in lane number 3. And Wendira Moss from Northern Colorado, she made an appearance in the quarter mile as well. But the Ray sisters, again in 5 and 6, Lisa Ray, back in New Balance Nationals Outdoor as a sophomore, ran a 22.7 to win in Philly. Also won the 100, but such impressive 200-meter chops.
They call this a launch pad, but it doesn't always equate to super fast 200 times. The facility record, 23:11 back in 2013 by Tricia Hawthorne. But the Ray sisters have both run in that neighborhood, but again, on the larger turns of the outdoor schedule.
Look out for Wendira Moss.
There is Lisa Ray in lane 5. She's going to go wire to wire with the win. Lisa Ray, 24.55, a good start to the indoor season on 200-meter banking.
And again, if you were with us earlier, we mentioned to you how both Lisa and Xenia Ray, who was in that heat finishing 4th, announced their commitment to the University of Georgia yesterday. Xenia is a senior this year, Lisa a junior, so they won't exactly be attending for the same time, but they'll be going to the same place. Lisa said she made her commitment early so that she could really prioritize getting her times down and making the most of her senior year, which will be next year. So far, junior year, off to a good start.
Heat number 2 of 3 in the women's 200 meters. There is our field as we await the arrival of our next guest. Definitely looking forward to sharing some time with this coach, and we'll leave it at that till he arrives. We'll keep you in suspense, but definitely worth the wait. Hang around as we head toward the 1 o'clock hour in Boston, Massachusetts. This year's live coverage of the Sharon Colyear-Danville season opener.
And one thing, if you're a college freshman, that ought to be so relieving is getting the opportunity to practice your start, because oftentimes in high school, when you attend a major invitational, they run the heats back-to-back, and sometimes you can't even use starting blocks. And if you can, you certainly don't have the time to practice your start. So each athlete has the leisure, has the privilege of getting to perfect their get-off on the launch pad.
Well, and as we get into the 2-day meets with men one day, women the next, we will get in those heats where we do not have starting blocks. So
the Sharon
you want to be in those hot
Colyear-Danville,
heats.
the exception to the rule.
And we are underway. And on the outside, Marina Miller from MIT. She's in 6th, but Morgan Parfait from Takeoff in the preferred lane for speed, lane number 5. And Morgan in the lead, taking it to the line. Can she hold on? Shannone Moname from BU, the closest, but it is Parfait with the win.
That's why lane 5 is the golden lane. It seems like the inside lanes are always in contention, but once you get off that turn, there's just that little bit of extra decline, and that proves to be enough to kick and push to the line. Morgan Parfait just executed that brilliantly, representing Takeoff Track Club out of Atlanta, Georgia.
Our final heat of the women's 200-meter dash coming up next. 3 runners from Williams, you mentioned before, just used this as a team workout, team trial, and we have Elena Stonebreaker from the Coast Guard Academy in the middle in lane 5. She's in that preferred lane.
She's like the Continental Army in this case. 1 on 3. Can she get it done? 25.89, the top seed. Elena Stonebreaker from Coast Guard with the 3 Williams ladies on inside and out as they get underway the final section of the women's 200.
It is lanes all the way. The women's 200, 1 lap around this lightning fast oval. and 3 runners wearing the colors of Williams, but it is Elena Stonebreaker from the Coast Guard Academy. Her best 25:89. Can she make that equate to a first place finish in this heat? And it looks like she does, and she runs faster than that, 25.74 officially for Elena Stonebreaker is our next guest coming to join us.
Elena Stonebreaker. Again, that looked like a carbon copy the last 2 heats. We saw her under a little bit of pressure, but responded, stayed relaxed down that home stretch. That's what you got to do with a 200. Maintain your form. Don't let it fall apart, or you'll fall apart.
And we'll be back with in a moment with our next guest, Alex Gibby, the head coach of track and cross country at Harvard. And as I like to say, I always want to have the pros up here to talk about what this sport is all about, not Carson and I. Alex Gibby in the middle, the head coach of Harvard University's distance program, track and cross country. Alex, good afternoon. Thanks for coming up.
Well, thanks, Phil. You promoted me. I'm the associate head, but I do appreciate it. We've got a director of track and field that does the hard job. I get to do the fun stuff.
First day at the office?
Well, speaking of first day at the office, obviously coming off the cross-country season, incredibly successful at the individual level for your top guy, Graham Blanks, defends his national title, the 13th ever to do so, and he also was in the Olympics. Was there any surprise at all that was going to be the result at the end of the NCAA meet?
I wouldn't say a surprise. I think probably 3 or 4 weeks out, he started to return to form from the summer. There's some metrics that we use as we analyze our training that started to move in the direction that we wanted. So I knew the fitness level was there 3 weeks out, probably maybe 4 weeks out. And so that was really encouraging. But on the flip side, the NCAA is as competitive as it's ever been. Hampton Samuel, who was the runner-up to him, was runner-up with 1 shoe on. The kid should have been an Olympian for Eritrea. Obviously, Parker Wolf had a terrific spring last year and is a terrific talent. So, I thought it was certainly possible, and I thought it was, we did what we needed to do to put ourselves in that position. But I think where we are with the NCAAs, there's always a little bit of a coin flip.
And so many things can happen just in that final 1,000 meters of a 10K race. It's amazing. A 6.2 mile race comes down to the 0.6 of a mile.
Yeah. Well, with us, we wanted to make sure that, the key point with him was to stay hidden for about 8,000 meters the first 5 miles. And then when he chose to move, and we use the term choose violence, make an aggressive decision that puts people in a position to make decisions they may not want to make. And so for us, that was he executed. It was pretty funny. I was talking to Darren Gosen, the New Mexico coach, yesterday, and that was Hampton's plan. But Hampton had 1 shoe on and got caught on a muddy slope, and Graham got away cleanly.
Nice little token of revenge there for Javin Bostic of Air Force in the 200, avenging his second place finish to Jerome Campbell from the 60.
Yeah, 21:08, a really good run, wire to wire. Again, he had the preferred lane 5. Obviously, you've been at Harvard now, I think, 8 years, correct?
That's correct.
Tell me about the changes that you've seen from a young Graham Blanks coming out of Georgia as the talent that he was to where he is right now as an Olympian and 2-time NCAA cross champ.
Well, I think the physical improvements are pretty easy to see. We've slowly moved volume up every 6 months for the 4 years he's been on campus, including this gap year, that's 5 years. So obviously physically he's a lot different in a lot of ways. But, he's refined his game tactically in racing. When he got to Harvard, he wasn't a very good closer. He was a really good, what we call straight line runner. He could jump into time trial and hang on with the best of them, but there wasn't much to offer late. I think his freshman year at the NCAA first round, he went to the lead, and then with 400, 600 meters out and ended up finishing 9th in that heat. And so, he's come a long way tactically, and that's all on him. Like, he sits there, he evaluates, he comes to me with the ideas. I get to shape those ideas, but a lot of his improvement is self-owned and driven by him. And, when he finally leaves Harvard, the Harvard uniform, we're going to miss him.
So getting ready for heat number 2 of 4 of the men's 200. It's Clement Whitmore from MIT, Naff from the Coast Guard Academy, and Ponesi from Vermont. And we'll be back with Alex Gibby to talk more about Harvard track and field and cross country and Graham Blanks, as Naff from the Coast Guard Academy in that preferred lane, lane 5, 22 1/4, his PR coming in. He's got about a 5-meter lead coming off the turn. He is not going to be challenged in this one, and he gets a win. He goes 22:04 unofficially. A very nice opening weekend effort. Official 22:06 for Ian Naff. But Coach, you've worked at a number of schools, a number of different conferences, a number of different type programs. William & Mary for a while, University of Michigan, and now at Harvard. How does being at Harvard, that maybe the atmosphere, being in the Ivy League, make it a little different working with your student athletes?
Well, yeah, it is absolutely different. Well, one, we're in the Northeast. We're not in the Southeast, which is a little bit more temperate this time of year. 2, from an academic standpoint, everyone knows Harvard across the world. So being able to take that into the recruiting process, into people's living rooms, is obviously a real asset and something I really enjoy. You never have to defend a Harvard education. In fact, you have to explain that most of the young men and women we get are actually kind of normal. Well, as normal as you can be at Harvard. But it's been a different place. We've been able to attract some special athletes. There are some changes. Like, we're an 8-semester institution, so there's no redshirting. No one leaves Harvard, so we cannot bring in transfers. So, full disclosure, I've never opened the portal. I don't even know what it looks like. I have a login, and it just doesn't apply to me. So we can't make quick fixes with 5th or 6th year seniors. So we really have to be intentional in some of our training decisions, because we really only get 4 years. We can't redshirt like I did at William & Mary and Michigan to get that developmental year and then start to perform.
Again, another heat number 3 of the men's 200. Look at the MIT runners, Louis and Martinez Riviera on 5 and 6. They were 22-second quarter milers, but here comes the other D3 runner in the field, Yanni Kokoris from Williams in the purple and yellow. Oh. And he's going to get the win. Kokoris is going to go 22 mid, 22:58. You mentioned about the feedback that Graham has brought to the table more, maybe as a more mature runner. Do you see that more in the student athletes, whether they have their high school coach, maybe their club coach, and also what's available online when they see a lot of different material and digest a lot of things? Plus, the athletes that you have there are bringing pretty high college boards to the table at Harvard.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where, there's a lot of information out there, and in some capacity, in cases, I should say, there's a lot of voices. Some of them really healthy, and some of them a little bit distracting, because we've got our system of our way of doing things, and if we're bringing in other pieces, particularly within a 4-year window, and we're having a little bit of cognitive dissonance, if you will, you're kind of dropping the ceiling on what you're capable of doing. The nice part for us is, over the course of the time I've been at Harvard, we've had some terrific men and women come in, like Graham, like Maya Ramsden, Karen Tuntavit, Hugo Milner, Anna Ewell, Abby Goldstein, all these people that have been really bought into what we do, and so it's a really good example for the young men, young women in our program to, hey, maybe I should listen.
Final heat of the men's 200-meter dash. One open lane is Garcia, Wang, Twohill, and Potter. Potter runs for Vermont. He's got now actually the best lane out in lane 6. See him tuning up down the back straightaway, going into the turn, hitting that high banking on the launch pad, the world's fastest indoor track, but in the middle of the track in lane 3, that is Jack Wang from MIT is going to be the winner. He's going to go under 23 seconds. A couple words more, if you can, on Sophia Goryaran, who we just saw in the 800. I saw and have talked to Sophia quite a bit. She has been a high-level runner for quite a while in the 800 meters. Where do you work with her to take her to that next level, to get her into the mix in an incredibly deep women's 800 field in the U.S.?
Yeah, Sophia's a little bit different in the sense that, with most of our young men or young women, they come out of high school with good performances. Sophia's obviously come out of high school with terrific performances. And so, as a coach, the pressure was certainly on the first day she walks in the door because, there is a lot of attention on her and you don't get a lot of time to figure things out. You've kind of got to dial it in. And so in that capacity, I've certainly relied on her father a lot, who coaches her in high school, who has a terrific club program down in Rhode Island, and he's been at this a while. So, he cuts off a lot of the dialogue, if you will, the learning process, and it can speed me along there. But, you talk about a young lady that, if Graham had a long year, her year might have been longer. Graham was a little banged up indoors, but Sophia had a great indoor season. Outdoor finalist, Olympic trials semifinalist. Then she went all the way to Peru at the U20s and bronze medalist at the end of August, and then had to turn around and do what I asked her to do, and it's not her first love, is compete in cross country. I did tell her that if she ever runs 1:59 low, though, she can walk away from cross country. But we got to be a real half miler before that happens.
A few words again about Graham. You talked about staying sort of maybe hidden for the early part of a cross country 10K race. What about the 5,000 tonight, and what are the goals and hopes and expectations?
Well, I mean, the goal is always to race well, right? But if, the thing that's on our forefront, and the NCAA record is kind of a cool thing to think about, but the world indoor standard, or the world standard for Tokyo is 13:01 flat. That's legit. That's real. And it's something that's he's certainly capable of doing. The Rabbits are going to have to cooperate. They're going to have to get him out there, get him in. The field's really good. He may have to go to the front earlier than he typically wants if he wants to get the standard, and that puts you in a position where you're a little bit vulnerable, taking that risk, a mile from the line, if you will. But in this tracks back to me, but if he does get the standard, it makes my life a lot easier from a planning standpoint. So we don't make this about me, but that's the goal. And I try to get the world standard, and the very likelihood is that he could PR and still not get it. I mean, that's where we are. It's a hell of a time.
And that's what the coaches and athletes will hope to do this first weekend, is check the boxes on the indoor season, get that standard, get those conference qualifying marks.
Yeah, 100%. And it just makes your life a little easier using the cross-country fitness. You take a little bit of downtime, and then you reevaluate what you want indoor to look like, what you want outdoor to look like. The goal with him is to have a long summer again. Obviously, the U.S. Championships is end of July, early August in of itself. But Tokyo's in September. That's no guarantee, but that's on the planning docket.
All right, Alex Gibby, the associate head coach at Harvard University, distance and track, joining us today, talking about Graham Blanks, the two-time defending NCAA cross-country champion, the goals, and also working with Sophia Goryeron, an incredible high school talent, now in her second year of 4 at Harvard University. Coach, thanks for joining us. Best of luck for the year.
Phil, thanks for having me. So good seeing you again. Thank you.
It's tough talk.
Do me a favor, will you go on the other side of the box, on that side. There you go. Thank you. Okay, stand up and be ready.
Back at Boston University, again, our thanks for a nice long stay with Alex Gibby, the associate head coach of Harvard University, and the man right now putting together the training plan for Graham Blanks and Sophia Goryeron and many others wearing the crimson. And the women's 300 meters in lanes. They're attacking this one.
That's
1.5 laps.
Jada Baylark in lane number 5, the 27-year-old Arkansas alum who was a semifinalist in both the 100 and 200 at Olympic trials. She's got incredible raw speed, running her first official 300. I'm excited to see what kind of time she can come home with if she can hang on for the win. Look out on the inside.
And it looks like she will have enough to get to the line, but barely. We talked about the 400 and 800 and the 600 falling in between. The 300 is even more of an animal where it's very unique. That 200, 400 runner, you got to have the speed to compete at this distance.
And definitely the speed endurance as well, because interestingly, if we've looked at history, the 400 runners ultimately have that. Of course, Shawnee Miller-Weibo with the world record on the women's side. Letsile Tebogo, who set it in the men's side. Of course, we think of him more as the 200-meter Olympic champion, but he's got a rare blend of speed and speed endurance when we consider the 300-meter dash. So, again, a very interesting distance that allows you to combine both of those elements of sprinting.
And also the fact that it is lanes all the way at this distance, the longest race where we will see that today at the Track and Tennis Center at Boston University. Heat number 2 of 6. So quite a lot of 300s coming your way.
And the winning time was in the upper 38s there from Baylark in the opening section, and a lot of the girls, in fact all of them in heat number 2, are right around that 39 flat. See if they can get it.
That was our field. It is Bernard, Barnhart, Keola, and Exichuwu. And Exichuwu, on the outside in 6, as Keola tried to hold the speed. She's in lane 5.
Hannah Keola from Southern Connecticut State putting the pressure on this backstretch in between the two Boston Terriers, Kendall Barnhart and Ijeoma Ezichukwu.
So Keola went very wide. Thankfully, she was behind Exichukwu and didn't come into contact with the BU runner, but it is Hannah Keola from Southern Connecticut with the win. She looks at the clock, 38:17. Wow, what a run.
The new fastest time in the 300-meter series goes to Hannah Keola of Southern Con State. What an impressive run that was. Again, Ezichukwu took it out really hard on the outside, tethered her to a fast time, and she did the rest once she made the pass. Keola previously at 40:11 for a lifetime best over 300. That's nearly 2 seconds, Phil.
A massive PR, and especially it is December 7th. Don't forget that. As a couple of her teammates, look at, she is beyond happy.
Do a little victory dance. You've earned it, Hannah. What a run. She was seated at 39 flat, so it's not as though this wasn't foreseen, but still exceeding expectations.
Very happy owl as we get set for heat number 3. 2 of her teammates, Avery Winters in 1 and Keisha Francois in 3. And then 2 athletes from BC. There you see them in lane 4, Elia Conti and Anna Sonsini from Boston College.
So will it be the birds of prey, or will it be, well, which bird of prey will it be? I nearly mixed up the Eagles with the Terriers there, but we're going to have an air battle here in heat number 3 of the 300. If we look at the seedings here, Keisha Francois of Southern Con, she's at 39.50. Aaliyah Canty on your screen right now is at 39.75, along with her teammate who will be setting out on the outside, Anna Sonsini from Boston College. 39.75 their seeds. Lanes for 1.5 laps of the oval at the Track and Tennis Center.
The facility record 37:44 set in 2022 by Neolani Phillips from BU.
What a run by Sonsini. Anna Sonsini from BC.
She is on the outside in lane 6 and is quickly broke the stagger wide open, and not by chewing up those on the outside, just running away from the rest of the field. Going into the turn at the far end of the Track and Tennis Center for the final time, but here comes Francois from Southern Connecticut State and her teammate Winters in lane 3. Could it be a Southern Connecticut 1-2? It looks like it's going to be. It's Francois. 39.74 unofficially for Keisha Francois.
And again, we saw just how hard Sensini took it out on the outside. Very similarly executed race to the one that we saw from Hannah Kaiola in the previous section. She wasn't impatient. She was patient, waited, knew that she would have the gas, timed it brilliantly.
Next up, heat number 4 of 6 is we're on the downward side of the number of heats for the women's 300.
Southern Con State with the golden lane once again, courtesy of Ella McLean with the top seed in this heat at 40.42. But look out for Jillian Fennerty of Providence. She'll be on the outside at 40.44. It'll be a tight battle as well with Ava Carter of Boston College, 40.50. She is bottom left of your picture. So top 3 seeds within a tenth of each other, being called to their start blocks right now.
And once again, some good things coming out of lane number 5, and we'll see if it pays dividends for Ella McLean from Southern Connecticut State. And this meet rolling right along, meet management keeping us right on schedule. And we'll hit you with some times for events coming up that you'll definitely want to be around for, as McLean and Finnerty on the outside in 5 and 6. Ava Carter from Boston College, you'll see her pop into the picture in lane 4, down the back straight. They'll hit the turn one final time, still remain in lanes. It looks like it's Ava Carter from BC with the advantage going into the turn. Yes, she has the lead. A 40-50 seed time. She's at 37, 38, 39.
Oh, she's got sub 40.
There we go, a sub 40 second effort for Ava Carter, 39.85.
And what an impressive run that was, because if you've watched this meet up until this point, you're probably thinking to yourself, oh, lane 5 is going to come back. Ella McLean, a great rally for 40.46 season opener, but Ava Carter, she kept the pedal to the metal, committed to the move she made on the back stretch. And to the finish line she went before anybody else.
We might have to add the 300 meters into the equation as the most difficult track event. We don't see it very often, but you can see the fatigue from going all out, especially up the banking as you have to here at the Track and Tennis Center.
It can be a blessing and a curse depending on how you respond to that. Of course, there's the downgrade of the bank that can help you coming home in getting to the finish line when you're consumed by all that lactic. But, of course, that lactic is still there regardless, and in that final turn, that's where it matters.
Heat number 5. They have taken their spots on the oval. There is the lineup. It looks like that's Erin Carty of Vermont, the Catamounts.
Erin Carty, just a freshman in the mix here.
And it does appear like we will have one open lane, so we'll be in 2, 4, 5, and 6. And it's a clean start, and it looks like a good one for Rabanaya Wright from BC in 5. Also, Dardielle Exantis from Southern Connecticut in 6. But it is Wright from Boston College.
41.50.
Cruising down the back straight, 41.50. Her seed time coming in. She's got an 8-meter lead and is growing.
Wow, Renaya Wright is scorching this. She's going to want to get after sub 41, if anything.
And a dominant performance by Wright from Boston College.
Oh, so close to sub 41, but still personal best.
41.11 for that young lady.
Won it by nearly 2 seconds, over 1.6 seconds there. So she pushed it all out on her own. She's the penultimate heat winner. Just one heat of women's 300s left before the men are up. After the 6th and final section of women, we'll have 7 heats of men. So if you're enjoying the 300s, don't go anywhere. We've got plenty more left. So far, Hannah Kayola of Southern Connecticut State out of the second heat, 38-17 for the top time thus far.
You don't see that very often, but someone out of a slower heat right now is lining up to be victorious. In the 300 meters, there's a lineup. And there's Daisy Avail from Williams in lane 2. And everybody's where they need to be. Vail, Bezosa, Zenner, Bazant, and Falali. Sophia runs for Vermont out in lane 6 up against the rail.
Very even start on the stagger. Now Ivana Zenner of BC starting to move up on Ella Bazant of Coast Guard.
But you're right, Carson, pretty even, but it is Zenner from BC, a 42.75, but almost anybody's game going into the turn. Definitely 3 of these athletes still in the mix. Sophia Falali from Vermont.
And her teammate Eva Shows on the inside too.
And it's going to be wire to wire in lane 6. Sophia Falali 42.21 unofficially, 42.24 on the clock officially for the winner from Vermont. As we'll step aside and come back with the full event schedule as it stands right now and a massive list. Live coverage on FloTrack coming up from BU. And taking a big look at a big indoor track schedule, live events on FloTrack. You see the VA Showcase, a big gathering of high school stars down in Virginia Beach, a fantastic venue. It's going to be home to the D1, D2, and D3 NCAA National Championships. A fantastic venue as we get set up. The next event would be our BU Battle in Beamtown as the first heat of the men's 300 meters. Again, lanes all the way.
And really putting the pressure on the inside. That's Corey Couture, the unattached athlete in lane 4.
They are all the way across the track, 4 abreast. Aaron Thompson in 3 from Western Mustangs. Couture in 4. Arnold Lockbow and Sam Sandler. In lane 4 it is Corey Couture. He flashes across the line, gets a nice lean, and he gets a 33.58 out of it. And a win by almost 0.3 of a second.
And a nice personal best for Corey Couture, the Merrimack alum. Came in with the fastest personal best on the day, 33.65. Not the fastest seed, though, so had a little bit of adversity to overcome. And he did it the hard way. Went out hard and maintained his lead. Came home faster than he ever has over 3/4 of a outdoor lap, 1.5 laps here indoors.
And a total of 7 heats of the men's 300 meters. Nigel Green from Southern Connecticut State, 33.16 is the facility record.
Look out in this heat for Rafael Egbuchalim from Northern Colorado. One of the many Grizzlies in attendance today that we've seen. He's the reigning champion in this 300 meters, so he could absolutely spoil a surprise for us. 33.84, his winning time from a year ago, also his personal best.
And also Stephen Harris from Franklin Pierce, a Division II sprinter of note. Pretty good at the 200, but today he's running the 300 meters. Lanes all the way. And we're underway.
Egbuchalim with a good start, the reigning champion, but on the outside it's the Terrier.
Oh, and he pulls up and causes problems for Pierce as well. Oh my goodness. Almost a near catastrophe for two athletes, but definitely for the young man from northern Colorado.
And Pierce has shut it down. It's a two-man race. Thomas Lampkin and Matthew Baskin. Baskin on the inside from Rise Athletics.
So all the air got taken out of that race. It's Matthew Baskin with the win. But going into the first turn for the first time after 100 meters were in the books, the reigning champion suffered a race injury and then rolled into the inside lane where Stephen Harris was barreling down on him. Harris almost ended up in the padded rail. Thankfully able to contain himself, but he also dropped out of the race. Wow.
Really, really tough break for the both of them. You see Egbuchalim on your screen. He was grasping at that left hamstring area. They've sat him down on the mat. They're going to take a look at him. His teammates coming over to support him. Again, it's early in the season, so if there's a time for something to happen, better it be now than later, but best wishes to Raphael and a speedy recovery.
So heat number 3 of the men's 300 meters. There's a lineup. Duckman, Osagi, Crawford, and Freeman. As looking ahead to the rest of the schedule today, the 1,000 meters, and then the 4x4s, 3K and 5Ks will help us call it a night, just about 9 o'clock. So as we get rolling in heat number 3, and we'll see who's able to take advantage of that. So out in, looks like lane 6. That is Nolan Freeman from Southern Connecticut State. He has left Max Crawford from BC, who was in 5, in the dust, but on the inside, in lane 3, that's Joshua Duckman from the Western Mustangs.
It almost looked like he had a smile on his face down the backstretch. He is eager to get after this, and off the turn he comes.
Duckman is going to pick up the win.
Oh, nice lean there. If he didn't lean, I don't know if he would have held on, but
34-17 for Joshua Duckman. He wins it by 1600s. Definitely was closer than it looked coming off that last turn. There are the numbers in heat number 3 of 4. He's happy with it.
Of course.
Posing for a photo with his teammate.
They're like twins out there with the hip number 3s and the matching kits. Josh Duckman came in at 34.52, so a really impressive run for him, especially out of the innermost lane in that race. Again, you could sense the excitement on his face. He didn't hesitate. And even though he was nearly caught, he did the right thing, lean at the line. It's the most important part in a tightly contested race down the stretch.
Let's go.
Heat number 4, they're at the far end of this facility, 1.5 laps, lanes all the way. There is the list of our competitors: Seaton from Vermont, Davis Williams, Carter from Takeoff, and Ward from Southern Connecticut State. And a clean start for the field. And a pretty good first 50 meters by Marquise Ward from Southern Connecticut State on the outside in 6. Kind of breaking up the stagger just a little bit. The advantage that he has coming up on the 200-meter mark. 100 to go. Ward's got the finish line in sight, but it is Williams's Jackson Davis.
Wow.
Powers to
Powerful.
victory. The D3 competitor is going to be victorious. 34.35.
And you and I nearly jinxed each other there when we said power coming off that straightaway, because that's exactly what our winner Jackson Davis just showcased there with that move in the final 100 meters. He had his eyes on Ward the entire way, despite having a lane in between them. He knew his target, timed it nicely. Great sprint for the win.
Okay, boys, here we go. On your mark.
We've still got 3 heats left. They're being called to their blocks. This is section number 5 of the men's 300-meter dash at the Sharon Colyear Invitational, Boston University on FloTrack. We've got all the New England states represented in this, with a couple of hometown Bostonians. Spicer and Kravitz on the inside and out.
And a big battle taking shape on the inside. That is Matthew Spicer's. He pulled up alongside Ty Phelan from Southern Connecticut State, but they are giving chase to Colin Kravitz in lane 6.
This might not be the battle in Beantown just yet, but it sure might as well be a preview. Colin Kravitz and Matthew Spicer, Boston College and Boston University.
Spicer's got the shorter trip around the turn, but it is Colin Kravitz from BC.
Ooh.
And he's happy, and I think you're
He broke
right.
34.
The gentleman who was closest behind him gave him some extra motivation and celebration. 33.95.
Spicer understood the magnitude of that time that Kravitz just ran for the win. That sub 34 is a barrier that a lot of sprinters that run the 300 strive for. We've seen quite a few of them here today. There's his teammates all hyping him up, coaches. But that reaction when he crossed the line, that's just pure sprinter right there. Colin Kravitz.
I'm sorry, getting ready for heat number 6, just a note that Stephen Harris, who was involved in that incident of the injury to the young man from Northern Colorado, is being allowed to give it a try. Hopefully the full 300. He's in lane 2, added to this heat number 6.
Not exactly the lane that he would love, but an opportunity to run nonetheless.
Harris from Franklin Pierce, Banks from UNB Red, Sewell from Takeoff, Grace and Deli on the outside in 5 and 6. So that is Benoit Deli from Takeoff out in 6.
Harris working really hard on the inside. He's obviously a little bit winded from his earlier effort, but he's given a good effort on the outside, though.
Again, he has the shortest trip around this bank turn. He's making up the space. Here he comes, Stephen Harris. He's got 200 speed from Franklin Pierce, but he had about 100 meters on his legs, so that's going to take a little bit out of him. So 35.25 for Deli. Harris second at 35.37.
Just to give a shout out to Harris, the 200 speedster. He was the bronze medalist over 200 meters in Division II, so good little workout for him today. Benoit Deli, though, from Takeoff in Atlanta. Seen a good amount of representation from that track club today, picking up another win in the 3.
Yeah, I had a chance to interview Stephen last year here at BU after he threw down a great 200-meter performance, which at the time I believe was number 1 in the country in D2. So our 7th and final heat. As looking ahead, the 1,000-meter runs are next on the scheduled to kick off at 1:28 p.m. on the East Coast, so we might have just a little bit of pause from the action. As, again, meet management here at BU is on top of their game as usual. Bradford, Coach T, Cohen, Penna, and Dragsbake. So we get to see Coach T out there in lane 3. Mixing it up with the collegiate athletes. And that is Dylan Bradford from MIT in lane 2's looking pretty good right now. And outside, Jaleel Pina from Southern Connecticut in 5, and Bryce Dracebeck from Franklin Pierce. The run to the line. Here comes Coach T. Closes in. He's going to get, looks like maybe 3rd place.
Wow. And he looked out of the race on the first or second turn there. But he stayed patient. He saw everybody, kept him close, and he did get 3rd. astutely, Phil.
There are the numbers in our final heat. We'll
Rice
step aside and come back
Dragsby.
with another look at that massive indoor and outdoor schedule live on FloTrack. And we are back. Phil Grove and Carson Gambaro. Old School Track and Carson_Gambaro.
That's me.
On Twitter. And getting ready for the 1K. A lot of distance runners do 1 kilometer repeats. But here, this is the distance, 5 laps. The facility record, a very fine 2:33.75. Lucia Stafford running for Nike in 2023.
This is a one-and-done heat here too, Phil. And unlike all the other distance events that we're seeing today, no pacers. They're just going to leave it all up to the 8 girls that are getting on the line. The 8 women who will be running are on your screen right now. The fastest by seed in the field is Riley Penn, the unattached athlete. Louisville grad at 2:40. But as for official 1,000-meter personal bests, she's a little bit off that far.
Unfortunately, Riley is a scratch, so she is the one scratch in the field. We are down to 7. So it is Vestdahl from Amherst, McIsaac. We saw her earlier representing UNB Red. She's back. Kira Hall from Providence on the starting line. Gwen Parks and Katja Jackson from Cornell. Skylar Smith, Albany Great Danes, and Kani Beha from CLCF Panthers. Again, 5 laps. They'll run in lanes for the first 150 meters and break for the rail and settle into, that in-between 800 and 1,500 pace.
Exactly. And, again, a lot of these runners, namely Kini Behe, the high schooler, she's one that we got to mention, the Rhode Island state champion. So they're kind of in that groove where they do this distance for workouts. Now, race pace, that's a completely different thing. That's where the speed's going to have to come in to set them up for those fast and hard efforts over 800 and 1,500 as the season goes on.
So the high schooler settles into the number 4 position, lost a little bit of meters by staying out there in lane 3. But the leader now is Kira Hall from Providence.
She and Katja Jackson both have 800 PBs in the 2:08s, so they could use that closing speed to their advantage.
First 467 mid for Kira Hall.
Nice move by Gwen Parks of Cornell, Jackson's teammate. We've got the Big Red in 2 and 3, it looks like.
So single file, that first group of 4, and just when I mentioned that, it looked like Jackson wanted to take a peek around the shoulder of Kira Hall, the sophomore from Providence.
The Cornell ladies are going to really want to make the most of this trip because they've got the Greg Page relays happening at their home track. They came all the way to Boston, and they're going to want to make the most of this trip.
And Cornell, of course, a flat 200-meter oval, and been up to that fine school in Ithaca, New York. Not for a meet. It might have to go up there. I love the old airplane hangar building for their indoor oval in Ithaca.
Great front-running job by Kira Hall, though, of Providence. She's been able to hold them off for the time being, and Skylar Smith of Albany has been watching all 3 in front of her this entire time. Could she make a move in this last lap?
Coming up on the bell at 2:15 It is Hall, and then the second runner from Cornell, Gwen Parks, now moves up into the number 2 spot. It is Parks and Hall. They're going to be 1-2, but Hall had an extra gear. She's been leading the way. Again, no rabbit in this race for the women's 1,000 meters. Will it be Kira Hall taking this one? A wire-to-wire opportunity for the young lady from the Friars of Providence.
She took a couple glances in the rear view. She's got enough.
She gets it done, 2:48 and change for Kiera Hall. 2:48.82 her official time.
And there's Keene Behe breaking 3 for the first time in her high school career. Nice job to the young lady from Pilgrim, Rhode Island.
So taking a look up at the numbers, Kiera Hall, there is our winner. 2:48.82. As the numbers get updated, there we go.
Shelby McIsaac, facility record. Am I seeing ghosts out here? Kiera Hall, nice win there. Again, running from the front is not easy to do, especially without a pacer. She had to do all the work herself once she got to the front, but that's where she stayed. And that will seal the deal on the one and only heat of the women's 1K here at the Boston University opener.
All right, the men for the 1,000 meters, they are already on the oval, ready to go. This one back with a pacer, and that is a young man who runs for Garden State Track Club. You see him in the yellow and black wearing number 9. That is Patrick Forrest. And a field of 9, it looks like, 3 heats. And this one should be a hot one.
It should be a hot one indeed, Phil. As we mentioned earlier in the program, we've got Koitatoy Kadali, the freshman from Oregon, who placed 3rd at the Kenyan Olympic Trials with a lifetime best 800-meter run of 1:42.66. How will he hold up after having not raced in cross country?
And there he goes. He is in the inside alley, so he understands that Forrest is the man who's going to set the pace. He has put himself out in the lead in this inside group, and they will break for the rail. Forrest is the lead man in that outside alley.
He ran the majority of that first lap. Kadali, that is, in lane number 3, but he's tucked in now. Let's see if he can maintain. A number that you're going to want to remember is 2:18.05. That is Tenona Matsatsa's collegiate record indoors for the 1,000.
And the facility record, a very stout 2:16.76. David Torrance running for the swoosh back in 2014. Again, Patrick Forrest, very familiar with this oval. Again, wearing the Garden State Track Club kit, leading Kadali from the Ducks of Oregon, and they have about 10 meters on number 2. That's Gabriella Angiono.
Gabriele Angiono, the Italian running for Georgetown. He'll go quickly. He's a 146 800 guy, but again, 142 simply unmatched. 120 to 121 is the prescribed 600-meter pace, and then it's going to be all up to Kadali to close with his raw 47 400 speed. 2 laps to go.
Right at 121 pace, so Forrest was already stepping aside to leave it up to Kadali from Oregon.
Kyle Reinheimer, the UNC transfer from Washington, is there in 3rd. But now he gets passed up. They're trying to come back at Kadali, but...
That is Sicanetta from BU moving up into the number 3 position now, too. But Kadali has a lot of open track.
This is going to be a fitness test.
800 and 150. Can he do 26 and change 27? Showing the fatigue, but now Sicanetta from BU. Shamiso Sicanetta from Boston University closing, but he won't have enough track or enough in his legs.
Kyle Reinheimer might. He's coming around the outside into second.
The Husky is closing in. A former Pac-10 battle. Now it's the Duck from the Big Ten. 220 point. Kadali, 220.53. And again, we've said it before, we'll say it again, it's only December 7th, so you can see not running cross country and having that race fitness under your belt.
It has been a few months, in fact, 4 months from tomorrow since Kadali had his last official race, which was in the repechage round of the Olympic Games. So he'll definitely start to see his fitness come back. as he goes throughout his freshman campaign here at Oregon. Gotta say, it's a great day to be Tenoto Matsatsa. First, you set an indoor program record for Georgetown in the mile, and then your 1,000 collegiate record survives.
He number 2 of 3. And these 7 men are in it for the full 5 laps.
No more pacing, though, for the second and third heats, so we'll see how they take it out. It was around a 53 first 400 for the first section.
So again, we're 121, more importantly, at that 600-meter mark to leave it up to that final full lap outside 400. They go through in 28 and change. And Desmarais from Penn State, we saw him earlier today in the 800. He is back at 1,000.
Going pretty quickly here, low 40s through the first 300. Still pretty compact field, but they're all strung out. Could this race start to spread apart a little bit? 56 split through the quarter mile.
Desmarais in the lead from Penn State. Hassan Abidi from the Great Danes of Albany in the number 2 spot. And then Nittany Lions right behind him in 3rd and 4th. Alon Clay and Antonio Abreu from Penn State.
I'll tell you, the key of this race, Phil, is going to be that last 200 for the 800U guys from Penn State. Still a little bit to go before they get there with a Beatty in between them, and now going ahead as Desmarais steps off.
125 through 600 meters. John Gondak, the Penn State coach, giving encouragement to his 2 remaining runners right in front of our vantage point.
Owen Fleischer of Rhode Island, he's working really hard there in 4th to try and stick with these guys. How much longer can he do it? He's really gritting, but he's still in contact.
So in the lead, Abidi from UAlbany. But right on his shoulder, Alon Clay from Penn State. Clay and Abidi. Penn State is known as 800U, multiple Big Ten champions and NCAA All-Americans and top flight Americans at the half mile. Can Clay rally in the final 100 and pull out a win in the 1K?
Oh, yeah.
And it looks like he does. Clay by the narrowest margin over Hassan Abidi, 2:22.55. Abidi, 2:22.64.
Those are some pretty quick times retrospectively. Again, the first heat was a little bit closer to 2:20 flat, but those should place these guys pretty well in the overall standings. I'll tell you, Hassan Abidi, up until the final 10 to 20 meters, I want to say, thought he was going to have the right to claim UAlbany as 1KU. But no, it goes to Alon Clay of Penn State.
So there's John Gondak giving congratulations to his athletes. One, the pace setter, and the other 2 finishers in the 1,000 meters. Our final 1K heat is now a 4-runner race. And it looks like we got some age groupers or open athletes out there on the oval. And we'll get things cleared up with who is still out there on the track. That is Aaron Lucci from Battle Road Track Club. Simon Bernier from Club 3D. And then also from UAlbany, Chris Jernigan. And then on the inside right now, Laurent Shunan from Club 3D.
That is UAlbany, hip number 4, Chris Jernigan. 2:28.50, the top seed in this section, but he's going a step ahead of that pace. 2:28's just below that 30 seconds per lap, and so far, most of the guys are right around that pace.
And he's coming into the straightaway at 54, so he's going to be just under 60 seconds for the opening half. There he is, 59 flat, basically, for Chris Jernigan for the Great Danes of Albany.
The next group, though, you see them on your screen. That is 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Laurent Shunon of Club 3D moved into the number 2 spot after the second lap.
And his teammate right behind, Simon Bernier.
Different kits, but on the same team.
And Jernigan is going to bring it to the line at 600 in 1:29. Chris Jernigan, all alone out front, a difficult place to be, whether it's 1,000 meters or a 5K race. He is a man on an island, but right now a man on a mission, looking strong with 300 meters remaining.
And his mission at this point is to chase after his 2:28.50 seat time. He's going to need to close in sub 60 for the last 400, but he's picking up the pace. He saved something in his reserves.
He's coming up to the line, the bell, 1:59, so he is under that 30 seconds a lap pace still. Jernigan picking up the arm swing, picking up the turnover as he cruises down the back straight.
Bernier and the trailers starting to get into their running, but it's going to be too much to make up. This is all Chris Jernigan.
Chris Jernigan into the turn for the final time. There's the rest of the field bringing it home. Final heat of the men's 1,000 meters, headed towards some relay action at BU, but it is Chris Jernigan. Did he sneak under 2:30? It looks like maybe not.
Just outside of it.
2:30.26. The winner of the final section of the men's 1,000 meters. Next up on the oval, it's going to be some 4x400, but folks, we're not done for the day. Plenty of distance racing to come live on FloTrack.
fans, more than 20,000 events a year can be watched live and on demand across the Flow Sports network, including today's. Download the Flow Sports app for your TV with Apple TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, and Chromecast, or for your mobile device with the Flow Sports iOS and Android apps. That's Flow Sports, F-L-O Sports.
And you know the place to go for track and field is FloTrack, and there is our indoor schedule coming up in the new year 2025. The Virginia Showcase back here at Battle in Beantown on the 18th. Martin Luther King meet, 3 pages of big meets both in the U.S. and overseas in 2025. You want to be dialed in for that Terrier DMR Challenge, an incredible meet, a very short time frame, couple hours, but lots happened with the last chance also is a mix of that as we get set up. Carson Gambaro and Phil Grove here in Boston. The women's 4x4 relay, usually, Carson, that means our day is almost over, but not today.
Oh, no, our day is just getting started, Phil. As you mentioned, the DMR Challenge, that's an event where we saw multiple collegiate records broken, sometimes in the same race, but here in the 4x4 we have got Takeoff from Atlanta in 3, BU in 4, Williams in 5, and in 6, Wingate.
And we've talked about it before, but teams are willing to travel to be at the place where fast times can be turned in, quality performances, and if you get the right team, the right training, you can come here to BU and run fast.
Takeoff so far doing that.
They are in lanes for the first 150 meters. They'll run 2 laps, then hand off the baton. But it is Wingate from Division II ranks in the lead. Takeoff in second. Williams in third. And finally the homestanding Boston University Terriers in the number 3 spot.
Williams moving up and BU trying to follow them with Kendall Barnhart.
So Williams in the lead from the non-scholarship Division III ranks. That's where I put 4 years in track and field and cross country. Some great athletes at the D3 level in NCAA. 56 and change, the opening 400 for the leaders from Williams.
Official split when they cross the line around 57.04. Takeoff with some work to do towards the back, but Williams The top seeds by nearly 10 full seconds at 3:44.55. In fact, 6 seconds over Wingate at 3:50.29. Takeoff now making a big move into second.
So some underclassmen on the oval for Williams, scheduled to be Bella King Harvey, a sophomore. Annika Paluska, I believe, out there right now. She is a freshman. Claire Jensen, a sophomore, and Kate Donaldson, also a sophomore.
And Paluska,
the ladies from Williams.
She was the one who really made that 600 race interesting earlier. Didn't end up winning it. She ended up finishing second with a new lifetime best of 1:33.42. Made a bold move into the last lap, and she is letting loose in this 400.
Williams on task right now, 154. A pair of 57s averages out through 800 meters, and a sizable advantage over the team from Wingate.
You're going to have to look out for Takeoff, though, as they've got a familiar face on anchor. That's Morgan Parfait. She'll be on the next leg. 4th place in the 200, 25.27.
Let's check the gap between first and second coming up to the line. Again, Williams in the lead. They're going to split about 2:22 and change. And just about 3 seconds back, Wingate in the number 2 spot with Takeoff in third.
That's a lot of ground to make up in the last 3 laps of this indoor oval. But we'll see what can happen. The second group is working together, and now pulling away is Wingate.
Wingate looking like they have a little fresher legs going into this final turn. They are starting to cut into that gap that Williams had put together over the first 2.5 legs.
It's going to be on the shoulders of Kate Donaldson on the anchor.
Williams goes through the zone in 2:54. Wingate under 2:57. So it's just under 3 seconds. The anchor for Wingate scheduled to be Natalie Pinson, a junior from the D2 school.
And Boston University, though they're out of the race, they've got the 600 champ Leonie Griffin anchoring, getting a nice little run in after her opening win. And there's the bell.
Kate Donaldson from Williams trying to close out an impressive performance by the ladies from the Northeast.
They've run all sub-60 legs to this point, hitting the last 100 at around 3:34, 3:35. Let's see if they can break 3:50. It'll be tough.
3:44 coming off the turn. Do they have it in them? Just going to miss that 3:40 mark. It's 3:51. 0.27 for the ladies from Williams. An impressive performance. They win by over 3.5 seconds. They stretched it out over that final 400 for Kate Donaldson.
Great final 400 by Donaldson. Again, running all on your own. There's really only so far that you can go, but she wasn't willing to let the form book define her. She went the distance, the short distance, the 400 meters. A tough, demanding event, but you do it for your team. That's the magic of the 4x4, no matter the scenario.
A great run for the ladies from Williams. Their B team scheduled to be on the oval and are taking their starting spot in lane 4. And Amherst will be in 6. Looks like we just have 2 squads in this final and second heat. And it's lunchtime here in Boston as we get set up for those big distance races to come. 3,000 meters, 5,000 meters, record potential across the board. Hopefully you were with us and heard the conversation we had with Alex Gibby, the associate head coach of track and cross country at Harvard University, about his star on the men's side, Graham Blanks, 2-time NCAA cross-country champion, an Olympian at 5,000 meters, potentially in the mix today, that 13:01 world standard. If he gets it, you can check that box and put that behind you.
And that was the big goal that he really told us after winning his second consecutive NCAA cross-country championship. For those of you that have yet to see, we've got an exclusive interview on FloTrack and on FloTrack YouTube with Ryan Fenton. A great conversation indeed, and he said the focus was on BU, and that's today.
And a lot of those athletes, obviously, the training and fitness, you want to be at 100% at the national championship, but it was just 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, but hey, that means the fitness is still there. It's hard to lose all of that mileage that you do leading up to that 10K championship season in that short amount of time. So use that to your advantage while you've got this fast track environment.
And if you're cutting the distance in half, again, the fatigue level is going to be a little bit outside that 5,000 meter race distance.
Definitely.
And Graham Blanks, we'll see him at 5,000 meters. If he wants to get a facility record, he's going to have to run in the 12s, which is not out of the equation whatsoever. But right now on the track, 4x400 meters, heat number 2 for the women. We'll have our first exchange, and that is Amherst through the zone, just about 60 seconds, and a couple seconds back, the B team from Williams.
This is Zoe Marcus on second leg for the Owls of Amherst. She won her 800 section earlier today and right around a 2:15. She looks pretty comfortable out there, but Williams is starting to reel her in. That is Olivia LaBelle, the freshman, running second leg for the D3 girls.
And here comes Williams closing that gap. Nice shot down the front straightaway. Again, hats off to Cruz Sanchez and the crew, our camera ops around this fine facility in Boston University.
Zoe Marcus, we mentioned how calm she looked in that first lap. Now you start to see her use that 800 strength in the back half. It's so fun watching 800 runners run the 4x4 because they always know how to finish.
And she responded with stretching that lead out. I think maybe she realized that that gap was narrowing, but now a big cushion, too flat for Amherst through 800 meters. Williams back at 2:06.
Amherst has got to be thinking about sub-4 here. They're seated at 4:02, so they know they're close. Now can they push that envelope a step further? Here on third leg, that's Leila Bata, the freshman. And she'll be handing off to her fellow freshman, Hannah Adhikari. Both names that we've already called today, getting their second run around this Boston University oval. Less than a lap to go on the third leg.
The facility record not in jeopardy. Didn't mention that during the opening section. Hampton's 3:35.19 is going to be 12 years old this coming year. Again, 3:35.19, a very stout performance by the ladies from Hampton back in 2013.
Amherst starting to lose a little bit of ground on the chase for sub-4, but here comes the anchor. We'll see what we have in store from Adhikari.
3:03 with 2 laps remaining.
And Williams has stepped off
The
there.
B team, they just had 3 runners, so that will be their day.
The 3x400 meter champions.
There we go. I don't think that will be on the school record board, though.
I don't think it will either. Maybe they could petition.
All right, here comes Amherst. 30 seconds-ish opening 200 for our anchor from Amherst.
Hannah Adhikari, she's the last one on this oval. It's all her versus the clock at this point. She took it at around 3:03, remember, and is going to do her best to minimize that split and time to the finish.
Clock reaches 4 minutes as Adhikari from Amherst hits the final 40-yard straightaway and crosses the line at 4:06.67 to wrap up the women's 4x4 relay. The men will be on the track next. Back live from Boston University, this is FloTrack. It's time for the men at 4x400 meters. 2 heats. First section will be lane 3, Vermont, lane 4, Wingate, and right now lane 6, MIT, with Northern Colorado being a scratch.
I think they determined that it was in their best interest to hold out after an unfortunate injury to Rafael Legbuchalim in the 300 meters.
Agreed. You hate to make the big trip east, but bigger things to be concerned about at the moment. So the facility record in the men's 4x4, 3:04.24. A half a dozen years old, Western Kentucky.
WKU set that mark in 2019. Could we see anybody threaten the 3:10 barrier? Of course, Northern Colorado, the pre-race favorites, having scratched, leaving us no sub-3:10 seeds. But MIT at 3:14.23 definitely has a shot to make some noise here.
Speaking of those intelligent individuals from the Division III ranks right up here in Boston, MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, in the lead. Wingate in second, and Vermont, their leadoff runner, right on the rail. He's going to get squeezed, and he does, as MIT tries to hold on to that lead. Will they be able to? And here's where it gets fun, going into the exchange zone, as the Vermont leadoff runner has to do an about face and go out wide to get the stick past.
Wow, that was an epic end to that first leg. All 3 teams were battling it out to get that to that exchange zone first. MIT ultimately got there and is running with a little bit of clear track now on the second leg.
So MIT, Wingate, and Vermont, 1, 2, 3. The Catamounts are on the prowl, trying to close on the Bulldogs from Wingate.
And trying to make the pass on the turn into the back straightaway. Here comes UVM.
It's going to be 3 wide going into the turn. And only a strong effort from the number 2 runner from MIT. Connor Sterling scheduled to be on the stick as Wingate pushes, gets through the zone. A very nice pass, and working that 20-meter exchange zone, the folks from Wingate.
Keon Adams to Mark Cullen for Wingate. Now they have the lead for the first time all race on the third leg. MIT running comfortably through the first 150.
So Wingate and MIT 1-2, just past 2 minutes on the clock with 3 laps remaining.
MIT with Wyatt Vick scheduled on the stick. He's running very powerfully. Nice float phase, and now he's letting loose into the final 100 meters. Back in the lead is MIT.
MIT in the lead, but it's tightening up between the 3 teams in this heat number 1 of the men's 4x4 relay. Coming to the zone again, very busy. Like going through the Williams Tunnel here in Boston. MIT in the lead, Vermont in second, closing on them on the shoulder, and they make the pass down the back straight.
We've got
the
Division
Catamounts
1
from Vermont.
Division 1 was behind all race, but now they're in front. D3 in second and D2 in third. But here comes Wingate back on the outside into the bell.
It is a 3-team race. Everybody is there. 1 lap to go. Wingate back into the number 2 spot.
And they don't want to let their division define them.
Chew their way back into the lead. The Catamounts from Vermont in first. Wingate in second. And MIT is not going to have enough life in their 4x4 relay to get the job done. It's going to be Vermont under 3:20.
That was certainly exciting for a 3-team 4x4. Lead changes all throughout, but ultimately it was UVM to come out on top. 3:18.82, just under a second of a victory over Wingate, and just about 4/10 and change back to MIT.
All right, they wanted to be in lane 5 in the first heat, but Boston University, they're in lane 5 in heat number 2. They will be joined by Amherst and the B team from the Catamounts of Vermont. You see their A team celebrating a victory.
Early season 4x4s are so good for your morale. It feels like when you win, that's like, we're back. we can go far as a team this year, and UVM's got to have some really high aspirations after taking this opening season win.
Well, again, when you win a 4x4, usually it's the end of the meet. Everybody's going crazy. We're going to get to go home. Everything's good. Well, nobody's going home here. I think actually more people are going to be coming into the building as we get set up for the 3,000 and 5,000 meter runs. One of the reasons that many have come here today, if you're a spectator, to Boston University's Track and Tennis Center.
One of the many reasons that you're here watching live on FloTrack. Don't forget, we've got all the races being archived on FloTrack Archives. So if you enjoy what you're seeing today, you can watch it on demand at any time after the meet's conclusion. Still one more 4x4 to go before we turn it over to the distance window.
So just scanning the crowd, I see our friends from Grand Valley State. They had their opener, I believe, yesterday, and today they're in Boston, or at least part of their team is. As we get rolling, heat number 2, Vermont B team, Boston University and Amherst.
BU with a really aggressive start. That is Matthew Spicer, who we saw take second in a 300-meter heat earlier, ran a low 34, trying to lead off the Terriers to something special. There's a 22 opening lap.
So the homestanding Terriers in the lead. John Moles, their new distance coach and cross-country coach, encouraging their opening 400 runner. Spicer, Lampkin, DeMonte, and Cowan.
How about Ben Davis from Amherst putting the pressure on the outside? Now, the exchange point is going to be crucial because even though he hands off first, the rail is ultimately what's at stake.
So the best use of that 20-meter zone was the team from Amherst. They added to their advantage just a little bit, kept Boston University in the number 2 spot, with Vermont's B team well behind in third.
Thomas Lampkin on second leg, stalking his prey.
Moves to the outside and quickly passes 1:13 through 600 meters with Boston University now the new leader.
If you watched that main straightaway right there, it would have looked like they had broken from the cones with how aggressive they ran it. Hence why Lampkin has secured his position. He knew how important that was.
So the Terriers from the Patriot League going to be in the lead going through 800 meters in 1:40. Maintain the advantage they had built up over those first 4 laps on top of Amherst. Amherst number 3 runner Gent Malashaga.
And Daniel DeMonte running third leg for Boston University. He ran an exceptional 300-meter dash earlier. We're going to need to see some sub-50 splits, though, if Boston wants a chance to crack into the top rankings.
Still in front, Boston University up by now almost 10 meters. Nice close-up of our number 3 runner from the Terriers. Going to hand off the stick for the final time. Thomas Cowan.
The 800 man awaits on the anchor.
He timed his move perfectly earlier today in an individual race. We'll see how he fares over 400 in a relay situation. Boston University, Amherst. The gap is now pushing 20 meters, maybe 25.
And if an 800 athlete is pulling away in the first 200 of a 4x4, I don't think there's any question where he's going to finish.
2:56 with a lap to go.
Cowan with a raw personal best in the 400 of 48.25.
He took a quick look over his inside shoulder, didn't see anybody close enough to worry about, and they have a full half straightaway advantage. And he's going to cruise this one home. And they'll be under 325, 323.20 for the team from BU.
Great run from start to finish. They had a little bit of a battle with Amherst early on, but once that race hit the second half, BU said, we're a second half team. We're coming through for the win on home track. we're making ourselves at home at the Sharon Colyear-Danville Invitational.
And it is time. They're not wasting any time whatsoever. One of our marquee races of the day. It is the women's 3,000-meter run. The opening heat scheduled to be paced by Kate Mitchell. They're shooting for a sub 9 minutes, specifically an 8:45, sub 8:45 pace. So this is some real high-level racing.
And along the way, we're looking for 440 at 1,600 with a number of featured athletes from the NCAA Cross Country Championships. Let's see how that strength bodes for them.
Scheduled to have 24 on the oval for this first, 19 on the oval for this first 3,000, 24 in the second race. Kate Mitchell, once again, she rabbited earlier today. She is back taking things out. Mitchell rabbited the fast section of the women's mile. Now it's the fast section of the women's 3K. And as Carson mentioned, a number of top finishers in the NCAA Cross Country Championships on the 200 banked right now.
One of them sitting in third is Shannon Flockhart of Providence. She was the number 3 runner for the number 3 women's team at the NCAAs, and she looks very comfortable behind the pace setters. Bailey Hertenstein, the Nike Athlete Colorado alum, sitting in second.
So it is Hertenstein, who also ran at IU, that's Indiana. Right behind Mitchell, they go through 69 seconds, first 400 meters. A runner I'm very familiar with, Melissa Riggins, who in high school only ran one cross-country race because she was a two-sport athlete, also a standout soccer player, but was a killer on the track, 800 and 1,600. Only COVID kept her from winning both state titles in Pennsylvania in the small school division 4 straight years. But Melissa Riggins went to Georgetown on scholarship for both track and track, cross country, and soccer, but now she is a runner solely. She's sitting in the middle of the pack running this 3K.
And she helped contribute to a very impressive top 10 team finish for the Hoyas at Nationals, so she's definitely transformed from a part-time runner to a year-round runner.
And she was more 800 focused early on in her collegiate career, but now showing some great versatilities, run some incredibly fast miles, and she is in the 3K today. But again, Kaylee McCabe from WVU scheduled to be out there. I haven't seen the Mountaineer kit, looking for that. I see her now, number 4.
There,
yep, there she is. She is just on the outside, about 6th or 7th place. Actually right in front of Riggins and alongside, I think that's Riley Chamberlain from BYU. And yes, it is.
Chamberlain also expected to feature as a pacer in the 5K, but she's going for the racing here. She was part of that BYU team that won its 6th national title in program history, the number 2 runner for the Cougars. Sitting mid-pack right now.
Coming through 1,000 meters for the first time, 2:55. That is right on 8:45 pace.
Don't know if we're going to see anything near a Caitlin Toohey 8:35 collegiate record today, but 8:45, that's right around the benchmark that a lot of these ladies are aiming for early in the season. Again, it's about that long build to March.
And even faster, the facility record, Carissa Schweitzer from Nike Bowerman, 8:25.70 in 2020. But we are settled in behind Kate Mitchell, shooting for a 4:40 opening metric high school mile of 1,600 meters. She took a quick look over the shoulder. This is a 15-lap race as McCabe from WVU moves up into the number 4 spot. The Canadian specialist in the steeplechase outdoors had a fantastic cross-country season, led the Mountaineers of Sean Cleary to the number 2 finish overall in the team battle behind BYU.
And she did so by placing 6th individually, so not only did they do well as a team, but they had a good front runner in Kaylee McCabe. She's got a 8:50.44 personal best over 3K, and she ran that at the opener meet in 2022 to take the win.
So Bethany Haas from BAA wearing number 17, also up there right behind McCabe in the number 5 spot. And we see a long single file procession before a sizable gap between the last two runners in this field. Coming up on the 1600 meter mark, and they are going to be right at 440. Boy, great pace work at 440 by Kate Mitchell brings them through in the time they wanted and the time they needed to go fast here at Boston University. It is Bailey Hertenstein in the lead.
She had been sticking right on the pace setter, Kate Mitchell, and right behind her, Shannon Flockhart's been in the same spot all race, so I'd imagine she's going to have some wheels coming home with that considered.
One thing that Alex Gibby, the Harvard coach, mentioned, just sort of being patient, not being too anxious, maybe getting lost in the traffic. But here, they're in the position, they're ready to go, and now is when they start racing. And
Kaylee McCabe has been making smooth moves up to this field. She's in the number 3 position right now on the outside of lane 1.
And Bethany Haas in 4th, and Claudia Kazimirska from Oregon in the number 5 position.
That's Shalana Yildiz in number 5, actually. The other Oregon Duck, part of the 5th place team at Cross Nationals for Division 1. Flomena Asakol, the unattached University of Florida alum, who is the 2nd-ranked returner, in fact, behind Amina Matug, who is on schedule to race here. Asakol in the top mix as well.
Good catch on the right duck, but the pace has slipped a little bit. They were at 5:52, so no longer on that 8:45 pace. So we'll see the kickers and how they can move in this final 800 meters coming up. 4 laps to go in the women's 3K.
There are 11 women in the mix right now, so we're definitely going to see the pace pick back up once we get to the final couple of laps here. Crossing over just below 6:30 with 800 meters to go.
So Flomena Asakal making a move. She is now in the number 7 position.
Riley Chamberlain looks good as well. She's held the inside line for BYU despite being in 6th right now. She's done similar to what Shannon Flockhart has done to this point, so I'd expect her to have a kick once we get toward the latter stages.
And speaking of Flockhart, I would like to be in the position that Flockhart and McCabe are right now. I think they're in the perfect spot. Hertenstein has put in some of the pacing work as the leader, and there goes Flockhart, and she's going to bring McCabe with her. They both go by the pro. It is the 2 collegians now in front. Kaylee McCabe and Shannon Flockhart running for WVU and Providence, but Hertenstein has not given up. She's still right there with Bethany Haas from BAA in 4th.
Shalana Yildiz made a move up into the top 6 there, and right behind her, that looks to be Marco Appleton of UVA, who have yet to mention a sub 430 miler. We know she's going to have some closing speed as well.
The lead group is 8, but it is McCabe now taking over. The young lady from Canada and West Virginia University.
She closes in sub 69. She's got a chance at a PB here. Look at this move.
The stamina that's needed for the steeplechase. She is bringing it to the table right now, but here comes Bailey Hertenstein.
It's almost as though Bailey tempted the field to come back at her, and once they did, they went for it, perhaps a little bit too early. Hertenstein's coming back to McCabe with 1 lap to go.
Does McCabe have another gear? They're at 8:13 with 1 to go. The bell rings.
McCabe still looks confident, but Hertenstein on the shoulder. Flockhart in 3rd and Yildiz in 4th.
It looks like it's down to these 2, Kaylee McCabe and Bailey Hertenstein. Nike or WVU. There goes Hertenstein, makes the pass. And she is going to run to victory in the hot heat of the women's 3,000 meters, pulling away from Kaylee McCabe from WVU. Flockhart moving up to challenge for 2nd. And it will be Hertenstein, Flockhart, and McCabe, 1, 2, 3 at Boston University. 8:45.05, the time they were looking for, and it happened. They slipped a little bit in that 2nd kilometer to pace, but they came back with the top 3 all running sub 8:46.
And that just goes to show the veteranship of Bailey Hertenstein. I mean, that's why she's a pro runner, right? She stuck right with the pace, was comfortable with it, and then played a little bit of mind games with the collegians who ran great efforts of their own. Of course, personal best for both Shannon Flockhart and Kaylee McCabe. Shannon Flockhart, officially her PB prior to this was 9:09, so huge improvement for her over an unfamiliar distance. Kaylee McCabe as well with her first sub-850, but great run, great tactics by Hertenstein. She made the move when it mattered.
So a very important event on the indoor schedule, as there are 6 heats today of top flight collegiate runners and pros going to test out this distance, 15 laps at Boston University.
And Phil, I think your earlier suspicion is being confirmed just looking around. The stands are slowly starting to fill up a little bit around us at the Track and Tennis Center. These are the events that people are coming to watch.
And everybody moves down to the plexiglass separating the stands from the track, just like they were at a hockey game, and they want to be right by the glass. And we have a much larger field scheduled to be 24 runners on the track. This is about as big as you can comfortably put them in a 3K.
Let's see how quickly they get out to pace. We're looking for sub-9 come the finish, which would mean a 4:48 1,600-meter split for our pacer. This is Jenna Gearing. She's there on left of your picture, but again, that volume of the field, you can already see the difference from Heat 1 to Heat 2, just how many more runners there are. We're going to see some tactics play out in this one for sure.
Just under 35 seconds for the opening lap as our pace setter, again, Jenna Gearing, taking a look over the inside shoulder, and we're going 3 wide, even 4 wide at the tail end of this pack because they don't want to get too far behind because they're going to start stretching out single file here very shortly. One of the big movers, Hannah Egan, running unattached, wearing number 22 in that bright yellow kit, moving up into the middle of the pack. And opening 400, 71 seconds.
Fleur Templier there in third for Portland, and then in fourth with hit number 1 is Mercy Kirare of the University of New Mexico, representing for the Lobos, who will definitely have some very star-studded talent taking the track in the 5K later.
It is developing into that single file procession that you see so often in the distance races, whether it's indoors or out. Specifically indoors, you see it a lot more often. They don't want to go up that banking. They don't want to run those extra meters under a little bit extra duress on their ankles. You're running up into that banking, you get that a little bit more. But again, still leading the way, Jenna Gearing. That pace, again, 4:48 through 1,600 will get their half mile split the next time by start finish.
Nearly 15 runners are all in a single file line. It looks like we've got a couple that are trying to make some moves in the middle of that bunch, but still, that just goes to show you how strung out it really is when we're barely even 800 meters now into this race.
And the pace is hot, 2:22 for the opening 800. So they're at 4:44 pace, 4 seconds up on what they hope to be.
Up into second now. First in the race is Rachel Forsyth of Michigan State. Of course, we've had NXN happening on the West Coast right now. Rachel Forsyth, known for being one of the most prominent high schools in recent memory, now as a Michigan State Spartan in her freshman campaign. Moving up on the outside, hip number 12 as well. That's Feline Charuto of Alabama. We mentioned UNM as one of the programs to feature in the women's 5K. We already know Bama's got a say as well with NCAA champion from steeplechase to cross country Doris Lemgole, but here are her teammates taking it over the distance, which she placed third at NCAA's last year.
And we'll see her later today in the 5,000. But Jenna Gearing had a big smile on her face when she came by the 1,000 meter mark in just under 3 minutes, which is the eventual time that the front runners in this race are hoping to get. And Gearing now 6 laps into her voyage with a 4:48 1,600, the next benchmark.
Don't forget about the Mountaineers of WVU, West Virginia, Sarah Tate in this heat. hip number 6. She's moved her way up into the top 6, so she's matched her hip number with that.
Obviously, a big part
of
big part of WVU's success to finish second in the NCAA championships just 2 weeks ago. Next time by, we will get that very important 1,600-meter split. Maëlle Porcher from Iowa State. He currently sitting in the number 6 position, right along the rail, tucked inside. Not worried about being boxed in right now, just being very comfortable, staying with the pace, and staying close enough when time comes to move that she is ready.
A la Shannon Flockhart, the runner-up from the previous heat. Here comes the mile split, a little bit off 48 pace.
4:49 as our pace setter Jenna Gearing steps off.
Fleur Templier nearly tripped on the rail but regathered herself. She lost a couple of meters, though, to Rachel Forsyth, who emerged the cleanest of that mini scuffle.
So indoor track is a contact sport, as we have mentioned and discussed before. Man, it looks like our crew from FloTrack doing an interview with Shannon Flockhart down on the infield. So pay attention to the website for those interviews and still photos from everything here today at the Sharon Colyear-Danville season opener, as Rachel Forsyth from the Spartans of Michigan State in front.
And she has yet to run an official 3K, but of course we know her as a 4:40 full miler, 4:17 flat over 1,500 meters, and even 2:06.06 over 800 meters. So even though she is running this like a front runner, she can kick too.
And things have started to stretch out now that our pace setter has stepped off the oval.
Some jostling for the number 3 position now. Hannah Egan, the unattached athlete, trying to challenge the Crimson Tide of Feline Charuto, who's still holding it down in the red on the right, but now there's Maëlle Porcher from Iowa State.
Porcher moving up into that number 3 spot, getting off the rail just momentarily, now running on the shoulder of Templier from Portland.
The field isn't nearly as single file as it once was, but still a lot of the same women are in the mix.
They are right at
here.
Look, right at 9-minute pace with 4 laps remaining, 11 in the books.
Sarah Tate of WVU, she's been in a good position for quite a while now, sticking just inside that top 6, top 5. That's roughly where she's been for the last few laps, and it hasn't seemed to take a lot out of her. She looks comfortable.
3 remaining at 7:16, with Forsyth still holding on to the lead.
She's keeping her elbows out wide. Smart move, preventing anybody from passing on these turns. And forcing them, as you see that sharp cut to the outside by Egan, the unattached athlete, forcing them to go wide on the straightaways to make passes if they can.
And then Tate from WVU on the rail. But Egan has slowly, bit by bit, moved herself toward the front, still held by Forsyth from Michigan State.
And who is that, you ask, of hit number 15? That is Kate Current, who has moved up big time from the rear of the pack, and she's found herself in the top 3 into the back straightaway.
From London Western Track and Field Club, and she is our new leader. And she goes by with some authority. Kate Current from London Western. Stretching things out with 2 laps remaining. Make that 1. Bell lap coming up. 8:27 on the clock. Can we go sub-9 with some more runners in this one? Current, then Forsyth. Forsyth still trying to dig a little deeper. She's the closest contact to Kate Current. Forsyth going up on the shoulder with 100 to go. It is Current and Forsyth. Forsyth, 2:06.800 speed. Can she dig into that final gear? Here she comes. She goes out into lane 3. She gets it done. Rachel Forsyth, with the win, 8:59.41.
How about a nice little Canadian battle? Kate Current versus Rachel Forsyth, both with Team Canada repping proud on their chests. What an epic last lap that was. Forsyth, again, like we said before, she can front run, she can kick. That versatility pays off in the end. And she's stuck with Kate Current, who had to do a lot of work to get to the position she ultimately got to. Still a very impressive second place finish and her first sub-9 3K for the both of them. How about that?
So the 2:06.800 speed paid off for Rachel Forsyth. There you see the young lady representing the Big Ten in Michigan State University. Heat number 3 of the 3,000 meters, another big field, 24 runners once again, scheduled to be on the oval. And we're underway.
You just hear the thunder of the track, that permanent bank. One of the most beautiful sounds in indoor track and field, if I do say so myself. But that's what it sounds like when all the runners are still together. It's eventually going to dissipate as they spread apart, but in the early going, they're vying for position. Outside waterfall alley a lot clearer than the inside. This heat is paced. The first 5 sections of the women's 3K, in fact, are paced. Vanessa Alder of BYU takes the early advantage, looking to set them up for a 9:12 pace.
And Vanessa just took a look at the watch to see how she is doing again on that 9:12 overall pace, 4:56 through the high school metric mile. As slipping in behind her is Molly Hudson from Boston College.
Vanessa Alder, an interesting case. She had her last cross-country race at Wisco Pre-Nats, couldn't unfortunately partake in the team title for the Cougars, but she also runs for Team Ecuador, so some of her roots for you to know. She's leading them up through 500. That was around 130 through the halfway to the K.
In the number 3 spot right now from Colorado State, Anna Petra. And back in 4th, running for Furman, Kaylee Armitage. Out of the Southern Conference, Furman University always fields good squad on the men's and women's side. And again, Alder looking around, just making certain she is doing her job as pace setter in this 3rd heat of the women's 3,000 meters.
If we consider 9:12 as the goal time, the top seed in this section is a 9:15 shared by Claire Yerby of Washington in hip number 1 and Maya Bunk of Wisconsin in hip number 23. So that's definitely going to be a benchmark for them to officially get past.
That lead group of 4, you see they have broken away with Alder still at the point.
Elizabeth Whaley of Wake Forest leading the chase group about 10-15 meters back. So they're in a race of their own right now. The top 4, they're chasing the time that has been given to them.
And we're coming up on the first kilometer. 5 laps down. It's going to be just over 3 minutes, 3:02 plus.
So that sets them up for a 9:06 pace. Remember, 9:12 was the goal coming in. Look for a 4:56 1,600 meter split as the racing happens in the battle behind, but a group of 3 effectively in it for the end goal. And from Colorado State, Anna Peacher.
So once again, the rapid schedule will be Vanessa Alder, even though the number corresponds with the Grace Hutchinson from BYU. And that lead group of 4, they are in lockstep together. 6 down, 9 to go. 1,600 at 4:56 is what we hope to see on the board when they zoom by. Back in 5th and 6th, Oregon State, Sage Brooks and Kate Laurent. They are in 5th and 6th, but about 20 meters behind the number 4 spot.
I'd be interested to see if they can regain contact with the top 4. Clearly, they've all gone out on a mission, the top racers, that is. But will they all be able to maintain it? That's the question. The answer could be anything at this point as we get ready for our first mile split once they hit the start-finish next.
This is the 3rd of 6 women's 3,000 meter races, and exciting stuff already, but the men's 3K is going to take it up potentially another notch, with the goal time being a potential collegiate record in the 7:36 range.
I think there's a very good chance that we can get it if we consider the field. Again, a great mix of shorter and longer distance specialists meeting in the middle. That usually makes for some potential fireworks. We'll get more into that later.
And it is up to the finishers in this 3rd section of the women's 3K as the BYU runner has stepped off. Her day, at least in this race, is over. And there's the lead trio. Petra from Colorado State, Furman's Armitage, and then finally Molly Hudson from Boston College.
So let's watch the gap between the top 3 and the Oregon State girls. That's 5:32 for the leaders and then 5:35 for Oregon State's top 2. So that's 3 seconds. Let's see how that gap persists.
And now those Oregon State runners have broken up just a little bit. One of the two feeling a little bit fresher legs, and they are starting to nip away at that gap. But we're now coming up to the 2K mark, and it's going to go by in 6:09, 6:10, with our closest pursuer at 6:13. So still about the same disadvantage for the number 4 runner in the field from Oregon State.
That's Kate Laurent. Her teammate Sage Brooks currently in a Pacific Northwest battle with Washington's Claire Yerby, who, as we mentioned, came in with the joint top seed time. And she's now into number 5 in the field. But the top 3, again, they're still right together with each other. I find it hard to believe that even if the trailers come back to them, that they won't have a kick to outlast.
One of those 3 likely to have enough left in the tank to hold off the field with this big of a gap, but here comes Kate Laurent from Oregon State.
And how about the runner from Furman, Kaylee Armitage, on the outside trying to get past Anna Peacher from Colorado State. But again, just like we saw with Rachel Forsythe, she runs with those wide elbows so that it's difficult to make passes without expending more energy than you'd like to at this point in the race.
Coming up to the line once again, 3 laps remaining, 7:26 on the clock. We do have a new leader. It is Kaylee Armitage from Furman.
I like what she did there. She kept the pressure on Petra, and ultimately it got her to where she wanted to be at this point, and that is the lead. Can she hold it, though? She's in pain. Wow, look at the grimace on her face.
She's been wearing that look for the last couple laps, but it is single file, but she's starting to gain a little bit of daylight in the battle up front. The top 3 in this big field of 24 runners. He number 3 of the women's 3,000 meters.
Claire Yerby has worked her way up to Kate Laurent in the battle for now the number 4 spot. 2 laps to go.
8:04 with 400 meters remaining. The goal was to run 9:12 She's going to need to close in a pair of 34, 68 seconds.
And how about Leonie Mirswa of SMU? She's worked her way into the top 6. First time we've called her name all race. She's working steadily up there. Might not have enough track to get the win in this race, but very impressive run nonetheless.
So Hudson and Petra in second and third. Their eyes are glued on the back of the uniform worn by Kaylee Armitage from Furman. And here comes Anna Petra from Colorado State. Final lap. Down the back straight, the gap is about 5 meters as they're coming upon lap traffic. How will that play out in this run for the win in heat number 3 of the women's 3,000 meters? Around the outside, still Armitage from Furman with the lead. She's got the advantage that she needs. She will take it to the line and win heat 3 of the women's 3,000.
She was not about to let Petra pull a Rachel Forsyth on her. Great maintenance by Armitage once she made the move just over about a K out. That final kilometer in almost any race that is measured in kilometric distance, they call it the championship kilometer. And of course, we're nowhere near championship season yet as far as indoor track goes. But Kaylee Armitage, 9:14.03. She did break that 9:15 barrier with a spectacular run. And we saw just how hard she was working throughout each and every lap. Oh my. Even some of the other runners are feeling the pain of the 3K. It's brutal, but gotta love the crowd participation, willing her across the line. It's not just a contact sport, it's a sport of brutality. Here's the rest of the times coming up on your screen. Again, that's just the second, third. There's the last of them as we now shift to heat number 4. They're on the line right now. Double waterfall once again, and once again a section of 24. So that appears to be the standard metric for how large our fields are. Our last 3 heats will be 24 apiece. Section number 4 of the women's 3K.
Yeah, that's about as safely as you can put everybody. It's like the I-5 out in California, right? Can't get too many more cars or buses or trucks out there. So, but again, the ladies have been keeping on pace. We mentioned 6 total heats. 5 of them will have a pace setter. So somebody out there making certain that nobody's just sitting back and kicking, that they're going to keep the pace honest, everybody moving forward.
Our pace setter is Riley Penn. She was on schedule to take them through, and there she is with hip number 24. Wearing that black Under Armour kit. She takes a quick glance behind, sees that the field is all still upright. So far she's doing a pretty good job.
So in the number 2 spot from Vassar, Haley Shenegi. Currently in that big procession that also includes sitting in 3rd right now, trying to get back to my start list.
That's Anna Connor, the unattached athlete.
There
if you
go.
saw on the turn heading into the back straightaway on the previous lap, she made a big move to come wide to get into that position where she currently is.
Annika Urban in the number 3 spot, wearing number 5, make that 4th spot. And also up front, Tiana Lestraco, running for the Razorbacks from Arkansas.
Connor and Urban wearing Tracksmith kits, representing the Tracksmith Foundation as unattached athletes, but donning the merch nonetheless. Delaney Griffin of Oregon State looks to be there in the top 5 as well in the white kit. That's in fact Tiana Lestraco of Arkansas.
So it's 3 laps down, 12 remaining. So 1/5 of the way through our 4th of 6 sections of the women's 3,000 meters. Still a pace setter involved in the equation. That is Riley Penn, running unattached from University of Louisville. opening 800 in 2:30.
So they're looking for 5 minutes at the 1600. So yet again, a stellar pacing job. We've shouted out our meet officials several times, our meet directors as well, for selecting only the finest quality of pace setters. We've gotten to speak to one today. Ella Jackson was on with us earlier. We also got to speak to Alex Gibby, assistant coach with Harvard. And we should expect to potentially feature some more star-studded guests throughout our program today on FloTrack. There's the K split, right around 3:07 by my rough estimate. That's still below 9:22, the goal pace. Riley Penn, formerly of Louisville and Cincinnati, doing her job to the utmost capability.
And whether you have that internal clock that you can just go out there and run and click off laps, or you got the one on your wrist, and you still have to be, your body has to be dialed into that. And again, our conversation, as you mentioned, with Ella, just talking about the importance of being in the race, not just going out there and sort of doing your job, but being in the race, making certain that you're benefiting all those athletes behind you, as Riley Penn is doing that right now. And it is almost single file. We got a couple, actually there's 3 abreast toward the back of this pack, but this pack, as Penn took a look at her watch, is stretched almost the entire back straightaway.
In third, that is Haley Shanegi of Vassar. She's moved her way up nicely. And again, of the runners in frame now, it's all single file towards the front. Tiana Lestracco of Arkansas has run a good measured race in fourth as well.
Next time by, we will have a metric mile in the tank. 1,600 meters with 7 laps to go, as Riley Penn, a little bit more air up front right now between first and second and third, not as tight as we've seen previously with the Rabbit or pace setter. We'll see what the clock says for Riley Penn as she comes by.
Looking for 5 flat. 5:01, not bad.
Yep, not too far off at all. Still in the number 2 spot. That is Anna Connor running unattached, and Tiana Lestracco from Arkansas in the number 3 position.
And I think we can see why Connor made that early move to get up into the top group, because ever since then she's run the inside lane, minimized her distance. You see the rest of the field, now they're making those moves. They're going to have to go around the outside, and that's potentially going to cost them.
You mentioned Caitlin Guerin from SMU starting to move. She's gone wide on the turns, getting herself up into the number 3 spot. Trying to get down to the rail. We'll see if that's part of her race plan, or if she's going to continue on the outside and move into the 2nd position, which soon will be our new leader, as Riley Penn expected to step aside to the finishers, as the next time by start-finish will be 2,000 meters down.
She was told to aim for 2 kilometers, which will be the next split as they come into the final 5 laps here. There goes Riley Penn off to the side. Anna Connor's now going to have to do the rest of the work on her own, with a whole lot of onslaught coming up behind.
6:18, they slipped a little bit off that 9:22 pace, so they will definitely have to close. It will have to be a negative split final 5 laps for heat number 4, the women's 3K at BU.
And Caitlin Guerin from SMU is right there on the outside. She's one of the taller runners in the field, and she can use that long stride to her advantage. But Anna Connor, she doesn't care. She says, I want to keep this lead. She's playing a little territorial defense, if you want to call it that. But she's kept the inside line for the past several laps, and she doesn't have any intent on letting that change.
They're not going single file anymore, Carson. They're going 3 wide down the main straightaway, as a lot of movement behind the 2 leaders. As it said, 4 on the board as they came by. 4 laps remaining, 800 meters. But a new leader, there is Miss Guerin from SMU, and she's bringing those teammates from Loyola with her.
Here come the Ramblers. Grace Kuhn with hip number 20 on the outside. But how about Tiana Lestracco of Arkansas? We can't say it enough. She's done the Shannon Flockhart. We've seen it from the first heat pay off with a top finish. If you maintain that inside line, maintain your patience, it's going to bode well.
And a former Ohio high school standout, Emma Watke, I believe from Minster. She is now the new leader. Minster, the power in small high school athletics in the state of Ohio, cross country and track. Watch out for those ladies from the western part of the state. She runs for Loyola now. She made a huge move to take over the lead and put Loyola 1-2 at the point in heat number 4, the 3K.
We're not quite in full swing of college basketball season yet, but these two want to make Sister Jean proud wherever she's watching from. Now into the final 2 laps, they're holding the lead, and I like what they're doing here. They're forming a wall, preventing anybody else from passing. They're going to work off of each other to try and get to that line first.
So Loyola right now, 1-2, Kuhn and Watke.
Lucinda Rourke from Louisville trying to move wide. She breaks up the Rambler 1-2. The Cardinal is now into second, and there looks to be Oregon State. Delaney Griffin into third place with Lestracco following her around. Here comes the bell.
1 lap to go at 8:47.
Lucinda Rourke from Louisville has taken over the lead. Tiana Lestracco looks to be the most confident of the chasers, but she's going to have to go out wide to get past Loyola Chicago's Grace Kuhn.
It is Rourke with 100 meters to go. She's got 8 meters on top of Lestracco from Arkansas. Here comes Lestracco from the SEC. She is going to pick up the win with that strong final 60 meters in 9:19 point.
That last kilometer was nearly 3 minutes flat, so that just goes to show how quickly they ratcheted it up. But Tiana Lestracco, again, she kept her positioning the same. It didn't matter what place she was in as long as she was in lane 1. She had to move wide to make the moves, but she had the juice to do it because she saved the energy in the earlier stages. Look at that. A side hug with Coach. Get a front view of it there. She can catch her breath and smile in relief. Well done, Tiana Lestracco. Lucinda Rourke also broke 9:20 there, 9:19.79 for the ACC's top representative in this section.
And we are set with our 5th and next to last heat of the women's 3K. Another big group, 24 once again.
We're used to that at this point. It's our final paced section. Look out for Oregon State's Ruby Broadbent to take them through in 5:04 through the first 8 laps. And, well, there's no designated end pace per our pacing sheets, but I think that should set them up for some sub-930s, perhaps. You see Broadbent from Oregon State working her way up on the outside. And there on the inside in hip number 1, that's Faustine Shabache from SMU on the front of the racing group. And then Roisin Treacy from Loyola now takes up that spot.
So our final paced group in the women's 3,000 meters, heat number 5. Again, a 5:04 through 1,600. Taking a look at the watch, that is Ruby Broadbent from Oregon State. The Beavers making the big trip to the east. And I am certain just about all these athletes, I don't know of any other big December meet after this, it's going to go into that deep training well and really put in the mileage and raise the intensity before taking a couple days off, maybe around the holidays.
Yeah, and again, as we must stress again, a lot of them are coming off of that higher mileage cross-country season. Of course, many of these runners probably didn't get the chance to participate in nationals, but still keeping that base firm and solid into the first race of indoor can really give you a good confidence booster once you see that time come across the screen.
And as you mentioned, the women's cross-country distance is 6K, so the longest race indoors season, 5,000 meters. So, hey, that could seem like a walk in the park for somebody who's maybe a 6K cross, 10K track runner, as you'll see definitely on the men's side later today when we see Graham Blanks from Harvard go after some very low numbers in the 5,000.
Of course, we're looking at a number of barriers when we consider what Graham Blanks could potentially do tonight once we reach the dinner hour for that men's 5,000. Is he going to settle for the world standard? Is he going to settle for a personal best? I mean, some of these things could be mutually exclusive, but of course there's the sub-13 conversation. There's the collegiate record of 12:57.17 conversation. All of it is in play here today.
2:32 through 800 meters. So a stout pace thus far. Right on the established 1,600 meter split of 5:04.
Coming up to the kilometer, that should give us a general sense of what to expect come the finish. Again, unlike the 4 previous paced heats, we did not get a end time goal. But like we said, that possibility of sub 9:30 is there, given they just went through 3:09.
So in the number 2 spot, Tracy from Loyola, Illinois. And second, that's Leslie Salas from Dallas Baptist University, DBU.
Coming up from the Lone Star Conference to represent here today.
And another big trip east, the folks from Gonzaga, Ireland Robertson. She is wearing number 8, currently sitting in the number 5 position, and she is right behind Erin Cosgrove from Oregon State.
I'm surprised the teammates aren't up together. Of course, our pace setter, Ainsley Heron, or Ruby Broadbent.
Right.
Again, we had a difference between Lancer timing start list and pacing sheet, but either way, the Beaver teammates, I'm surprised they're not together right now, but we'll see if that changes. Still one more lap before we reach the 1,600 split. And there we go, right on cue.
7 laps down, and now it is a 1-2 push up front for Oregon State. And we'll get what we haven't heard yet, their 1,500 meter unofficial split on the back straightaway. There they go in 4:45, so there it is at 9:30.
Very consistent pacing. Again, they only lost about a second in the last 500 meters, which is a 1/6 of 3K. But we'll see how that changes as they head towards 2K. Here comes the mile split, 5:03. And she steps off.
As on cue, she did step aside, leaving it up to the finishers. Erin Cosgrove right now from Oregon State in the lead.
And we specify 9:30 as a good goal, as nobody in this section has a seed time below 9:35. The top seed here is Faustine Shabache of SMU, who was in the lead towards the earlier portion of the race. She is in the number 6 position right now, still in with a shot, as the top 9 have broken away from the back 15.
So it's 4, a little bit open track, and then 5 to make up that front running 9. Again, Cosgrove in the lead with DBU's Salas in second, and Robertson from Gonzaga in the number 3 position in that lead group of 4.
And this may seem like a very specific critique, but they're not equidistant from another. It looks like the Gonzaga runner is a little bit closer. Island Robertson, it looked like she was just a little bit closer to the runner in front of her than anybody else in that top 4. And that means she's running confident. That means that she could potentially strike and be dangerous when she does so. 6:19 there through 2K.
5 laps remaining.
We saw
the
DBU coach, yeah.
The mover right now, Elisa Trapotin from Club 3D, has now made it 5 up front rather than 4. Can she maybe work her way up and break up this single file and move up on somebody's shoulder and really put some pressure on our leader. Right
Ireland
now,
Robertson.
Leslie Salas from DBU.
And Ireland Robertson mounting the charge on her outside. There's that confidence that we observed before. She's still patient, though. Not going to make her move too soon. Just love to see the coaches giving them all their own words of wisdom. And also nice to see on the infield a couple of our 3K men warming up. Gary Martin just past my peripherals.
There are major conference players in this opening men's 3,000 race. Major speed in the mile. As you mentioned, Gary Martin, all the things he did at the high school level and continuing a massive improvement in cross country.
Definitely.
He said all of a sudden, I'm a cross country guy. You know, he's a 10K guy. It's really interesting to me to sort of analyze that, wrap around how he went from, a miler, major focus. Yes, he did okay in the 5K in high school, but now, just several years removed, he went out there and ran with the best of them at 10K in cross country.
Placing 13th at Nationals, was not the top ACC finisher, but was the ACC champion, and yesterday was named ACC Cross Country Performer of the Year for his efforts. So a great cross country season, and we're going to look to see where he's at there. But here with 2 laps to go.
Single file running the top 9. And there is that young lady, Trapotin from Club 3D. She has made the push all the way up into the number 2 spot, right behind Ireland Robertson from Gonzaga.
And don't forget about Chibache from SMU. She's in 3rd now, the highest placement she's been in quite some time. She's got her eyes on the top 2. Could they wear each other out and open the door for her? Or somebody else?
Coming up to the bell lap, 1 lap remaining. Our leaders could encounter some lap traffic. They're just about 10 meters behind. That runner moving up to the outside, doing the admirable thing and giving the inside run to these leaders. And it is Robertson and Trapotin. 1, 2, and now up into the number 3 spot. That's Sydney Patarka from Oregon State.
She snuck up out of nowhere.
It is going to be a 3-runner race to the finish. Partika from Oregon State going wide. Can she get to Robertson? Not going to be able to. She'll finish 2nd. Ireland Robertson with the win in 9:28.36, under that 9:30 pace for 3K.
And all 3 ended up pushing themselves below that barrier, but wow, Sydney Partika came out of absolutely nowhere in that last lap. We hadn't called her name all race, and there she was. She had hung back. We mentioned at one point the top group was 9 at large, and that can open the door. As long as you're in that top group, even if you don't go to the very, very front, if you're in contention and you've got a kick, then you can factor. But that just goes to show the confidence that we mentioned earlier by Ireland Robertson to hang on. Nice double shot of the finishers and Ireland with her coach. Again, they traveled all the way from the great state of Washington for this season opening effort. Clearly worthwhile, Phil, as we've got only 1 heat left of the women's 3,000 meters before we shift gears to the men's side of things. Ireland Robertson, the winner of heat number 5. Heat number 6, our top seeds just inside of 10 minutes flat. No pacemaking to be done here, so they're going to have to go out and get it done themselves. So typically at this point in the race, this is where we would identify our pace setter and our pacing goals, but really we're just going to have to keep an eye out for who sets the pace of the racers in the field.
Well, in that one, we definitely, with this big field once again, could see everybody just protecting their space, putting their arms out, extending their arms, say, hey, you know what, I don't want to clip your heels, I don't want anybody to go down. We don't want to have to start this race over again or put anyone at the disadvantage of being meters and meters behind the pack, rallying to catch up. So everybody coming through the first lap plus. unscathed, and we'll move down the back straightaway.
Lily
Once
Lyons.
again, our final section.
Yeah. Lily Lyons, the leader through 300 and change. She's an unattached athlete out here with the top seed, hence why she wears hip number 1 in this section. 9:55.23, a time that she could potentially be after today.
Opening 4 in 76. And they're stretching this one out, single file, as we have seen many times before, and we'll see many more times this evening in the 3,000 and 5,000 races. The final 3K for the women, men's 5,000s and 3,000s coming up. In the remaining, well, we have about 6 hours left in the program, so do not go away.
Lily Lyons, who is now starting to stretch it out a little bit. She set her personal best of 9:55.23. Guess where, Phil? Right here. That was set back at the Valentine Invitational in February, and here nearly a year later, she's trying to go after it. We'll watch those K splits as we get closer to that point of the race, coming up to 800 once they hit the next lap. Still a long way to go here. 4 other girls, women in this race, seated below the 10-minute threshold. Frida Giersdorf of North Dakota, Julia Shore of Amherst, Mary Beth Bailey of Arkansas State, and Sarah Bowe of Wingate, who, after the first lap, had the lead. She is in the number 2 spot right now.
See a couple of Wildcats from Davidson in the top 5 overall. That is Molly Sullivan and Abby Smith. Currently in the, looks like 3rd and 5th position.
I saw Mackenzie Cook move up. There she is now in 2nd. She made a big move up from 4th, and she's now flanked by Molly Sullivan from the aforementioned Davidson College.
Everybody just being very patient as they'll go through the first 1,000 meters under sub 10 pace at 3:17, so 9:51 pace right now. First 1,000 meters, final heat of the women's 3K. Again, Davidson's Molly Sullivan in the lead, brings her teammate Smith along with her. Looks like they have a plan in mind. Let's try to stretch things out in the 2nd kilometer.
Mackenzie Cook, who I mentioned before, she is running in 5th position, coming off a long cross-country season for Oyster River High School. Has a personal best of 10 flat 48, looking for her first sub 10, committed to Syracuse University. And after a long cross-country racing season, she had to take a couple of weeks off after just missing by about 10 spots NXN qualification. So trying to see where her fitness is at in the build to indoor. But the Davidson gals, they've taken control of this race.
We talked about the timing of this in proximity to the NCAA championships, but D1, D2, D3 2 weekends ago. But if your season ended, let's say at the conference level, didn't go to the regional, whether it's 1, 2, or 3, a bigger gap between your last potential race and now. So really maybe going back into a training block, getting ready, focused more on track conditioning and training than cross country.
And I bet that definitely played a factor into which event many of these ladies ultimately chose today, because let's say had they advanced to the NCAA championships where they would have had reason to continue that higher mileage, they would have probably picked the 5K today instead of the 3K.
And we still have a Davidson runner in front. That is Sullivan in the lead. Goes through the metric mile in 5:17.
In a couple of laps, we'll look out for 2K. If they're anywhere below 6:40, and that'll be sub 10 pace for our lead group.
Sullivan, a junior for Davidson.
She is pushing it out there again. She was seated at 10:10.81, so She doesn't care that she's not in the sub-10 seedings. She knows where she's at. Strike while the iron is hot. She's trying to stretch the field out as they become far more distant from one another. Julia Shore of Amherst, 9:59.07 to her name. She's running in third position in the final heat of the women's 3,000-meter run at the Sharon Colyear-Danville Invitational at Boston University. And look at this gap now. It's growing very, very steadily, not drastically. So it's not as though Sarah Bowe of Wingate, our number 2 runner at the moment, is losing a terrible amount of ground. See, she's covered that move nicely to get back to the leader, Molly Sullivan of Davidson.
And in this type of race, let's say in the 6th heat rather than the hot heat, the chances of somebody being able to cover that distance likely not to happen. So I'm guessing we're going to have a winner from one of those 2 ladies up front. Right now, Molly Sullivan from Davidson, your leader. And taking a look back into the chase pack right now, but there's our lead duo from Davidson and Wingate coming up on 800 meters remaining. 11 in the books, 4 to go.
Let's suppose that somebody from the chase group can come up and make a move. There is Christina Crow of MIT in third and looking very confident. Powerful striding
Jennifer move
up
from
into
Binghamton.
Third. Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to mention there. She looked very confident as she comes into the back straightaway into the final 700 meters with her eyes on the top 2 girls.
Well, I may be eating crow in a little bit. We're down to just over 3 laps. 600 meters. The lead duo now, Wingate and Davidson. Wingate, Sarah Bowe, and Davidson's Molly Sullivan. And they change once again.
600 to go, below 8 minutes. If they keep up the sub-40 tempo, sub-10 is all theirs, but they're more focused on who's going to win this race right now, trading blows with every lap.
Christina Crow sitting in the number 4 spot. Can she help the young lady move from Binghamton push toward those lead duo up front, Sullivan and Bowe?
These ladies are trying to give us one last exciting race to get the men set up for something special, but there's the race for the number 3 spot. Jennifer Mui of Binghamton trying to hold off Christina Crow. They're running out of room to close that gap as the lead is now back with Davidson College.
They are at sub 10-minute pace at 8:39 with Sullivan, then Bowe still with a significant lead over the number 3 runner.
Into the final 300 meters. Sarah Bowe, she looks patient. She's keeping nice and compact. There is zero worry on her face right now. And she's moving right back on the outside with poise.
So coming down to the bell lap at under 9:20. They will be sub 10 minutes if they can keep up this turnover. There goes Sarah Bowe from Wingate.
And of all the moves that we've seen in the past several laps, this looks to be the most decisive one that we've seen yet. Sarah Bowe from Wingate.
Making the move, the final heat of the women's 3,000 meters. Sarah Bowe from Wingate, Molly Sullivan from Davidson, 1-2. The difference about 8 meters right now with Bowe in the lead. They may encounter a couple more lap runners, but I don't think that's going to play a factor as Sarah Bowe from Wingate is going to go sub 10 for the win at Boston University.
And she brings Sullivan below 10 as well, and nearly Jennifer Mui of Binghamton as well. Looking at those times, 9:55.74 for Sarah Bowe. Mui just a few tenths away, but still a resilient effort. Molly Sullivan as well. Remember, she was seated at 10:10, so that's well over a decade improvement for her in seconds concept, of course.
And it is time for the men to take the oval for the 3,000 meter run. We will step aside right after the ladies finish up for a quick break and be back with the men's 3,000 meters, the opportunity for a record at Boston U. Whenever you come to Boston University, you always have to think about records. The record in the U.S. Collegiate 3,000 meters, Drew Bosley from Northern Arizona on January 27th of 2023, almost 2 years ago, 7:36.42. That is a number that a number of these runners in this race tonight have on their mind, maybe have written down on a piece of paper back at the dorm at the college, and they are gunning for it tonight, a potential record, the men's 3K.
And being paced by none other than the Hoey brothers, Jackson and Josh. Josh, who set a lifetime best 3:52 in the mile earlier, he's in second. Jackson's out front right now. We're looking to bring them through at 4:03 through 1,600 meters through the first 8 laps of this 1,500-meter race.
And it's not just the top-level collegians and obviously the pros out front pacing them, the Hoey brothers, but there are also some pros in this race that are definitely going to help the possibility for a record for that come to fruition. And from North Carolina, Carolina Blue, currently in the number 5 and 6 position, that is Parker Wolf and Ethan Strand. They had some incredible cross-country performances. Parker Wolf just engaged in some dynamic duels over 10,000 meters, over 5,000 meters a year ago, talking to him after a solid run here at BU. But also up in the mix, we have to mention Gary Martin, he's here. Nathan Green, he's here. Yassine Abdallah from Arkansas, he's here. Joe Wascom is also in the race.
So far, a pretty hot pace. They're keeping it a little bit too honest, perhaps, but that's going to set them up to be successful in the long run. Because, again, we mentioned all these fast milers like Gary Martin, like Nathan Green, like Washington alum Joe Wascom. These guys can kick off of that no matter what the pace.
And then you have a longer distance runner like Athanas Kyoko now running for On, dropping down really in distance to the 3K. Not known for his, let's say, mile prowess, but the Hoey brothers, Jackson and Josh. Jackson currently in the lead, both of them wearing Adidas colors and already ran today, but today, right now, they are pacing. And in the number 3 position, right behind the Hoeys.
That's Yassine Abdallah from Arkansas. Yassine with the yin and yang hair there. Hard to miss. The Sudanese 3K indoor record holder at 7:42.23, which he set at the 2023 Terrier Classic here in Boston.
2:30 through the first 5 laps. Jackson Hoey steps aside. His brother, Josh, he of the 3:52 and change from earlier today, is now in charge of the pacing, and they are on pace and then some.
Phil, 2:30 is world-class pace. We're talking 7:30 if they can maintain it. If is a pretty sizable here, but again, just considering how fast they're going, I think a collegiate record is very much in the books.
What happens here in the second kilometer, obviously a lot of it will depend on Josh Hoey, how his pacing continues. They're not going to dial it back. It's just how heavy the legs get in the final 6 to 8 laps.
Abdallah was clearly the most eager to go after it early, but Parker Wolf has latched right onto him. And what an impressive finish he had to his cross-country season. After the injuries, his coach Chris Miltenberg told our Ryan Fenton at the NCAA championships, in 5 years we will look back at this season and it will have been the most important this cross-country season in his development as a professional runner. Being able to respond to adversity mid-season and adjust in a way that you've never adjusted before, that just goes to show you how impressive his 7th place finish really was.
So they're looking at a 4:03 metric mile, 1,600 meters. Josh Hoey once again in the lead. He's the winner of the mile earlier today. He's coming back to pace this group through potentially 3K. We'll see what that number is. It is 4:02 point. Josh Hoey is right on point, and Yassine Abdallah in second, and Parker Wolf in the number 3 spot for North Carolina.
Need I mention Hoey did that just hours after a 3:52? What a day for Josh Hoey, but this is about the collegians that remain. Yassine Abdallah, who placed 33rd in the Olympics marathon with yet another Sudanese record of 2 hours, 11 minutes. He's going to try and use his strength to hold on to this lightning hot pace.
So Ethan Strand from North Carolina has moved back into the number 4 position. Now Gary Martin in 5th as there's gaining some separation. That single file top 5. Martin, as you know, obviously has miler speed. So does some others in the group, but maybe not to the level that Gary Martin, the man from Virginia, has. So we know one of those 5, Josh Hoey, is going to step off soon. They're coming down. And will Hoey step aside on this lap? He does. They're going to lead it up to the 4 collegians, Arkansas, North Carolina, and Virginia, to battle it out for a potential record at Boston University.
And listen to the crowd. They're starting to get into this final kilometer. Yassine Abdallah, Parker Wolf, and Ethan Strand, they've just got to stick together at this point. But I love the move that Gary Martin made to get up in touch with the top 3 now. He's keeping a nice distance, not letting them get too far away as they inject every little surge. Final 800 meters, they need a 2:03.
5:34, 2:02. They were needed a 2:32, 1,000 meters. Here comes Martin to go into the top 10 in the collegiate ranks. Over 3,000 meters, you need to run 7:40. I think we're going to get a couple guys join that all-time top 10 as Yassine Abdallah, then Parker Wolf, Ethan Strand, and Gary Martin. There are the 4. They have separated themselves by meters from the rest of the field. 3 to go. Here comes Martin going wide on Strand. Parker Wolf now pulling up to the shoulder of Abdallah. Can the Tar Heels go 1-2? Lots of things still to be determined.
Gary Martin trying to break up the Tar Heel 2-3, but Parker Wolf trying to go a step further. He's into the lead now.
So it is Parker Wolf bringing his teammate Ethan Strand with him, and here comes Gary Martin trying to sneak up into that number 3 position. Will he go to the rail or will he stay on the shoulder of Ethan Strand? 6:35, they got to go sub 60 seconds over the final 2 laps.
They can absolutely do that. Now it's a question of who can come away with the win. Strand looks confident in second. Martin cannot get around Abdallah.
So Strand took a quick look over his shoulder just to see where everybody else is. Have the Tar Heels started to gain some separation? It looks like they have, and they're going to get some back traffic to deal with. 1 lap to go at 7:02. They are on record pace.
This is going to be quick, Phil Grove.
Parker Wolf, Ethan Strand, it is going to be a Tar Heel 1-2. They have left the rest of the field behind. Who's going to win? Is it Parker Wolf? He took a look over the inside shoulder. He wants the record. He wants to win. He wants to beat his teammate Ethan Strand. Here they come. North Carolina blue up front. Strand and Wolf. The record is long gone with the win, and it looks like that's going to be Ethan Strand. They hug each other. It is Strand, 7:30.15. Oh my goodness.
An absolutely unbelievable performance by the Tar Heels at Boston University.
Crushed the record by over 6 seconds. Abdallah in 3rd, also under it. Martin in 4th, also under the old record of 7:36.42. The magic of the world's fastest indoor oval at Boston University returns. Wow, what a race.
Ethan Strand just showcased every ounce of grit that he had. I was asking myself throughout that entire last lap, what's it going to come down to? Strength, speed? It came down to grit. That's ultimately what the determinant was. Strand, the reigning 4th place finisher in the indoor mile. He knew he'd have that closing speed. Parker Wolf as well. You can't take anything away from a 7:30.23. Again, these are world-class times we're seeing here.
7:30 point for 2 teammates from a college team. Wow, unbelievable. Strand and Wolf put on a display for the crowd here today. Unreal. It is December 7th, folks, and they destroy, literally just obliterate a almost 2-year-old collegiate record that was set at the end of January.
And was nearly broken at last year's opener by Nico Young, and even that 7:37 was so impressive. But they've just hit the world standard for 3K. It was 7:31, and they both dipped under that. Wow.
Parker Wolf's old PR was 7:37.41. He sat number 3 on the all-time collegiate list. That list just went a wholesale overhaul with the top 4 under the old record of 7:36. Wow, where do we go from here, folks? We got a lot of races to go. 5,000-meter races plus the rest of these men's 3Ks.
Let's not forget about the American record. Not going to put it too much into question this early in the season, but Yard Nagusa's 7:28.23 is absolutely at stake.
And it was run here,
yes.
In 2023. was remiss in not mentioning that Nagusa's 7:28.23, but 2 college teammates dueling to 7:30 finish. Wow.
I'll tell you, it's the ACC. Jared Nagus, Notre Dame alum. And 2 Tar Heels bringing it. Here we go. We got a couple familiar faces here. Simeon Birnbaum, he's rocking the shades for Oregon there in second. Love to see Simeon on this track running 3K.
And DJ Principe up front right now, the current leader, and I think he is. Yes, he is. He is our pace setter. And again, speaking of pace setters, the Hoey brothers, an incredible job.
They definitely did their pacing duties right, and even their racing duties. We saw Jonah Hoey win the 800 earlier. Josh Hoey obviously winning the mile. We can't mention that one enough. But pacing and racing, it doesn't matter. The Hoey brothers, they've done their jobs to darn near perfection today, Phil.
As we're settling in for lap number 3 of the second heat of the men's 3,000 meters. Total of 6 for the men this afternoon.
We've got 3 Oregon Ducks in the top 5 of racers effectively. We mentioned Simeon Birnbaum, but also Connor Burns. He's there in 5th overall, and then behind him his teammate Evan Bishop. I was following along on their Instagram. They actually yesterday took a little detour to Harvard for a little study trip. So if we can guarantee that we're going to see anything out of the Ducks, we're going to see what they've learned.
So through the opening 800 meters, 2:04. And their pace through 1,600 was scheduled to be 4:10. So they are ahead of that right now through 4 laps. As DJ Principe, the pace setter, or rabbit, if you will, he is in the lead, looking very comfortable. And everybody else, almost everybody, is single file right now. You take a look down the back straightaway, a great shot. Again, hats off to the crew, Cruz and company, bringing you all the pictures and all of our ranting and raving, and wow, what a 3K.
In second behind Birnbaum, and of course Principe is James Dunn of Georgetown, and then Villanova's Sean Donahue. Couple strong runners from the Big East. Pretty single file pack though thus far. Seems like everybody's been content to stay where they are. They're going to be coming up to 1,400 meters shortly.
.340 through 1,400. DJ Principe once again. Simeon Birnbaum in second.
Birnbaum did not do a whole lot of racing his freshman year. Only 1 outdoor race at the Oregon Preview, and that was a 3:45 1,500, well off of his 3:37 personal best. He had to regather for the cross-country season. He did end up participating in the Division I championship, so he's one of those guys with that strength base. We'll have to see if he can reignite some of that speed he showcased as a high schooler.
4:12. They were a little slower in that second 800. They went 2:08 as DJ Principe steps aside, and his day, at least in the 3K, is over. Didn't see if he's listed as one of the 5K pacers. Nope, doesn't look like it. All right.
He had a little bit of elbowing there. Edward Bird of Kentucky was fighting to keep his position there.
Things have been pretty clean, though, so far today, actually.
Relatively.
Except for that one sprint incident. Again, Birnbaum in the lead.
And how about another man who took part at the cross-country championships, Devin Kipyego, in an Iowa State Cyclones uniform. Spent his high school years very familiar with the New England region, with St. Raphael High School in Rhode Island. He's in 4th right now, and he's a very gritty racer. You just always see him go for it, really work hard whenever it comes time to.
So again, Birnbaum, Kipyego, and Donahue, 1, 2, 3.
James Dunn of Georgetown there as well, and trying to get back with the top 4 is Edward Bird of Kentucky.
Oh, I skipped over James Dunn. Sorry about that. So that's the top 4.
Yeah. And Connor Burns, he is now the trailer of this field. Again, he has not had a whole lot of collegiate racing, so this is, again, a juncture for him to get this rust buster out of the way. He'll find a way to build towards the future as his teammate Simeon Birnbaum carries on the front.
So they are in the final 1,000 meters. Birnbaum looking very solid right now in the lead for the Ducks of Oregon. In the number 5 spot, Edward Bird from Kentucky, and right behind him, one of the other Ducks, Evan Bishop. They're going a couple, maybe almost 3 wide. And another contact again.
Simeon Birnbaum's frustrated.
As Kipyego and Birnbaum exchange a little elbows. And Birnbaum is going to go by and going to shut the door there as well, potentially trying to close into the rail. Maybe return the favor somewhat.
And here comes our reigning mile champion, former mile champion now, Sam Ellis, representing On. He is in the top 5 now. With less than 800 to go, Simeon Birnbaum stalking Sean Donahue, who made the initial contact around this near turn.
So they're in the final 400 meters. It is Donahue, then Birnbaum, then Kipyego, and then James Dunn from Georgetown.
And also with hip number 15, Mason Strader of Pittsburgh State.
It is the Bell, the D2 school, the Gorillas. He's up toward the front, but now starting to lose some gap on the sprinters. And here comes Sam Ellis going 3 wide past Kipyego. Donahue gritting his teeth. What a great shot down the back straightaway. Devin Kipyego from Iowa State slingshotting around, but here comes Sam Ellis, the longer stride. It's the pro running for On. Sam Ellis is going to sneak by for the win. Wow, nice finish. Ellis 7:49.60, and just puts completely into perspective just we saw the race before, 4 under the old record of 7:36.
7:49 still a very solid time for a lot of these guys who likely don't even know what a sub 8 feels like. So just goes to show you the kind of speed and tactics that they could employ in races. But Sam Ellis, the tactics were definitely his bread and butter as he showcased, just watching all the moves happen in front of him, watching some of the impatience perhaps of those who got tangled up with one another. He stayed out of trouble, and only Devin Kipyego could challenge him down the home straightaway. Great effort by Devin, but Sam Ellis takes the win, his 2nd year in a row. Not an overall win this time, but he has yet to find himself 2nd place in a race in quite some time at BU opener.
So again, also the opportunity, maybe not plentiful for these athletes to run 3,000, so really knowing what their comfort zone is as we get started again. Race number 3, that is Alex Stitt from Oklahoma State. We see him right there, number 19 in the outside alley. He is scheduled to be our pace setter. They're looking to run 7:57. The last group was supposed to go 7:48. They went 7:49.
At this rate, I wouldn't be surprised if they went 7:47.
So that is a 4:14, 1,600 meter split. As again, Alex Stitt, and then right behind him, that school that I mentioned earlier, Caleb Futter from Grand Valley State. He is on the oval for the Lakers, the D2 perennial track and distance power.
And he's running strong out there. Of course, it's the early portion of the race, so you're not going to see any particular signs of fatigue. Those will come toward the mid portions, but it's always got to feel nice to know that a lot of guys would like to be in the position that our current 2nd place runner Caleb Futter is in, and he was the one who ultimately got there.
So it is Stitt, then Futter. 1-2 as they will move toward a 600-meter split. So we'll get an idea as they're 1/5 of the way through this race.
Got a couple of Wingate teammates working together in 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, Stitt is still on 7:40-ish pace. So a little bit hotter than anticipated or advertised. So we'll see how this plays out as he's built up a little bit of a cushion between himself and the rest of the field. But one of those Wingate runners, Joaquin Campos, now is moved into the closest running order behind Alex Stitt.
It seems like,
Campos has a couple other teammates right behind as well.
Stitt looked to have taken a bit of foot off the gas there to allow the field to come back to him, or else he'd just be running away with this thing on his own. But Campos there, he made that move. His teammate is now moving up to join him. Sohal Bafrizi from Wingate as well. So now they are in the number 2 and 3 positions.
Yeah, we got a half a cross-country team from Wingate out on the oval right now.
Here comes number 3, Ricardo Barbosa.
2:39 for the first 1,000 meters, so now they are back on that pace of right about 7:57. In fact, to the second.
Luca Papi, the 4th Wingate runner. It's Wingate 2, 3, 4, 5 at this point, as they have just a few more laps before they strive for that 4:14 1600.
There you can see that big single file procession for the group. Lap 6 done.
And no matter who has what kind of leg speed coming home, they're going to want to relatively keep this wall compact, as we now see Huseem Harabi of Adams State, a D3 powerhouse, trying to break them up. Division II correction. And he's done the right thing to kind of keep this race open and not let it become Wingate dominated.
Alex Stitt still on the oval. That will be lap number 7 at 3:43 on the board. Still lots of Wingate flavor toward the front of the pack. Campos in the number 2 position.
And then the unattached athlete Jake Gillum with hip number 17. He's there with the flow moving up on the outside.
The gap between first and last about 30 meters as they will hit the metric mile. That advertisement was 4:14. We'll see how Alex Stitt did, and there he is, 4:14, 4:15. Nice job by Stitt from Oklahoma State. The cowboy in the orange and black.
Field definitely starting to string out a little bit. Wingate guys still all in the top 8, but not as clear cut. Jake Gillum really putting the pressure on.
There was some heady pace early on. They were, again, in the 7:30-ish pace, and slowly came back to the reality of wanting to shoot for just under 8 minutes. As Alex Stitt has 3 others right behind him, 1 stride in between, and a great look into the start-finish area at BU.
I'd like to thank Aiden Neal of UNC for reminding me of just how incredible that first heat was. I still can't get over the display that we saw from Ethan Strand and Parker Wolf. When they took it out at that 2:30 pace, you and I were both questioning, can they really maintain that? That's an absolutely incredible time.
And stepping aside after 2 kilometers in under 5:20, again under 8-minute pace, is Alex Stitt. His afternoon is complete. And there's our 1-2 Barbosa and Campos from Wingate.
Travis Martin in 4th position right now. He has joined his fellow unattached athlete Jake Gillum and then the top 2 runners from Wingate. So this is yet another instance where we're seeing a top 4 emerge from the bunch with a chase group with all the work to do behind them. Zane Bergen of Stanford leading them.
With 4 laps remaining, the clock said 5:50. As speaking of clock, Mr. Barbosa taking a big look over at it as he cruised down the back straightaway. And coming toward the home stretch, and there comes the Stanford Cardinal, Zane Bergen. A monumental push up into the number 2 position, really working those arms high. And looking back through the rest of the field, Bergen
We mentioned before he was in the chase pack. He made a strong move to get up to the lead group, and he's made this race a whole lot more interesting.
And Barboza knows he is there as they're coming down with 2 laps remaining, and they're going to be just under 7 minutes. 2 to go. Barboza in front, Martin in second. And there comes Gilliam now. The 2 unattached runners as Bergen loses some of that space that he ate up and chewed up on the field, as that pace is definitely taking its toll.
Look out for the Colorado Buffalo, Christopher Cherry. He's into the top 4 now, and he's working his way up around the outside.
Oh, and a little bit of contact there as Martin seems to lose his balance. But Cherry in a new Colorado kit. And here comes the charging Buffalo to the outside.
He's going 3 wide now.
Martin in the lead. Cherry in second. Into the final 100 meters, it is Travis Martin and Christopher Cherry to the line. Will Martin hold on for the win? Oh, the lean. Does it go to Cherry? This is going to be tight. It is Christopher Cherry, 7:54.63. Martin, 0.04 of a second behind.
And also in third place, a very impressive run by Taysom Echohawk from Oregon. Ran a very smart race, was up with that top group once it became 7 at large, and he ended up finishing third, just ran out of track space to catch the top 2.
Now there's a young man who celebrating his victory, obviously getting the benefits of training and living and working at altitude, comes down here to sea level in Boston and picks up the win. Christopher Cherry, 7:54 in heat number 3 of 6. Heat 4, our 4th and final section to have the benefit of a pace setter. Scheduled to be Beck Winstadt. We mentioned his name quite a bit earlier today.
Oh yeah, like Josh Hoey, he had a good mile run earlier.
He's scheduled to lead the group through at 8:02 pace, or 4:18 at 1 mile.
3:58.46 was the time that Wittstock came away with to place 6th in the overall standings out of the second heat in the men's 1 mile earlier. So that just illustrates what he's done today. Looks like he's done a little bit of a wardrobe change.
Yeah, looking more casual in this one.
Yeah, business casual. Let's have a look at who we got here. Jeffrey Rogers of Oregon right there in second, followed by Ethan Edgeworth from Colorado, looking to make it back-to-back Buffalo heat wins. And then Damian Rodriguez of DePaul running in third.
So Beck Winstadt, our leader as scheduled. And they have already jumped down in that single file formation.
It was a nice group of 5 in your frame, but as you can see on this latest shot, it's a lot more than 5 that are in contention right now. So it's going to be about who can handle the pace the best and who can race off the pace the best. Through 600, right around 136 as they cross the start finish. So that's 32-second laps. That is right on pace. Well done, Beck Wittstadt.
Looking back through the field, see Ryan Slaney running unattached, wearing number 2. Jason Thompson from High Point down in North Carolina.
I can't say no to pizza. You guys getting, what are you guys getting? We'll get some here. I don't know. Specific. I'm good with plain.
So it is Winstadt.
Yeah, just plain cheese. Yeah.
And Jeffrey Rogers from Oregon, 1-2. Ethan Edgeworth from Colorado in the number 3 spot. And they're coming up on the first kilometer.
I got to say, too, if you're like me and occasionally browse on Instagram, you can't miss our FloTrack social team getting all the trackside content. Of course, we mentioned the post-race interviews will be digitized for you later. Definitely be sure to follow us on all social media platforms at FloTrack.
An 8:03 pace after that 2:41 opening 1,000 meters. They're on 8:03, right on schedule for Beck Winstadt, our Rabbit. 6 down, 9 to go.
Having a look at our seedings here. 8:05 is the fastest that we have on our start list by Matisse Bourse of West Texas A&M. He wears hip number 1. He is in the middle of the pack right now, has yet to emerge into a top position. After this next lap, we will have 1,600 meters. 3:47, maybe just about a second behind where they'd want to be, but still Beck Wittstadt keeping it consistent. As we get a good shot of the back straightaway, you see the banner of the Sharon Colyear-Danville Invitational. Again, we mourn the recent passing of Sharon Colyear-Danville, Boston University alumna, who achieved many accolades during her time with the Terriers. This is the 6th time the Invitational has been named in her honor. And we're so happy to have you here with us, as looked like they were just about right on pace as Wittstadt stepped off. It is now in the hands of Jeffrey Rogers.
So Rogers from the University of Oregon. And so it's a duck and a buffalo. Edgeworth in the number 2 spot.
Rogers, he's done an incredible job to this point. He has been focused, laser focused. He has never had a single second thought about what he's done thus far in the race. He's committed to the pace. He knows what he's going after. Sub-8 is very much on his radar, as once we get the next lap split, if they are below the 6:20, see if they can get it done. Less than 5 to go. I think we were looking for 5:20 there. As an 8-minute 3K would be 2:40 per kilometer. Now Rogers is starting to feel some of the pressure, though. There's Alberto Campa of the Colorado School of Mines mounting up on his outside. And then with hip number 11, it's Felix Perrier of Azusa Pacific moving now into the number 2 spot. Rogers finds himself in an unfamiliar position, buried on the rail in 3rd. Colorado's Ethan Edgeworth still there in 4th. And following them all in 5th position is Jared House of UNB Reds. First time in a minute that we've called the name of our New Brunswick friends, but they're back here very well represented with Jared in top 5.
So, Carson, so deep are the results and the talent here that a Division II record also goes down in the men's 3,000 meters as Luke Scamparine of Colorado School of Mines. He had come in as number 2 all-time at 7:46.11, but then he goes out and runs 7:43.96. Currently sitting in the number 8 spot, the new Division II NCAA record at 3,000 meters.
Wow. And look at his teammate. He probably saw that record, knew what it was, and said, I'm going to go after my own slice of greatness. Alberto Campa from Colorado School of Mines leads into the final 400 meters. In 2nd place is Felix Perrier of Azusa Pacific. And still hanging on very nicely was our early leader once the pacer stepped off, Jeffrey Rogers of Oregon, but he's since been passed by Ethan Edgeworth of Colorado.
The ore digger digging deep in the lead. You can see the gritting of the teeth. He is really fighting this one, trying to hold form, and is coming up to the bell lap, and they'll hit it just over 7:30. But the other Colorado, the University of in Boulder, they're taking the lead.
That's Ethan Edgeworth. What a move. He's been towards the top the whole race, like we said. That's a difference maker, and he's making the difference right now.
And Edgeworth took a look over his right shoulder, and the only person who is close enough is Jeffrey Rogers from Oregon, and here comes the longer striding Rogers. He's got some momentum coming off the turn, and he is going to edge past Edgeworth for the win. Jeffrey Rogers timed it perfectly, and he runs 8 flat, .78.
Special shout out to Quentin Orr, the unattached athlete with hip number 10, came across, did a little Tommy Cutlets celebration, but every right to celebrate goes to Jeffrey Rogers. Might have counted him out too early. I mean, hey, that was impressive right there. He took the lead once the pacer stepped off. He had the lead taken from him, but he always kept his eyes and focus on the front and came back when it mattered most. He struck with precision in that final stretch and got there just in time.
If you were just joining us as we're working our way through the heat number 5 coming up in the men's 3,000, an epic 3,000 meter run for the ages in the U.S. collegiate ranks as Ethan Strand edges teammate Parker Wolf as the top 4 all blow the old record out of the water, just obliterated it. Goes 7:30, 7:30 up front, and Yamseen Abdallah and Gary Martin 1, 2, 3, 4. An epic 3,000 meter run at the Boston University's Sharon Colyear-Danville season opener. Anticipated that this race could be a record breaker, but I don't think anyone realized 7:30.15 and 7:30.23 for Strand and Wolf. And now with a Division II record at 3K on top of that, the records are falling, folks.
Right you are when you say I don't think anybody expected it. Again, going to give another social tease for FloTrack on Instagram. Our staff put out predictions for the winning times. Nobody had a quicker prediction than 7:37.63. That was courtesy of our Brian Dybel. But 7:30.15 is absolutely otherworldly. Cannot say it enough. At the collegiate level, nonetheless. Going to be sad to see these 3Ks go in a couple of heats, but let's make the most of these final 2. This is the first section that will not rely on a pacemaker, so it'll be in the hands of the racers themselves. Matt Gattoon of Columbia, who has the top seeded time of 8:10.26. We're going to look to push that 8 flat barrier just as our gentleman did in the previous section, nearly broken by Jeffrey Rogers of Oregon, our Heat 4 winner.
If I missed it, my apologies, Carson. The first men's 5K not to have a pace setter up front, so
I actually just made note of that myself.
There you go. This
don't
is
worry.
On to the finishers as the young man from Columbia, the Ivy League. As we talked to one of the top Ivy League coaches, Alex Gibby, earlier about his 2 standouts, one on the men's side, one on the women's. Sophia Gorriaran, more the shorter end of the middle distance races at 800 and a mile. And then, of course, Graham Blanks, the 2-time defending NCAA cross champion at 10,000. Going to take a shot at an incredible 5K time tonight, maybe another collegiate record in world qualifying standard tonight here at Boston U.
Well, let's consider this, Phil. Graham Blanks beat Parker Wolf and Ethan Strand at the NCAA Cross Country Championships. Let's consider that surface level. If those two did what they just did, with that in mind, Lord only knows what Graham Blanks has in store for us.
Obviously, the fitness level for all 3 and everybody else who's coming off a All-American level finish at the NCAA Championships, whether it's D1, D2, or D3, they're ready to go tonight at Boston U.
Yeah, we saw Yamseen Abdallah and Gary Martin get onto that record as well, so it goes far beyond just the winners.
2:45 opening 1,000 meters. That is 8:15 pace for this group.
I think that tells us there's a good chance we'll see a negative split. Though the field is relatively strung out, everybody looks comfortable with the pace.
Eric Gibson in the lead and Reza Esgi from Haverford, D3, in the number 2 spot. And then Matt Gattoon from Columbia in 3rd.
We got Ryan Lovelace from Lee in Tennessee, repping strong in 4th position. But we got a move coming. That's right on cue. Ryan Lovelace into the lead. In fact, that is Reza Ezgi. Correction.
From
Lovelace is
Haverford.
up in the top group still. But these smaller schools, this is where we start to see them show more to the fore.
And we are in the Northeast. Indoor track is king in this part of the country. And everybody comes here to run fast and run against some of the top athletes at these distance races, whether it's 15 laps or 25. They're nailing it tonight.
Let's see what they come through in for this first 1,600-meter split. It's going to be pretty quick. They've ratcheted it up a good solid bit here. 4:21. So that last 600 right there was a 1:36. So with a 4:21, they definitely upped the pace a little bit, as 2:45 per a K. It was a little bit off that. And coincidentally, you see the rest of the field start to spread apart.
Six laps remaining, still in the lead. The young man from Haverford, Gattoon from Columbia in 3rd. And Nolan Turgeon from Sherbrooke University in the number 2 spot.
Nice group of 5 out there out front. Matt Gattoon of Columbia, he was the early leader, so he was kind of the one that had the early say on how tactical the beginning of the race would play out. And that looks to be playing into his hands right now, as he is running right behind the 2 guys in front of him.
5:27 at 2,000 meters. So they're right on about 8:10 pace.
And here goes the Ivy Leaguer, Matt Gattoon, into 2nd. Patient as far as taking the lead goes. Nolan Turgeon still holding on to number 1. Still a lot of guys in this race. And here comes the man from Lee, the aforementioned Ryan Lovelace. He's into the 3rd position right now with less than 4 laps to go.
So Turgeon has a couple friends in the field from Sherbrooke University, but right now Matt Gattoon and Lovelace from Lee are the closest to him. His closest teammates back in about 5th or 6th spot. And actually moving up into the number 6 position, that is Felix Caron. And they're starting to move, and if they're going to do it, they have 600 meters to complete the task. There goes Felix Caron. As I mentioned, now he moves up another spot. He's in the 4th position. And on the move, he sees his teammate in the lead. Turgeon with Gattoon in 2nd, and Lovelace in 3rd.
Gattoon, he gritted his teeth a little bit heading into that turn, so he's starting to feel the pain now, but he's made all the right moves to this point and is going to hope that that intelligence is paid off.
7:05, so they close in 65. They're at 8:10. That was the pace through 2,000 meters. Lovelace moving wide. Takes a look, not able to move up a spot. Still in 3rd. Gattoon in 2nd. Lovelace again taking another look. There he goes this time around. And he's going to take Gattoon with him. Will it be 3 wide heading into the main straightaway for the next to last time? No, Turgeon holding on. There goes Gattoon at the bell, 7:37. Lovelace around into the number 2 spot. Turgeon relegated to 3rd.
Lovelace had to wait to make his ultimate move. He was tempted on the previous turn, but now he's slipped out and into 2nd and in the slipstream of Matt Gattoon. 100 meters to go.
Lovelace, in 2nd. He is a junior from Lee. Matt Gattoon from Columbia. Here comes Lovelace. Slingshots off the banking to the line, side by side, and it will be Lovelace narrowly with the win in 8:06.30. Gattoon 0.09 of a second behind.
They closed those final 2 kilometers incredibly quickly. Remember, they came through 2:45 at the first K. And so these last 2 kilometers were just above 5:20. That's 2:40 per K, which is 8 flat pace. So if they only ran another 2:40, then they would be right at 8 flat. But still, considering how quickly they closed, got to be a big confidence booster for Ryan Lovelace, your winner in heat number 5 from Lee in Tennessee.
So current and former Lee runners celebrating on the infield to that heat win in heat number 5 for Ryan Lovelace. Final section, Carson, and then we get ready for the ladies' 5Ks.
Lovelace definitely had a little post-race celly with Christian Noble on his mind. We'll see if anybody in heat 6 of 6 comes into it with that similar mindset. Again, no pace setters for this heat, so it's going to be a pure race. The same story will not uphold for the women's 5K, which, as Phil mentioned, is the next event on track here at the track at Tennis Center. But let's see some more racing here. How will it unfold? Yet another field of 20 plus, 22 in total on schedule. Hip number 22 from Boston College, Larry Mathis, who is the only one without a seed time on our Lancer timing list. Is he the de facto pace setter, or is he just trying to link up with his left-hand man with hip number 3, Patrick Mulryan, also from BC? Patrick Mulryan, a great tactical racer. I got the chance to cover him during his senior year of high school. Helped lead his Chaminade Flyers to a practical tie for the Nike Indoor Nationals title that came down to a 1,000th lean. They got out-lent by just 1,000th of a second, but Mulryan, he's become a sub-410 miler ever since. I'd expect him to factor if he's got any closing speed left in the wheels.
So again, the teammates up front going through sub 70-second opening 400 pace. And again, 3Ks for the books tonight at the track and tennis center at Boston University. You want to make certain if you missed it or even if you saw it, go back to that archive content on FloTrack to catch that. Hot heat in the men's 3,000. The men's mile also was great. The women's 800 earlier was a great race. And I am saying the 3K for the women and the 5,000s to come up right ahead are going to be fantastic as well. So we are happy to kick off this season, the first Saturday in December. Phil Grove and Carson Gambaro live from Boston. It's going to be a full 2024-25 season on FloTrack. As still BC Eagle in the lead, coming through the half in 2:12.
Larry Mathis has gone out with aggression. Chase pack led by Henry Denon of Amherst wearing hip number 8. Mulryan still there in 3rd. Everybody else pretty strung out from there, but they've got nearly 10 meters of a gap to close, and still a very comfortable front-running Larry Mathis.
We'll get his first kilometer split in just a couple seconds.
2:47,
so
perhaps a high
8:21.
2:46. Yep. Looking at the seed times, our top guys in the upper 8:10s. So, yet again, a negative split is in play. That's typically what happens with unpaced races. A lot of guys realize, okay, this pace might not be too bad. We can kick off of this. We can race for that tape and go quicker.
Henry Denon from Amherst in the number 2 spot, and Patrick Mulryan once again from Boston College in 3rd behind his teammate Larry Mathis.
Owen Pierce of Lee, Tennessee could be dangerous. Let's not forget, we saw an epic kick by his teammate Ryan Lovelace to win the previous section. As they thunder around the turn here. Some guys trying to go wide on the back stretch to position themselves, heading up toward the 1,400 meter mark. Just over a lap before we reach our first full 1,600/mile. And it does look like Larry Mathis.
Yep, he was the pace setter.
He was the de facto pace setter. As now taking over the lead is his teammate Patrick Mulryan.
I saw him take a look at his watch. I'm like, well, you know, runners wear watches now. They're allowed. When I was in high school, it was verboten to wear a watch. And it's slowly they've realized this is the 21st century. And they have all kinds of watches. Old school, new school, watches that do everything probably except make French toast. And coming down, start finish. This is the metric mile in 4:29.
I'm up here with Old School Track talking old school watches. I love it. Patrick Mulryan on the lead. Again, they were sub 4:30 through that first 1,600. We've got a new contender in the top two. That is Alexa Milanovich from North Dakota, running on the outside of lane 1. And a nice battle for third between Owen Pierce of Lee and with hip number 19, Charlie Collins of Maine. Solomon Holden Betts from Syracuse holding the inside. He is in 5th. I talked about Patrick Mulryan earlier and what he did at the high school level with the 4x8 out of New York State. Well, Solomon Holden Betts with Baldwinsville High School out of the Syracuse area, where he now competes collegiately, anchored the Bees to a 4x8 state title in 2023. So we know he's got closing speed. He won the steeplechase state title as well back as a senior. Again, we're talking about 2023, but nice to see him running in an orange uniform. One of the few representatives for the school from the 315, which is the area code for those of you that don't know. I went to college there, so it's a bit of a norm for me, but look at our new leader from Maine.
5:36 through 2,000 meters, and despite the fact this is the 6th and slowest heat of the men's 3,000, they are bunched together. They are really competing out there. There is no doubt about it. Almost the entire field within arm's reach of the next runner.
I'm going to remember that 2K split, 5:36, because this could be a scorching hot last kilometer. Charlie Collins made that bold move a lap ago and has held on to it ever since, but look out for hip 16, Xavier Paris-Fanouf from St. Laurent. The Canadian inserting his name into the conversation, but here comes Amherst and Henry Denon again.
So Henry Denon was up front earlier, moved back just a couple spaces, and again, there's lots of ebb and flow. We're down to, it looks like, the final 5 runners now. That field quickly broke up, as you mentioned, once they stepped on the accelerator in this final 3 laps now going in this race. And moving up on the outside, that is Xavier Paras-Fanouf from St. Laurent Select from Canada. He is now the new leader.
That last 400 was right around a 65, and it is not slowing down at all. Look at this move.
And recovering, that is Collins from Maine. He is the closest to the young man from Canada.
Holden Betts finally moves up inside of the top 5 into 4th position, but with 2 laps to go. This is an extensive move by Xavier Paras-Fanouf.
And the men from Sherbrooke University are cheering on this runner from St. Laurent Select. It is Xavier Paras-Fanouf down the back straight.
And Charlie Collins eyeing him with every step, and Patrick Mulryan as well in 3rd. We mentioned not only has he broken 4:10 in the mile, but he's a 1:58 closer, testing his early season fitness over 3K, but he's still in 3rd. It's a 1-2 battle, Xavier Paras-Fanouf and Charlie Collins.
1 lap to go at 7:44. The big negative split that Carson mentioned is going to happen in this final heat of the men's 3,000 meters. It's a 3-runner race. Here comes Patrick Mulryan from Boston College. He was an early leader. He had his teammate Larry Mathis set the pace. It is Mulryan, the final big move coming down to the home stretch. He is going to pick up the win in his hometown. 8:14. Huge negative split.
That last kilometer was a 2:38 for Patrick Mulryan. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention he placed 3rd in the indoor 1,000 state championships as well. So he's always had that closing speed. We mentioned it throughout the race, and he looks so confident out there getting this win to start his sophomore campaign indoors. 2024-2025 is alive.
And as soon as our field wraps up this men's 3,000 meters, we'll step aside for a second, coming on back for our closing event of the Sharon Colyear-Danville season opener, the 5,000 from BU. It's going to be monumental. And we are back at Boston University getting set for the women's 5,000 meters. But don't forget, your favorite races, games, etc. are even bigger on the big screen. Select your favorite teams, tracks, series, and more to easily access the content you are looking for every time you open our beautifully redesigned TV apps. Download the Flow Sports TV apps today, available on all major app stores. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the women's 5,000 meters at Boston U.
And Phil Grove, this is a rematch of not one, not two, but the top 4 from the NCAA Cross Country Championships. You've got Doris Lemgole of Alabama, Pamela Kosgei of New Mexico, Hilda Olamomoy of Florida, and also Amy Banaj of Stanford. Just 4 of the gargantuan names that we have on the oval here today.
And the big thing early on is going to be the pace setting for this event. Scheduled to be Carmen Alder and Riley Chamberlain from BYU taking the group through 3K at 8:58. I am certain that one's going to lead and then the other one's going to take over through that 3,000 meters point, but very important to set the proper tempo as all of these in this hot heat came here to run fast to potentially get a qualifying mark, as a year ago all 16 finalists in the men's 5K ran their 5K here at BU.
Not to mention the overall collegiate record as well. That stands at 14:52.79 by none other than Parker Valby. Of course, Hilda Olamomoy, a current Florida Gator, running in her place. None of the, well, we got some of the big names towards the front right now, but again, it's all going to be how they set the pace. This is just the third of 25 laps, so stay patient. A lot of racing to be done.
The facility record is an unbelievable 14:30.79 that's going to be 5 years old here in just a handful of days, as the BYU connected athletes in the lead, currently going side by side. Once again, on pace for 14:56 if everything comes together as they hope, as you see the rest of the field quickly separating into 2 groups. Carson, you see that lead group and then a gap of about 12 to 15 meters, and then a second group in this big field, the opening section of the women's 5,000.
And it's no question why we see that early separation. I mean, look at that opening 800, 2:24. That's not a pace that half of this field can sustain for an entire 25 laps of an indoor oval, let alone 12 and a half laps of an outdoor oval. So we're going to see a lot of discrepancy, especially considering this is the longest race of the day. Not very many people in the world can sustain a sub-15 5K, and that's the goal here today.
And it's pretty interesting right now. One of the faces that I picked out and wouldn't want to be this young lady currently is Chloe Scrimgeour. She is currently in the number, it looks like 8 or 9 position at the tail end of that lead group. She's got about 8 meters of open track and then about 25 behind her to the chase group. So she really is on an island all by herself.
At the same time, Scrimgeour can't panic because she knows that if she does, then she's going to sap every ounce of energy that she could have otherwise in the remainder of this race. If I'm her, I'd want to get in touch with this top group so that I can ride this pace as long as I can. But perhaps it's just a little bit too hot. We'll see. Chloe Scrimgeour, top left of your frame. Doris Lemgole, the NCAA cross-country champion from the University of Alabama, the big player to watch here.
So they're already working the second kilometer of this 5K race.
Kosgei wears hip number 3. She is in the number 3 spot behind the two pacers, and Lemgole on the outside to the left in red, with Nike's Emily Venters running on the inside now in 5th.
And one of my favorite races outdoors, Emily Venters at Stanford, running an incredible breakthrough 10K. Had the opportunity to come up and talk to us on the FloTrack live stream. She is in a perfect position right now. We've just lost one of our two pace setters. That was Carmen Alder, has stepped aside, leaving it up to Riley Chamberlain.
We saw Carmen's sister Vanessa do some pacing earlier on in the third heat of the women's 3K, but it's now in the hands of one of the women who featured in the fast heat of the women's 3K, Riley Chamberlain, to bring them through to 3K at 8:58. So coming up to 1,600 meters, right at 4:50. Incredibly hot pace being set here. Again, it's just over 3 miles, 3.1 to be exact, the 5,000. Pamela Kosgei, she's an interesting story. She has run some official 5Ks, but her official personal best is 16:20. Her 6K run at Wisco Pre-Nats, which ran an 18:59, equates to a faster 5K personal best. So she is in for something very special just by virtue of being in this race and being in this top group.
So Chamberlain still in the lead, and things have stretched out now. It's single file, nobody running out on his shoulder or out in lane 2. Venters in the number 4 spot with the two collegiate finishers right ahead of her. Lemgole, the NCAA cross-country champion from Alabama, in the lead. As the finishers, actually, she's in the number 3 spot. In second, that is Pamela Kosgei from New Mexico.
Hilda Olomomoy from Florida sitting in 5th overall right now, running a little bit more of a patient race than we saw from her at XC Championship. She made a couple surges early and late, but it seems like she's going to let the race in front of her play out this time. We'll see how that factors and features for the Florida Gator. Next lap split will be 2 kilometers. In fact, that was 2 kilometers, correction on that, so looked like they were just below 6, so they're still well below 9 3K pace.
Yeah, it looks like the lap counter might be in error, I do believe. Riley Chamberlain is going to step off, leaving it up to Emily Venters. Running for the swoosh. And she has collegiate runners behind her. Emily Venters running for Nike.
She carries a personal best of 15:20:37 to her name. Lemgole 15:04:71, which was run at the Valentine Invitational last year. And that was behind a couple of pros in Courtney Freericks and Hannah Natal. So she placed herself right up there even last year before we knew just what she could do when she exploded with a collegiate record in the steeplechase. And, of course, this fall winning the 10K championship in Wisconsin a couple of weeks ago. Lemgole now in second.
The 6K championship.
6K, I'm in men's mode
Some
right now.
of the women do want to run the 10, and I think that is open for discussion. But right now, a fantastic 10K runner, Emily Venters, in the lead with 5 collegiate runners behind her. And then we had a brief look at the chase pack, and about there they are right now, about 25 to 30 meters behind, now making it almost a full straightaway, and it is a full straight. We'll dial into the leader in that group and tell you who is in the number 7 position, as we have finishers up front. And a little contact there as a heel was clipped. That is Adva Cohen from Under Armour Dark Sky. She is leading that chase group, but there's the overall. There's Cohen right now wearing number 18. As I see Grace Hartman, a standout Ohio prep who really turned into an incredible cross-country runner this fall for North Carolina State. And for Lori Hennis, And the Wolfpack, I think, finished 7th overall in the cross-country championship. She's moving up on the outside, but there's our lead group. Emily Venters in the lead.
Grace Hartman, as you mentioned, Phil, continued the longest active streak of women in the top 10 at the NCAA cross-country championships, dating back to Ellie Hennis, who placed in the top 10 in 2019. Streak continues for the Wolfpack.
Like mother, like daughter in North Carolina State. So Emily Venters in the lead, coming up there at 9:04.
Less than 6 minutes left. Again, we got to consider that collegiate record. 5 women still in this race. And we talked about it earlier, more of an aside, Phil, but women who perhaps want to run that 10K and exercise that strength. Hilda Olamomoy, among her 10 NCAA championship finishes, she placed second in the 10K along with the 5K back in outdoors. So she's got plenty of strength to go by. She is such a great championship performer because in her 10 NCAA individual appearances, she has never placed lower than 6th. She has never won, though, either. So that's going to be an important item to check off the list in this year. But she places herself where it matters when it matters, in 4th right now.
So Venters the leader through 3,000 meters at 9:04, so just over 15-minute pace.
They let it slip just a little bit, but again, because they're together, they can all work together and kick off of that. And considering that and what we saw 2 weeks ago, it's hard to doubt against the gal in second, Doris Lemgole from Alabama.
And now coming out, they're back on track in the lap counter. 8 laps remaining, a 1,600-meter run. And Emily Venters trying to stretch things out. A group of 5 up front. The pro and the 4 current collegiate runners.
And Amy Bonage of Stanford has got to be thinking exactly what she said carried her to a 4th place finish at the NCAA Cross Country Championships. Relax, remain calm. She opened her cross country season at regionals. She only raced twice in the cross country season. So you could argue that she hasn't even hit her peak fitness yet. She's sitting right on the back of this top 5, still with plenty of odds in her favor to place well.
Emily Venters in the lead. Doris Lemgole in the number 2 spot. Back to the chase group. You just saw Grace Hartman flash by. She is in the number 7 position currently. There's our lead group of 5. Venters, Lemgole, Koskai, Olamomoy, and Bonage.
Venters showcasing all of her veteranship, keeping every stride purposeful. Lemgole staying patient behind, and Koskai, she is hugging that rail in 3rd with Olamomoy in 4th and Bonage in 5th. It's anyone's race at this point, but they're pushing the pace, keeping the laps consistent. We're going to have just 1 kilometer to come up soon. This is going to be a tough close here.
And taking a look at the all-time top 10 in the collegiate ranks, Doris Lemgole from Alabama is currently number 2 at 15:04.71. I believe, as Carson mentioned earlier, Parker Valby, the all-time record holder, 14:52. She ran a facility record here, and then a short time later at the D1 championships, broke that one wide open at 14:52. The top 10 performance, 15:15. So I think we're going to get a couple additions to that tonight.
Pamela Koskai has slipped out from the rail and has subsequently put her 3rd place position at stake, but she's taken it back from Hilda Olamomoy and gotten back on the inside of Doris Lemgole, who still sits in 2nd behind Emily Venters. 4 laps to go.
So a half mile remaining. Emily Venters still in the lead, but here comes Doris Lemgole from Alabama, striding out. She was looking so comfortable in the number 2 spot. And how many of the collegiate runners are going to go by Emily Venters? It looks like 1, 2, and make it 3 now. So is Lemgole in front, Koskai in 2nd, and Olamomoy in the number 3 spot as they hit lap traffic.
13:14 with 600 meters to go. They have really, really picked up the pace. We're going to need to see something quick if we want that collegiate record, but a sub-15 is definitely in the cards.
So it is a 3-woman race currently. I don't think Venters has got the turnover left in her legs to keep up with the collegiate runners. Lemnele, Koskai, and Olamomoy.
Olamomoy's moved her way up into the second position, trying to shake things up. She doesn't want a repeat of NCAAs. She wants to open her indoor season with a win. 400 to go.
400 to go, and they will be sub 15 if they can keep up this pace. Olamomoy.
They can absolutely keep up this pace. That last lap was a 34, so if you string 2 more of those together, that sub 15 is as good as broken.
So it is Lemnele in the lead, Olamomoy in second, Koskai about 15 meters back in third, and they have kicked it up a notch. Reaching a higher gear as they move through these lap runners. Talented runners in the hot heat of the women's 5,000 meters. Lemnele and Olamomoy, Alabama and Florida, what a battle.
The lap traffic definitely going to play a factor here as they hit the final backstretch. Lemnele kicking away.
It is Lemnele and Olamomoy.
Look at the relaxation on Doris's face, but Hilda is still there. We're going to have a home stretch fight.
They have some lap traffic to deal with. How's this going to factor in? Doris Lemnele to the line and under 15. Will she get a record? She does. That is a new collegiate record once again. 14:52.57. What a final 1,000 meters. A new collegiate record. The top two, Lemnele breaks it. Olamomoy missed it by 0.05 of a second, but both of the top 2 finishers under 14:53.
That is now 2 Florida Gators in the top 3 indoor all-time, but Doris Lemnele. A preview of SECs, a preview of NCAAs, a preview of even Worlds potentially. We saw the world standard already hit today in the 3K indoors with Parker Wolf and Ethan Strand in reverse order. But the world-class times continue here at the Boston University track.
So coming into today, the number 3 time in collegiate history was 15:12. The top 4 all were well under 15:10.
That's incredible.
So the top 10, another complete remake, just like it was on the men's side in the 3,000. The women's 5,000 collegiate record falls at Boston University. There she is, Doris Lemnele, the winner from Alabama.
And I foreshadowed the world standard, Phil. They just missed that 14:50 benchmark, but considering they ran so close to it here indoors in their season opener, just shows what kind of fitness that the two of them were in.
And to see her walking across the infield here at the Track and Tennis Center, it looks like she just was out on a 5K warm-up.
And again, we saw just how relaxed she stayed. She knew that her chief opposition was right there. It looked like Olamomoy was tempted to pass on the inside rather than the outside and just ran out of track, but both of them put on an absolute show in the hot heat.
Records are made to be broken, especially at Boston University's Track and Tennis Center. All right, heat number 2 of the women's 5,000. They hit the brake line, and they all headed toward the rail. 25 laps all told.
And let's not forget that this heat will be paced as well as the 3 that precede this, as well as the 8th heat. We've got a 9:18 prescribed pace to be set by Katie Camarena and Claire Yerby, the 2 Washington Huskies. And it looks like we've only got one of them out there at the moment on the front. Let's have a look-see. In fact, Camarena, she's unattached. Yerby, she's the Washington Husky that'll be representing in the form of the pace setter. We saw her run in one of the 3K heats earlier. Again, a lot of these distance runners having busy schedules to juggle from racing to pacing, but not much better place to get a good quality workout in. And even if this race will end in a DNF, Nobody will know her fitness greater than she herself when she leaves the building. But let's look at the racers as they start to shape up for position into the 4th of 25 laps. Hip number 1, that's Adeline Fairley up from Liberty University in Lynchburg, Virginia.
So they were sub 2 minutes through 800 meters, Carson.
800?
Sorry, 600 meters. 600 meters. My bad. 3 laps. I knew that track math was way off. As again, our ladies from Washington, Yerby and Camarena, setting the tempo.
I will say I did watch the replay of Michaela Rose's facility record here yesterday, so giving me flashbacks to that sub 2 800 right there.
So Claire Yerby currently in the lead, 4 laps down. Next time by will be the first 1K checkpoint. And taking a look back through the field from Auburn University in the number 2 spot, that's Brenda Jepchurcher. And in third, Rosina Machu from Gonzaga. And 3:07 through 1,000 meters. That's 15:35 through 5K. Let's take another look back as we see that young lady who's very familiar with this track, Vera Soberg from Boston University, just missed All-American honors in cross country, finished 42nd, I believe, the top 40 All-American in the D1 race. She is currently sitting in the number 5 position. And right behind her in 6, Callie Doan, running unattached this evening. Things are really starting to stretch out. First to last, almost the entire back straightaway. A great shot there from our camera at the end of the back straight, taking the field through into the home stretch. Put another lap in the books. Going to be lap number 7 down, 18 to go.
So a good pace being kept there out front. Again, Claire Yerby, expect her to take them through at least a mile, and then Katie Camarena to finish the job to 2 or 3K. Crazy enough, that first heat, remember, they were supposed to go through sub 9 at 3K, and the pacer had stepped off well before that. So we'll see what we're in for here. Brenda Jepchurcher from Auburn sticking right there in 4th, following the every move of... In fact, I was mistaken when I identified Adeline Fairley of Liberty. I was looking at Heat 3. This is Rosina Machu of Gonzaga from much further than Lynchburg, Virginia.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Not much, though.
Yep. All right. So our first pace setter is stepped off the track, leaving it up to Katie Camarena as she flashes by start-finish once again. 9 laps down, 16 to go. And heat number 2 of...
We've got 8 on deck here.
That's right.
We got a lot of 5Ks to come here, Phil.
They love the 5,000s in Boston.
We should be roughly on schedule to continue with them until we reach the 6:45 hour. That's when the men take over. 6:35 is when the men are expected to depart from the start line. Correction, but if you're with us right now, that means 2 more hours of women's 5K. Ain't no place in the world I'd rather be.
There is 6:13 pace through 2,000 meters. That's 3:06 and a half per kilo, so about 15:39.
They're hoping for
15:32, right? Not too far behind.
If we look at the prescribed 3K pace, they're not really too far off of where they'd want to be. His third kilometer, the middle kilometer, might not exactly bring them closer to that. It's more so going to come from the back two, as Camarena keeps the pace going.
And if the closing speed of that first section is any indication, we again may see a big negative split in that final 1,000 meters. And it's amazing the finishing speed in these world-class distance races, whether it's the 10,000 to 5,000 where they're dropping 52-second final 400s, or indoors, Woody Kincaid 26 and change final 200 in his 5,000 that he ran here on the FloTrack live stream.
Woody Kincaid, and nearly had it broken by Grant Fisher a year ago, so just goes to show you no record is safe in this building.
Not at all.
We thought at one point in the last heat that Parker Valby's 14:52.79 was going to survive. Doris Lengele had other plans.
Final 400 meters was nuclear as Camarena still in the lead. And the young lady from Gonzaga, Rosina Machu, in second. And Auburn's Brenda Chipchurcher in third.
After that, we've got a Northern Arizona University lumberjack, Ali Upshaw. First time we've called on track one of the lumberjacks today. A very impressive program that brought in a lot of new names this year. Might have lost a few spots in the back half of the NCAA Cross Country Championships, so look for Upshaw to have a strong and steady close here as she's trying to hold off Annika Thompson of Oregon for the number 4 spot.
And everybody loves to go to Flagstaff to train, so you can go there and compete at the NAU Indoor Oval. But still, Camarena in the lead. Jep Churcher in second. And that lead group, see 10 of them on the screen right now, make that a dozen. And in 12th place, Vera Joberg from Boston University.
There's Jenny Schilling of UVA moving up. She's in 6th at the moment, but she's on the outside. She's going to have to find a window to tuck in as she gives a little shove to the girl from Oregon, Annika Thompson, who responds to that shove with a bit of a surge.
And Camarena, very good, consistent pacing work. She's at 9:21 through 3 kilometers, so she was at basically 3:06.5, now at a 3:07 average through the first 3K. Doing what she was brought to this race to do, set a nice tempo for the finishers, as is Jep Churcher in second still.
And as expected, that third kilometer was around a 3:08, so they definitely dialed it back, even if it was just a second or two. But just look at how many women are still in this group. We're going to see another kick for the finish, and it is going to be epic.
8 runners still in the lead pack, including our current pace setter. And then about 10 meters of open track to another 5, so a baker's dozen in the conversation, I would say, in this heat number 2 of the women's 5,000 meters. The Sharon Colyear-Danville season opener, the first weekend of the 2024-2025 indoor track and field season in the US of A.
I'll tell you, Katie Camarena, she may just stick this thing out to the finish. Not going to call anything before it happens, but she seems to be in it for the long run. She's gone well past her assignment at 3K.
Yep, she's going wide a little bit there.
She's going wide, but how wide is she going to go?
She's going wide.
There she goes. I'm sorry, Katie. You did great, but it's now up to the rest of the field. Brenda Churcher takes it over.
Final 7 in the hunt right now. In the tail end of this lead group, that is Erin Strezelecki from Notre Dame. Fighting Irish runner in the number 7 position, right in front of her, Callie Doan, running unattached.
We're We're going to see a lot of moves made here, as making the big push on the outside was our early pace trailer from Gonzaga.
Now, right now, I don't see any potential allegiances with two of these runners in this front seven working together. No teammates, no maybe allies from neighboring colleges, and we have one unattached runner, so it's every woman for herself.
Brenda Jepchirchir looks to be stretching this out. You can see her really laser focused on what's in front of her, trying to put the foot down faster each and every stride. She can't shake them just yet. Allie Upshaw of Northern Arizona has tucked right behind her, with Annika Thompson of Oregon, who's had her eyes on Upshaw all race right there, and now she shifts out wide.
The duck going wide, putting pressure on our leader, and with a purpose. Annika Thompson bringing Upshaw with her. Oh my goodness, 2 passes within meters. So lots of changing in the order in this front group that now looks like it went from a firm, solid 7 bunched together to a single file 6 plus 1, maybe 3 plus 3 plus 1. Upshaw, Thompson, and Jepchirchir, 1, 2, 3.
And if you look at their body language, you could tell Thompson's working the hardest out of all 3, but that doesn't seem to be phasing her. Can she hold it out to the finish? She's going to need to keep her arms somewhat reserved, because you and I both know, Phil, it's darn near impossible to pump it out full tilt this final 700.
But that is what is happening. Coming up on 3 laps remaining when they hit start finish. The clock will read just over 13:40. Is it a 2-woman race? Northern Arizona and Oregon, that's the way it looks right now. Upshaw and Thompson.
Jepchirchir's fallen off a little bit. Thompson, she's staying just where she was before these two made their big breakout moves in the race. She's confident that she can make one more move past Upshaw when it counts. Can she get it done? 400 meters.
2 seniors battling it out with 14:19 has passed. 2 laps remaining at BU. Allie Upshaw has found another gear, stretching things out on Annika Thompson.
There's that strong and steady close that we were looking for from Upshaw. So far, she's done a good job, but Thompson is trying to cover.
Smooth striding, Allie Upshaw from Northern Arizona is going to get the bell, and she is going to have a lead of about 8 meters over Annika Thompson from Oregon. Just under 15 minutes with 1 lap to go.
Thompson really starting to pick it up, but is it too late? She's done a lot of work to this point and might have too much to do into the final 150.
Strzelecki in the number 3 spot now for Notre Dame, but it is a 1-woman race. Allie Upshaw from Northern Arizona against the clock in heat number 2 of the women's 5,000. A time that just a half an hour ago would have been narrowly outside the top 10 all time in the collegiate record book. She brings it home in 15:27 points. Thompson into 15:30, Strzelecki in 3rd, Jepchirchir in 4th.
Love to see this finish line head-on shot, to see where everybody's at in terms of pain. It's a 5K, it hurts the same for everybody. Some just have different ways of showing it, but Allie Upshaw didn't show an ounce of pain. She showed poise, she showed veteranship and class. She was ready for everything that Annika Thompson had coming for her. She tried a few moves at points and times, but it was ultimately Allie Upshaw to take the win in 15:27.86. Still 6 heats to go here in the women's 5,000 meters. I could get used to this for a while.
I think so. A couple more hours for sure.
Of course, knowing Graham Blanks will be on the other end, as well as all the other men's 5,000-meter competitors. It's been a fun day here at the Track and Tennis Center. And as I said off the top, the rumors are true. The track is world-class fast.
I don't know if it was a rumor, but yeah, I mean, within the track and field community, I think it was pretty much, yeah.
A well-known fact.
A well-known fact. And we're underway. Heat number 3 of 8. And in heat number 3, we are looking for a final time of 15:46, 9:28 through 3 kilometers. That's the pacing responsibilities that Jenna Gearing listed as our pace setter.
In fact, it looks as though, yep, Gearing is out there, but our lead pace setter, this is Amina Matug of Washington. We mentioned her earlier as the top returner to the women's 3,000 meters, but she's also very good over 5K. Previously ran with the Blue Devils of Duke University. Went across the country to compete with the Huskies of UW. She'll be tasked with taking them out through 3K again, as we mentioned, in 9:28. So keep an eye out for 3 minute and 9 and change kilometers. As now we see the young lady from Liberty, Adeline Fairley, slotting into the number 3 spot behind our 2 pace setters, Amina Matug and Jenna Gearing. 4th place at the moment, wearing hip number 15, is the global triathlete. In fact, that's hip number 10, Madeline Locker from Dartmouth, the Ivy Leaguer. And then in 5th place is Eleanor Lawler of Global Tri. Starting to string it out a little bit as we head towards 600 meters of this 5,000-meter run. Amina Matug clicks off the watch at 1:50. Again, looking for kilometers just below 3:10. Matug ended up also participating in the 3K final at NCAA Indoors, but did not finish the race, unfortunately, so she's got to be out for revenge. She comes from Leiden in the Netherlands, so a bit of international background. We've had a lot of that today, even as near as Canada and as far as Kenya, with the likes of our top 3 from the opening section. There's our first 800, right around 227, 228. Keep close watch on that K split as the racers start to sort themselves out here. Making a big move on around the outside is Gweno Good of LaSalle. She's up into 3rd and 1st overall among racers, overtaking Adeline Fairley of Liberty. Whole field still together, coming up to the first K. Again, looking for sub 3:10. So far, so good, as Amina Matug takes them through at 3:07 high, 3:08 low. Jenna Gearing right there in 2nd. She'll be the pacemaker beyond a mile. Nice move coming up through the field by Furman's Carly Wilkes, wearing hip number 19 with the stripes. She's moving her way towards the top, very steadily so, as she is trying to stay inside that white line separating lanes 1 and 2 on this banked oval, permanently banked oval at Boston University. Carson Gabara with you here on FloTrack. Been talking to you with my good friend Phil Grove, Old School Track, all day long, and we've still got a lot of racing left to go, as Amina Matug has just under 2 laps before her first mile is complete. No specific 1,600-meter pacing benchmarks given to our 5K pacers, in contrast to our 3K pacers. So different ways that you can break it up, perhaps. Matug is there. Gearing is behind. And Good of LaSalle followed by Fairley of Liberty. Madeline Locker of Dartmouth in 5th, and now into 6th. There's the young lady from Furman, the sophomore Carly Wilkes, who is the first of 5 seeds at 16 minutes or greater. The top seeds in this field just below 15:50. So those are the time goals that they're looking to achieve for this indoor 5,000 meters. Again, the commonly raced distance in cross country, 6 kilometers, a little bit longer than 5K. We do see some 5Ks here and there, but this is where you're going to see the fastest 5Ks, not just by virtue of being at Boston University, but by being on mostly flat ground. Amina Matoug has chosen to keep up the pacing beyond the first mile. Again, we're looking for a 9:28 3-kilometer pace to get these ladies to an end goal of 15:46. Who else have we in the top group? I see Wake Forest. That looks like Angelina Perez and her teammate Brooke Wilson. Wilson has moved ahead of Perez for the time being. They're both just a couple of spots behind the aforementioned runner from Furman, Carly Wilkes. Eleanor Lawler of Global Tri. Just shuffling our way through the field. This next lap will be 2 kilometers. Matoug finally takes a glance in the rear view, steps aside. Let's see if they can come through below that 6:20. 6:19, there they are. And it is now in the hands of Jenna Gearing, the lead pacer for the remainder of the race. She'll likely step off at 3K. Look for another 3:09 kilometer to get them there. We've also got a runner from Wisconsin in this, Shea Ruley. The senior has moved up into the top 10. She sits in about 7th or 8th right now. Moving well wide on the outside with a big C on her vest is Central Michigan's Emily Popor. As we get a nice shot of the near turn, all of our runners passing by, starting to spread out ever so slightly. It's Jenna Gearing doing the pacemaking duties. Gwen O'Good, who made an early move in the first kilometer to get up into the position where she currently sits, holding it over Adeline Fairley of Liberty, who was the first to latch on to the Pacers in the beginning. Gearing, Good, Fairley, and then Locker from Dartmouth, and then Wilkes from Furman, followed by the global triathlete Eleanor Lawler. Can't forget about the Wake Forest Demon Deacon ladies, Angelina Perez, on the very right of your screen with hip number 7. She's moved ahead of her teammate Brooke Wilson for the time being, but both of them are maintaining the inside line. Good position to be in for the Deeks. Angelina Perez, in high school, I remember she won the Penn Relays title over 3,000 meters. We'll soon be getting that split in another lap. As just shy of 3K, our final pacer, Jenna Gearing, has stepped off in this third heat of women's 5,000 meters at the Boston University Sharon Colyear-Danville season opener. What a big move up into second we have here by Madeline Locker from Dartmouth. She's a senior. Gwen O'Good is a sophomore from LaSalle. Adeline Fairley, the senior from Liberty, maintaining her position on the inside as they were below 9 minutes at that split. We'll be at 3K the next lap. My apologies on that. But if we consider Adeline Fairley, she had the opportunity to run at her hometown Liberty kickoff invite, but instead traveled up the East Coast here to Boston University, looking to break her 15:47 seed time. With others having similar goals in mind, it does not look like they're going to be below 9:30. but they're bunching up, giving us a real sense of what they're going to have coming home. 9:31 was the 3-kilometer split for our leader, Gwen O'Good. Gwen O'Good from LaSalle, now being trailed by Madeline Locker from Dartmouth. Looking confident in second as they head up the backstretch. This is their 16th of 25 laps. They'll hit 3,200 meters, which will be roughly 2 full miles. That's 32:18 to be exact, so they'll have a little bit of run on the turn before they reach the 2-mile mark. 10:10 with 9 laps to go, 1,800 meters for our new leader. How about the move by Madeline Locker, the Ivy Leaguer, trying to show her wits and grits and racing instincts. She looks so calm and confident, as she has all race. She has forged a now 10-meter gap on the field. Can anybody cover? Will they try to cover now? Will they wait? Will it be too late? These are the questions that we have to consider over the final 1,600 meters as the clock reads 10:47. If we want to break that goal pace of 15:46, we're going to need to see a last mile well below 5 flat. Crowd starting to get into it as Madeline Locker starts to pull away. She most recently finished 13th in the Northeast Regionals for the NCAA Cross Country Championships, so she's one of those athletes with a good bit of a base established. 15:51.06 her personal best. And the rest of the field not showing much interest in sticking with her hot pace. But here come the Wake girls. Before we can look down for much longer, Brooke Wilson and Angelina Perez are working together. The Demon Deacons from the ACC have broken away from the chase pack. And though they don't exactly need to, given how far away they've broken from the chase pack, they were forming a nice little wall on the home straightaway as now Perez takes over the number 2 spot into the final 6 laps, 1,200 meters remaining. What a move by Perez. She's put her foot down and is not stopping anytime soon. You can see her really starting to dig in. But our leader from Dartmouth still looks confident. Will she have the speed to hold it on, though? Angelina Perez has caught right up to Madeline Locker of Dartmouth. Will she make her move? They've got less than a kilometer to go, and Perez goes by into the lead for the first time all race. Perez from Wake Forest University, the sophomore Florida transfer, placed 15th in the ACC and 10th in the Southeast Regionals at cross country. Really impressive runner. Hailing from Ringwood, New Jersey. She has not quite shaken the young lady from Ventura, California, home of high school standout, future North Carolina State Wolf Sadie Engelhart. Madeline Locker, she's running in second. But it's going to be between these two. They're coming up around the bend. Should have just 600 meters remaining once they cross the start-finish line. Angelina Perez, 13:52 with 3 to go, and now she's starting to break away further than she has to this point. Perez down the back straightaway for the third to last time. She was given a 5K seed time of 15:50 And though she has not run that officially, she's definitely given herself a chance. All she would need were a few sub-40 last few laps to get that. And she has gone much quicker to this point. That was a 38. And it clearly took something out of her, because look who's coming back. Madeline Locker from Dartmouth, back within 10 meters onto the back straightaway for the penultimate time. And do not forget about that Stanford Cardinal wearing number 6, Julia Flynn. Another 1550 seed coming in. Perez starting to tire as they're coming around the bend and into the main straightaway. For the second to last time, back in the lead goes the young lady from Dartmouth. Madeline Locker takes the bell. Look out for Julia Flynn of Stanford, though. We saw her make that charge the last time they were at this point on the track, and she has put herself in contention for the win. A little bit of lap traffic could play a factor, and Flynn takes advantage, going around the lap runners and leaving Locker behind. Trying to summon everything she has, but it won't be enough. The win in heat number 3 of the women's 5,000 goes to Julia Flynn of Stanford in 15:44. 15:45, in fact, it looked like she was a lap behind. That's just what happens when you have all that commotion. It was Locker who made the decisive move. We'll see what kind of finish Flynn can come through in. But again, that 1-2 battle that we saw really took place there between Madeline Locker and Angelina Perez. Perez made the brave move from a long way out. But Locker never broke form, never broke focus. There's Julia Flynn coming across the line. Our previously suspected heat winner, but our confirmed heat winner is on your screen right now, celebrating with her fellow woodsmen and women from the great state of New Hampshire and Dartmouth.
And Carson, a great race, and as you mentioned, the conferences, the schools, just bringing together all the Power Fives, the other D1 colleges and programs, D2 records set tonight, D3. Still a lot to occur tonight as the opening weekend of the 2024-2025 indoor season gets rolling in earnest today on FloTrack.
We've still got 5 heats left of the women's 5K, and 3 of those will be paced sections, including this one, section number 4.
And speaking of those athletes, hopefully we'll have an opportunity to talk to 2 of the headline makers today later on. We'll let you guess at what 2 individuals wearing Carolina blue might be able to come up and join us. Hopefully we do get a chance to discuss that historic moment when records were obliterated on the banked oval at Boston University. And as Carson has mentioned, another pace section of the women's 5,000 meters, 4 of 8. The first 5 and then the final one, all going to have the opportunity to have a runner who's not going to finish things up, but is going to set the tempo for the rest of the field as they go through opening lap just under 35 seconds.
Sophia McDonald of the University of New Mexico saw her teammate Pamela Kosgei go for it all in that fast section, placing 3rd, nearly breaking 15 and 15 flat 36, bringing her name into now the top 4 all-time indoors collegiately, trailing now only Hilda Olamomoy, Parker Valby, and Doris Lemgole. So a whole lot to love from the Lobos as always.
And they have a big contingent in this race, including the pace setter, 6 runners wearing the New Mexico colors, and 2 of them right up front, McDonald and Mercy Kararai. And next time I will get 3 laps, 600 meters down. It's opening 500, let's say, in 137.
shooting for a 3K of 9:36 in this section.
And just under 16 minutes overall. 3 laps down at 154. The competitiveness of these races, Carson, has just been off the charts so far today. And we always see that it's sort of like a condensed program here. One day, obviously, we have some 2-day events as we get into January and February. But they're keeping a tighter reins on the number of entries in each of the heats, making certain that everything is pretty much scripted out so everybody knows close to when they are going to be running their event, and not adding heats and sections throughout the day. So the different mindset for meet management here this year at Boston University, and we're happy to be bringing you all of this year's events from the Track and Tennis Center.
And they're actually running a bit ahead of schedule if we look at where Heat 4 was slated to be. It was at 5:05. We are still at 5:04 and already nearly 3 minutes in to this 25-lap race. So, again, huge shout-out to the meet organizers. We've gotten to speak with Coach John Moles. If you haven't seen it yet on our website, FloTrack and YouTube, our Johnny Pace did a little lap around the fastest indoor oval in the world with Coach Moles of BU and really explored a nice deep dive into the history of this venue, even before its resurfacing last year.
So pace right now, 3:11 through 1,000 meters. That's 15:55 through the full 5K distance. The ladies from New Mexico, the Lobo athletes, McDonald and Kararai in the lead currently. And checking in the number 3 spot, Audrey Suarez. She runs for Stanford. Whoops, there we go, in stereo. And in the number 4 and 5 spot, Annika Esvelt from Seattle Pacific. And then Charlie Montalvo from High Point.
We're starting to see some smaller school runners into the mix as we go further and further into these heats. But it just makes for different types of races. A lot of athletes that have never seen each other before may never see each other again for all we know, but of course the distance running community is very connected, so that might not be as likely as theoretical. But the New Mexico 1-2, again, McDonald's the only designated pace setter, so she probably came into this with a bit of a plan, but I wouldn't be surprised if Mercy Kiraray, who's in second right now, is also here to set the pace, as she was one of 2 athletes given a no time for her seed. Typically, that's what that'll mean if you're following along on Lancer timing. Of course, we've got all the results coming on and off your screen, courtesy of our FloTrack graphics team. Huge shout out to the production crew led by our Cruz Sanchez and all of our camera operators. We're here doing the easy job with a nice head-on vantage point of the infield tennis straightaway. They've already removed all of the athletic tape that formed the 9 lanes on the infield for our 60 hurdles and 60 dash finals. So this is a venue no stranger to daily transformations, as we're beyond our first mile. Our 2K split will be coming up in just a couple of laps as they round the far bend. Not much has changed in terms of the order. We've still got New Mexico 1-2, followed by Audrey Suarez of Stanford in third. And then on the outside, wearing hip number 4, Tilly Simpson, the third Lobo in the standings. She slipped back to 4th, just behind Annika Esvelt of Seattle Pacific. Down the main straightaway. This is going to be 2 kilometers, 6:24.
They're at 16 minutes on the button.
9:36 is exactly on target. So again, just phenomenal job done by our pacing As McDonald steps off, it looks as though our second Lobo will take over from here. Mercy Kirare, the sophomore from UNM. We've still got a whole lot of unknown quantities in this one, whom we will introduce as the laps accumulate. Here's hip number 2, moving wide. Yanka Kutluk, the unattached athlete from North Dakota, moving into the number 3 position effectively on the outside.
So that was a textbook move by the runner from North Dakota, just on the straightaway, moving out, not running those extra meters that come with doing it on the turns, putting extra stress and strain on the ankles, as she is now in the number 3 position, again running unattached for North Dakota. They're going 3 wide again. The other North Dakota runner started to move up. That is Jaden Keeler, going to join her teammate up in the top 5.
She's there donning that hip number 10. They're running 3-4 right now. Tilly Simpson of New Mexico, about 5 spots disjointed from her teammate, who still sits out front. Mercy Kirare expected to continue on until at least 3K, assuming she is a pacer.
Another runner we mentioned before, Annika Esvelt from Seattle Pacific, sitting up in the number 4 spot right on the rail, as they have crossed over to the second half of this race. 8+ minutes. Still our leader down the back straight. That is Mercy Kirare from the University of New Mexico. And New Mexico is definitely one of the destinations that FloTrack will be heading in this indoor season at the Martin Luther King Invitational in Albuquerque. As it's New Mexico, then North Dakota in the top 3.
I like where Audrey Suarez of Stanford has been. She has maintained a good position on that inside, even though she's been kind of the victim of a lot of moves that have been made on her. She's really just sticking to her own race. As long as she's in lane 1, it doesn't matter who passes her or whom she passes.
So, Carson, you had mentioned before the 3rd kilometer where things happen, usually on the negative side. They slipped just a little bit there. They dropped about 3 seconds to pace in that 3rd kilo. They come by in 9:39 versus that 9:36 that was written on the books for us.
Yeah, they were hoping to be at that 9:36, like you said, Phil, and their end goal is to break 16. So if they're going to want to do that, then they're going to need these last 2 kilometers to total a 6:20. So that's 3:10 per K right there. It's going to need to be a pretty significant injection in pace because it was not evenly split. But Kirare, again, she wasn't a designated pace setter. She's still out there racing. So that could have very well been the plan all along, to just have the first pace setter, Sophia McDonald, take it out, position towards the front. Still a number of other Lobos to consider in this. Tilly Simpson still in 5th position behind the 2 North Dakota runners, and also the runner from Seattle Pacific, Annika Esvelt.
And you mentioned what I was thinking about Kirare, whether she was in it for the long haul. Usually 3K is a good jumping off point. She is still out there racing with 8 laps remaining. They're at 3,400 down, 1,600 to go.
It's the Katie Camarena question, but now it looks like Kirare is being swallowed up by the field.
But she's being replaced by her teammate Tilly Simpson. They had 6 initially at this starting line for the New Mexico Lobos, and they lost 1 to the early pacing duties, but now Simpson up there challenging in the top 4 as we are gaining separation from the rest of the pack.
It is North Dakota 1-2 now. Yanka Kutluk running in first with hip number 2, and now Jaden Keeler in second with hip number 10. I mentioned this with reference to our Stanford runner, Audrey Suarez, but really it holds true for Annika Esvelt as well from Seattle Pacific. She has not been faced by a single move that's been made around her, and she's held her position very nicely and minimized her distance.
She is sitting in the number 3 spot in that 4-runner lead group. North Dakota, Seattle Pacific, and then 3 Lobos from New Mexico all in a row. Can they regroup over these final 6 laps? 12:20 plus on the race clock.
We're going to be coming up to the final kilometer here. Keep in mind that the seed times are all outside of 16 here, so we'll have to see what we need if we want that magical 15 and change.
So it is Cutluck, then Keeler from North Dakota. Cutluck running unattached today. And a little bit of separation. This lead group, the only one they haven't dropped is Annika Esvelt, but it looks like she's maybe cracking just a little bit.
Just a little bit, but not enough to consider herself out of the race. She is definitely in some pain. You can see a little bit of grimace on the side shot there. But now the North Dakota ladies are starting to push on the pace. They know they've got less than a K to go, and they're going to need something roughly around 3:05, 3:06 if they want to get below 16.
And every time you make a pass of a lapped runner, an opportunity to maybe gain some at least visual separation. And those 2 runners from North Dakota took advantage of that, gaining maybe an extra meter or 2 on Esvelt as Cutluck and Keeler.
That's another advantage of having lap traffic to work off of. It almost feels like a little surge once you make a pass, no matter how insignificant it may seem just to how far ahead you are, but it's just that psychological factor that allows you to go faster, and that's what these 2 are experiencing right now, single file with one another.
And lots of green along the rail. Their coaches and supporters urging on these 2 athletes from North Dakota, and a new leader. It is Jaden Keeler from North Dakota taking over the spot from Janka Cutluck.
She was definitely feeling some of that juice as they hit the final 600 meters. Esvelt is not completely gone, but she's got about 20 meters to make up a lot of ground, and time is dwindling.
Making the big trip from the Great Plains to Beantown, and is going to be very productive in heat number 4, the women's 5,000 meters. Jaden Keeler from North Dakota. 2 laps remaining.
This is going to be one tough final 400. Let's see what she can go for. She was seated at 16:15, so even anything close to 16 flat would be an impressive mark for her. And look at this, Janka Cutluck isn't done either. Now they're really starting to work hard. This is an all-out sprint from here in the run for home in the 4th heat of women's 5,000.
Got 1 lap to go, and the clock is going to read 15:22 at the bell. Jaden Keeler from North Dakota leads her teammate Janka Cutluck by about 3 seconds.
And you think of all those high-volume 400 repeat workouts, this is why you do them, to see what you have in store for that final rep. This is what this last lap is essentially serving as for our leader.
The final run for home from Jaden Keeler from North Dakota. The junior is going to win heat number 4 of a very deep women's 5,000 meter field at Boston University and go under 16 minutes. That big, strong push over the final 1,000 meters. She goes negative in the final 5 laps. 15:57.19 for the winner, 15:59.95 for her teammate in second.
And how about Natalie Battetti of New Mexico? She came up for 3rd, one of the few Lobos that we didn't mention representing the University of New Mexico. So a good run for her, but good view of the North Dakota squad. Jaden Keeler and Tilly Simpson They showed her on the second graphic, but that was Yanka Kutluk. She did just get below it, 15:59.95. That's got to feel so good. She had no idea whether she had broken it or not, and usually FAT is not so forgiving when you look across your peripherals and see a 15:59, but it was in this case. Keeler and Kutluk 1 and 2 in women's 5K Heat 4.
So the Fighting Hawks go 1-2 in that heat of the women's 5,000. 4 more to go.
And would you believe it, once we reach the final event, that will be the final event. Once we reach the conclusion of our women's 5Ks, we'll have only one event left today, the men's 5K.
Right, this is the final women's event on the day. All the field events have wrapped up at the Track and Tennis Center. Another event with the help of a pacer. It is Maggie Leibish from Washington. And it's a clean start, a big field. 23 runners on the oval. There's Maggie taking a look at her watch, making certain that the internal pacer that she has as a Division I athlete matches up with the numbers on the watch. She brings it to the line. 1 lap down, 24 to go.
Yeah, she's getting very friendly with that watch of hers, but it's her best friend in this case because it doesn't matter how she does her job as long as she does it well. And that attention to detail. Again, we talked about it with Ella Jackson earlier, how having a shorter oval helps you split your pacing more specifically rather than an outdoor oval where you could break up a 400 in more ways than you can break up a 200. So having those consistent 200-meter splits really allows the athletes to stay fresh behind you that you need to do well in order to say that you did your job well as pacemaker.
And you might be able to fall asleep on a 400 oval, but here you're always turning, you're always coming by. Close confines, always the crowd, great atmosphere here, and the athletes right behind you. And you always have to be mentally aware of where you are, time-wise, and in the field. If you're moving up, if you're a finisher, hey, I got to move. It's 4 laps to go. So the young lady from the Washington Huskies bringing the field through. It's going to be 3 laps down in 1:53. Takes another look at the watch. Seems happy with how things are progressing. And on her shoulder from High Point is Brianna Malone. On the rail from neighboring Elon is Michaela Jones. Those two North Carolina schools know each other very well. And back up in that lead group, sporting number 19, that is Maddie Seeby from Louisville.
I see a whole lot of Ohio Bobcats represented here all throughout the pack. We've got a total of 3 representatives for Ohio University.
They would call that MACtion. I think actually they do. MAC Action. MACtion, yes, that's right. I think that is their website. The Mid-American Conference. A great college town, Athens, Ohio.
It's GetSomeAction.com. Shameless plug there to our friends in the Mid-American Conference. Brianna Malone of High Point. She seems to be very earnest with the pace, being set by the woman from Washington, Maggie Leibich. Again, going for 9:50 at 3K. Let's keep our mind fresh on that. We'll have to look at 1500 after they come to the opposite side of the track next in about 300 meters time.
All right, 19 laps to go, 6 down. Another check of the watch.
Maddie Seeby of Louisville right there on the outside. Nobody too eager to make any early moves. Here comes hip number 21 from Charleston Southern, Sarah McCartney, trying to get herself into the top mix to be a part of the conversation early before it gets away from her late. 1,400 meters, going to be 4:30. So to be at 9:50, you would want 4:55 1,500 meter pace. So it is looking like we are well under that, courtesy of Maggie Liebich and all those around her. It's almost like she's like, all right, I'm going. And they want her to go even faster. These ladies are chasing a special time here, preferably below 16:23. That's the goal for the finish. Liebich, the lone pace setter in this section. We will have 2 unpaced heats after this before the final section of 8 is brought home by Daisy Liljegren from Boston University in 17 flat. So just ever so slightly slowing the pace, but as we said before, Phil, these races are competitive as ever.
Definitely they are, and very deep at their own place in the collegiate track and field structure. Again, every D1 program is not the same, but there's some talented athletes that moving on, and everybody really has the opportunity, in my mind, to move on from the high school scene to the college scene. If you really are dedicated and committed, you can find a home, you can find a spot to compete, hopefully for 4 years. As again, we're still looking at Washington Huskies up front, and the young lady from High Point and Elon, those North Carolina schools, not far apart in the number 2 and 3 position, and the Bobcats from OU sitting in 5, 6, and 7.
It looked like they had a little bit of friendly contact as 2K split comes and goes in 6:29. That's a very impressive pace. That is below 8:40, 9:45 correction on that. So really nice job done by Maggie Liebich, trying to set our group up for something good, something to remember. It isn't easy to stand out when hundreds of runners are running the same event as you, and of course collegiate records are being broken left and right, but to say that you were at this meet, set a personal best, definitely got to be a special feeling. There's another click off of the watch for Liebich.
So how much longer will she stay on the oval? We will soon find out. I would think at least through halfway, and she's done such a good job ahead of pace. And I wonder how many of those athletes behind her are doing any clock watching as they go down the back straightaway to see exactly how quickly they are moving, or if they're starting to feel it in their legs, starting to feel some of that lactic acid start to build, and the arm carriage has to help those legs continue to move.
Yeah, we're not exactly at that point yet, but it's going to start to seep into their minds, as you said, Phil, just that thought process. It occurs at roughly the same time for every runner, but how it occurs differs, and that's ultimately what can decide a lot of these races is who has the pain tolerance, who has the fitness. Again, a lot of athletes coming off a cross country as our pacer steps off.
There we go. That answers that question. Just past halfway as we are in working lap number 13. So she did go to halfway and stepped off.
You may have a rare case, too, where an athlete specializes in some of these shorter mid-distances and is looking for an early season strength test. typically you'll more often find those athletes in the 3K, as we had a little bit of contact there.
Right, one of the OU runners had to go very wide to avoid it.
That was Alyssa Mason, who's seated at 16:30, but again, getting an early season strength test definitely couldn't hurt for a 800 miler, just to see how long you can maintain a pace that you're not used to maintaining for as long as 3.1 miles.
So Michaela Jones from Elon, now the top seeded runner, still in the mix. It's 16:25.55 for the full 5K. With Maddie Seaby from Louisville behind her, and on the rail representing SMU, Emily Little. And you see the instructions coming from each of those coaches on the inside, pointing out, you need to get there. You need to move up. We're in closing in on the start of the 4th kilometer, 3K in 9:47. So drop this a couple seconds, but not much.
They're still beneath the prescribed pace, but at 3rd kilometer, again, the middle K, that was a 3:19. So even with all those coaching instructions, you'd have to think that a lot of these runners, whether they be in the front group or the mid group, have a lot left in them. But that, of course, opens the door to an earlier kick.
And the 3rd kilometer, of the 5Ks tonight so far, seems like it's kind of like the 3rd lap in the mile, or the 1600, where things sort of slow. People just say, okay, you know what, I got to save a little bit for the end. And now they realize, you know what, I'm still feeling good. Let's start picking up this tempo in kilometer 4, and then all bets are off. And we have seen that from the first heat all the way through number 5 so far, where they dial it up beyond any of our imagination and really just fly home.
And it's that level of commitment that you need as a distance runner, because sometimes, like you said, Phil, on that 3rd portion, whether it be of 5 kilometers, of 4 laps in an outdoor mile, et cetera, that's where you just really start to feel the pain, and that's where you have to make a decision whether or not to succumb to the pain. And I think it's easier if you're a distance runner that does all this mileage and has all of these racers around you to keep pushing for longer, but only one can emerge victorious, and that's the challenge.
Emily Little from SMU on the shoulder currently of Maddie Seaby from Louisville. A better seed time, that belongs to Little at 16:30. She runs for the Mustangs of Southern Methodist. She is a senior, while Seaby from Louisville, just a sophomore. They are battling.
Side, yeah. And this is not exactly where I'd want to be if I were Little of SMU on the outside, as she kind of tucks, but not really tucks behind. Now she wants to try and get to the front, and she does so. Good move there, not allowing herself to be counted out any longer.
Speaking of moving, Sarah McCartney from Charleston Southern now in the number 3 spot as she slipped past Michaela Jones from Elon. But there's our lead quartet, and the lady in the white and red with the Mustang on the front. That's the number 1 spot, Emily Little, and there's 2, 3, and 4.
And she's starting to form a nice gap here. Of course, a lap ago, things looked a lot different for her. She looked as though she was biding her time, looked as though she wanted to play it safe and wait till the backstretch, and once she made that move on the backstretch, nobody's had an answer.
Emily Little, one by one, putting some of these runners a lap down, and she has cleared the lap traffic for the moment and has open track of about 150 meters in front of her and about 15 meters behind her in the final stages of Heat 5 of the women's 5,000.
They're in the final kilometer now. If we consider Emily Little, again, one of the many runners given a 16:30 seed. I need to clarify that most of our seed times today are not exactly indicative of personal bests that have been achieved, but more so indicators, right? A lot of cross-country signs, maybe workout signs, whatever it be. It give the coaches the idea of what to put their athletes in. As long as they get the opportunity to run on this track and prove it, that's what matters. Now it's time to let the racing take the wheels as final 800 is coming up.
Emily Little up by 20+ meters going into the turn.
She'll have 600 to go once she crosses the start-finish next. And she's got a nice confident stride, really bounding across this BU permanently banked track. She's gritting it out. She may have to rely on that stride at this point. It's always the tough task when you're just so out of gas and have run so much distance at such a hard pace to maintain an orthodox form, but it's always nice to have a long stride. It's like a gift that you can use to get you home when you're in dire situations.
But looking pretty good right now down the back straight. Her advantage over the number 2 runner from Charleston Southern has increased over these final 2 laps.
Great arm carry by Emily Little. She's really kept her shoulders nice and square and compact, keeping a nice strong upper body and letting the rest do the work.
15 flat with 2 laps remaining.
And again, 16:30 was what she was seated at, so a sub 90 ought to be a doable close for her. In fact, I would argue that 16:25, the overall top seed in this section, is also in play. Now she's starting to pick it up with less than 300 meters remaining.
And it looks like a little smile on her face as well as she eyes the start-finish line for the next to last time. She'll get the bell at 15:37.
That latest lap right around a 36. So 16:20's in play as well. We can consider all the barriers that we want here. Either way, we're going to see a personal best and a big-time Heat 5 win by Emily Little of Southern Methodist University.
And Maddie Seaby is the closest to her right now, but almost a full 40 meters down. Emily Little has taken control in the final 2,000. When pace had slipped just a little bit in the third kilo, she brought it back down and she runs 16:15 unofficial. And her final time, 16:15.06 for the young lady from SMU.
And she's back on her feet already. That was a confident run. Of course, got to give a hug to coach and teammates after. All smiles there from the SMU ladies after what they just saw from Emily Little.
And one of the runners from Ohio University, Layla Bucedra, finished second in 16:20, I believe. And we'll see those numbers populate here just momentarily. There's our winner.
Emily Little transferred to SMU from another program that we've mentioned quite a lot, Furman, and she's found a good home for herself. She placed 10th at the South Central Regionals for cross country, and she ran 19:45 there over 6K. 16:47.81 was her official personal best coming into this race, so she just chopped over 30 seconds off of that to set us up for our first unpaced section of the women's 5K.
And with that 10th place finish, she had to be just on the outside of qualifying for NCAAs.
And that's what makes this performance so much more impressive, to show that she can hit the reset button that quickly and get ready for a new season with plenty of life to show for.
Heat number 6 of 8 on the track. 19 runners scheduled to hear the starter's pistol.
Gosh, with the way that some of our heats have looked, you would have probably told me this was a sprint race and I would have believed you. This looks minuscule to what we've been accustomed to, but either way, We're still going to see plenty of tactics play out in all seriousness. But again, as I mentioned before, no pace setter. Naomi Otto of West Texas A&M has chosen to take it up very early in the first of 25 laps.
And West Texas A&M has made a name for itself in the D2 ranks. Some of the other schools that maybe we haven't mentioned yet today, I see Georgia Tech, Youngstown State, the Penguins have a runner in this one. I know we mentioned Brown from the Ivy League earlier today, and also NYU. And their top runner, I believe, was sitting in the number 3 position as this field has stretched out quickly. 112 through the opening 400, thanks in large part to Naomi Otto from West Texas A&M.
And she's going fast, but let's not forget what we saw just a few moments ago, the all-time NCAA record set by Doris Lemgole of Alabama. If you're following along on our social media platforms at FloTrack, you'll see one of our most recent posts shows the updated all-time NCAA 5K list indoors. Doris Lemgole, Parker Valby, Hilda Olamomoy, Pamela Kosgei, and Amy Banaj. 4 of those women were in the fast section of the race that we're seeing right now, for those of you just joining us.
Again, Valby had separated her in the all-time numbers, putting at 14:52, and we obviously, neither of us thought that we would see an athlete go under that.
I mean, that was the first sub-15 that we had seen Parker Valby in collegiate history.
And she broke it by the old record by 12 seconds. So for those 2 ladies tonight and those 4 overall to slip into the top 5 based on those performances, and again, most of that big work done in the final 1,600 meters.
The field has come back to our early leader of heat number 6. Naomi Otto has been reeled in to the 800-meter mark by Katie Earwood, the yellow jacket of Georgia Tech, checking her watch, seeing just over 2:31, 2:32.
And Janie Cooper from NYU is the closest to those 2 previously mentioned athletes.
After that,
Earwood and Otto.
Ava Malagizi, the unattached athlete, running in 4th. Look out for her, see if she can break away from the chase group. She's in a bit of what we would refer to and have referred to at points today as an island, since she has nobody in front of her and is kind of like a sitting duck out there, just off of screen in 4th.
And this field is covering a full turn, and we are only just clipped through the first 1,000 meters, so things have stretched out very quickly in heat number 6. Seed times, there's only 10 seconds allegedly through the fastest and the slowest in this heat, but we've seen almost that separation already through the first K.
Looking for sub 1640, as that's where our top seeds, Saskia Lloyd and company, came into this race with, as far as expectations go. But there's going to be a lot of races within this race, and right now the one that we are watching is between the top 2, as they have less than 19 laps remaining.
There are our leaders in heat number 6 of the women's 5,000. It's been an amazing day thus far to open this 2024-2025 Flow Sports live stream schedule. And we're not done yet with the men's 5K, where a lot of interesting things could happen. The all-time collegiate record, Nico Young, right here in last year's John Thomas Terrier Classic, 12:57.14. And to make the top 10, you have to run 13:13.74 or faster. Parker Wolf, the number 10 performance, number 9 performer. He's now number 2 all-time in the 3,000 in the all-time collegiate ranks. And that was a tremendous battle. Strand and Wolf both wearing Carolina blue. But we will see who is going to move into the all-time top 10 in the men's 5,000 later on tonight.
They've gone through just over a mile so far. One of 3.1. Katie Earwood of Georgia Tech, the leader since she made that move to cover back to Naomi Otto of West Texas A&M, who is just a freshman. Ran as quickly as 17:26.8 in the cross-country season, but she's made it crystal clear that she wants to go quicker here.
And some big separation. You see those two leaders on the screen, the split screen, and there is the rest of the chase pack, and that actually is positioned fourth through the end of this field as number 3 runner from NYU, Janie Cooper, on an island in third, closer to the chase group than she is to first and second at the moment. 10 laps, 2 kilometers in the books.
Our lead group not quite at the juncture where they'll intercept lap traffic just yet, but I'd expect that to come into play later. Looking at Naomi Otto, as we mentioned, she's just a freshman. She comes from the capital of Ghana, Accra. So really impressive story to see her competing on this Boston University track, taking advantage of all the opportunity.
11 laps down, another look at the watch for Katie Earwood from Georgia Tech.
Earwood comes in with a 16:44.13 official personal best. She ran that outdoors at the ACC Track and Field Championships, placing her 25th overall.
The tempo's been pretty consistent throughout. Carson, when do you think we're going to see a move potentially by Earwood? It seems to be she's the more in control of, number 1, the race, and maybe number 2, herself, and that Addo is just sort of hanging on.
I think it's, well, as we see that, Earwood is putting a little bit of a gap on Addo, but I don't think that's the decisive move. I think when we see a decisive move, it'll be in the final 2 kilometers. But it looks like they're really just trying to keep this pace honest at this point, because they know it's just them against each other right now with nearly 100 meters of advantage on the rest of the field. And so they're not necessarily too eager to make a move, but they know that if one of them is going to have the move, they got to try and do everything they can to break the other, and that's what Earwood's doing right now.
They just crossed over into the dark side, the second half of this 5,000-meter race. Final 12 laps. Still under 9 minutes have gone by, with Janie Cooper from NYU a distant third. And right now, the distance between first and second, you see it right there on the screen. Katie Earwood from Georgia Tech and Naomi Addo from West Texas A&M. The gap is starting to grow.
And when Otto was trailing more closely, it seemed like her eyes were just fixated on Earwood's feet, trying to match her every step. She's lost a little bit of that contact, so she's had to pick her focus back up, but she's doing a good job running her own race. Earwood has some very evident strength, as we're seeing. She'll be hitting the final 2 kilometers in 200 meters time. In fact, a little bit over 200 meters time.
3K. It's going to be history in this section, 9:46. And Katie Earwood is obviously pretty good at track math, and she's looking pretty fresh right now.
I'd say so, and that's a quick 3K split. Again, the last section was scheduled to be paced through at 9:50 and ultimately came through at 9:47. So she could have very well duked it out in that heat, and we all saw how that ended up with a 16:15 finish for the win by our eventual winner. That was our good friend from heat number 5 who took the win, Emily Little of SMU. So Katie Earwood with less than 9 laps to go. She's gone past the 2-mile mark. This last mile, this is going to be a pure time trial from here. 10:47 with 8.5 remaining.
So the gap between first and second continues to grow. There you see Katie Earwood. There you see Naomi Addo entering the screen. Put another lap in the books. 8 laps remaining. A 1,600-meter run for home.
And you can
As you see,
yeah.
I'm sorry, the gap between our young lady from NYU, Janie Cooper, she is now being swallowed up by the chase group. So now it is 1, 2, and then the chase group. Third through the rest of the field.
Just looking at Katie Earwood, though, it seemed like in that middle portion of the race she had lost a little bit of the juice that she had exercised to get away from Naomi Addo. But now it seems like she's getting it back as she gets closer and closer to the finish, knowing that it's closer and closer to kick time.
She has been dialed into that watch, and I am certain she is adept at track math, and she is doing a great job out there. Race management, doing well. Starting to move through the back markers in this field. As her advantage almost a full turn over Naomi Addo from West Texas A&M. And it is a full straightaway now. Katie Earwood from Georgia Tech.
There's Naomi Addo on your screen right now. She's out there all alone by herself, but she's going to look to set a PR again officially in cross country, 17:26. So with how hard she took it out, you know she's going to have a good shot at that. Earwood coming up to her final kilometer, it looks like. 13:06.
And just showing that chase group, that is now third place Hannah Weber from Elon as we go back to our leader, Katie Earwood.
Addo just crossed it around 13:16. Shows she's got a 10-meter deficit right now, but it's 10 seconds correction. She's got over 10 seconds on the chase pack, so she is still safe to hold down second in this heat and go after that time, the aforementioned 17:26.
So Weber from Elon in the number 3 position, and Marina Trave, I believe, from Wyoming. We'll double check that in 4th. Nope, check that. I thought that was wrong. That is Isolde McManus from Brown in the number 4 position. And she is right on the shoulder of Elon's Hannah Weber.
Let's see what kind of closing speed Earwood has. She's a 5:10 miler and 9:47 3K runner at her very best, which is crazy to see. Of course, that 9:47 might not be her absolute PR, but she ran that through her 3K split in this 5,000 meters. So we know if she can maintain that in that nature, then she'll have something to come home with.
3 remaining at under 14:30 for our current leader, Katie Earwood from Georgia Tech.
And this is one of the great moments as a spectator in track and field. It doesn't matter where you look. Somebody is on that point of the oval, and you can just see all the different ways that the athletes express what kind of pain or feeling they're in. Some of them just completely shrug it off and go for it. Others just kind of let it be. Again, no two athletes are alike, no two races are alike, and we got another good push for home coming in heat number 6.
Katie Earwood has dominated the second half of this race. And within a matter of laps, open up some distance on Naomi Addo from West Texas A&M. And now a chase from the number 3 position. McManus from Brown now third. And can she reel in Addo for the runner-up spot in heat number 6? She's moving by one of the lapped runners. And she has gained some separation as our leader gets the bell at 15:50.
Remember her personal best, 16:44 to this date. Can't forget about McManus. She's run 16:47, so both of them chasing after those times and positions. Our winner to be, Katie Earwood, final 100 meters.
I think she's got that 16:44 PR. She's going to take a big magic marker to that one and put a new number next to her name in Tiefers. Getting a lot of traffic in the final 50 meters, but running for home. She will go under 16:30. Katie Earwood. She hits the watch one final time, gets a nice smile. And she is a happy camper as the run for second. Here comes McManus from Brown closing, not able to get there. Another 50 meters. She might have been the runner-up in heat number 6. The winning time for Earwood, 16:27.70. There she is, the winner. Heat 6 at Boston University.
And you love to see a nice little hug between Otto and McManus, the second and third place finishers. Though they were completely disjointed throughout the first 9,900 meters of that race, they ultimately had to sprint it out to see who would take that number 2 spot. Otto gets the better of McManus this time around, but no love lost. Friendly competition and personal best for all of our top 3. Only 2 sections left of this women's 5,000 and only 1 unpaced section remaining here at Boston University. That was probably the biggest runaway we've seen yet, nearly 15 seconds of a victory for Katie Earwood of Georgia Tech and a 16-second personal best. She beat her former ghost and the physical, real copies of each and every other runner. Very impressively done as the 7th heat takes the line.
And we're underway once again. A pretty clean day when it comes to fall starts, and thankfully, knock on wood, no callbacks in the distance events. Runners have gone down, but John Davern now working for the mothership out of Austin. FloTrack says I just jinxed the 5,000 guys, right? And maybe the last heat of the women's 5,000. Uh-oh. Shouldn't have done that.
I mean, to be fair, in our defense, Phil, our entire FloTrack staff is predicting a sub-13 clocking out of that dude from Harvard, whose name we need not mention. So, if you're going to go all in, you might as well all go.
Well, that would be something to see, and only has been seen a handful of times. A sub-13-minute performance, no matter if you're a pro or one of the top collegiate runners. And again, the all-time record, Nico Young's 12:57.14. We're only going to have to wait a couple heats of the women and one of the men to see if that time will retain its record status for another weekend. And coming to the line is a leader through 2 laps in 77 seconds and change. That is Jordan O'Neill from Ryder, the Bronx.
Of course, that being the Ryder mascot, not their geographical residence, as they come from the great state of New Jersey. The Ryder Bronx.
And another OU runner, Allie Martin, on the rail. And we see some green further back in the field. I think we have some additional runners from North Dakota. We do, the Fighting Hawks, Aliana Malnori and Naja Weiler. So one of the smaller groups that we've seen, it says 19. I don't know if we may have a couple scratches. Are we 19 out there? Maybe we do. I think so. Man, it's going to be a half-mile check-in. And that's going to happen in 2:39.
That's our first 800, still 21 laps remaining, so again, not much in it at the moment, but a massive field of nearly 20, which again has been on the smaller end of our fields today. We're expected to see a 22-some to close out our octet of 5K sections. Again, that is the entire field that you're watching right now, all still with each other, coming up to the first of 5 kilometer splits. It is the senior from Ryder, Jordan O'Neill, the lowest seed in this heat, coming through just below 3:20, 3:19, seated at 16:59.97. Again, we saw a sub 15 earlier by just a teeny tiny margin by the unattached athlete from North Dakota, Yonka Kutluk, who ran 15:59.95. So those thinnest of margins, it's every hundredth that matters, no matter how long the distance is. Jordan O'Neill still leading through 1200. On the inside, it's the top seed from Ohio University, Allie Martin. But the seedings are pretty closely compressed here, as the top seeds are at 1650. And like you said, Phil, all within 10 seconds of each other with that considered. Hip number 7, there's Eliana Malnouri from North Dakota, who moves her way up onto the shoulder of the early leader, Jordan O'Neill, and into the lead for the first time all race.
And O'Neill, the last runner listed in the entries for the women's 5,000, under 17 minutes with that 16:59.97 PR. I'm old school, I say PR, not PB. PB usually is Europe versus PR American, but it's suddenly migrated the other direction. But again, the Fighting Hawks from North Dakota in the lead.
This is looking like a replay of that heat that I mentioned previously, in which we saw that barely sub 16 by Yonka Kutluk, the unattached athlete from North Dakota. She was second in that heat behind her teammate Jaden Keeler, and both of them ought to be mighty pleased with what Malnouri and Weiler are doing out here, wearing hips 7 and 9 in the number 1 and 2 positions.
1 mile down in 5:18 for our next to last heat of the women's 5,000 meters. And pretty much a solid line from first to last. A little break before the final 5 runners. See some of the ladies from the Coast Guard Academy also in this heat.
And also the Colorado School of Mines in some of those top positions. Grace Strongman with hip 6 and Margot Bassart in hip number 8.
We're going to enter that zone, Carson, at 3rd kilometer, where pace starts to fall off just a little bit, and then someone makes the decision without hesitation. You know what? I'm going to be the leader. I'm going to take over this race, and whether I win or lose, I'm just going to move now.
Let's see who ultimately makes that decision, as O'Neill has broken up the North Dakota 1-2. The Fighting Hawks are going to have to fight to get back on complete and total top of this heat. 2K splits coming up next. It is Eliana Malnouri, the junior from UND, at 6:37 high with 15 laps and 3 total kilometers remaining.
So they are in that 16 and change category. 1640 sounds like right neighborhood. But anybody you see in the field, Carson, that looks pretty strong, or you like their arm carrier turnover in that lead group of about 11 in this field?
At the moment, I like Naja Weiler from North Dakota. She's sitting there in 3rd, but we've seen it a lot in races where if an athlete just sticks as far to the inside as possible, even if they're getting passed, even if moves are being made, that athlete always seems to be the most patient, the most reserved, and ultimately ends up faring pretty well. We saw it first, took note of it with Shannon Flockhart, who ultimately came away with a massive lifetime best of 8:45 to take second in the 3K earlier. So we'll see if that plays out for Weiler, still sitting in third, just behind the runner from Ryder, Jordan O'Neill.
She's not showing any of the fatigue that obviously is starting to accumulate in this women's 5,000 meter race. Very poker straight face, and just looking down at her teammate, making certain she has adequate separation and not going to clip any heels. Right there on the rail, as you mentioned. So 1, 2, 3, 2 from North Dakota, 1 from Ryder up front, and then a Bobcat from Ohio University in the Mid-American Conference sitting in fourth, coming up on the midpoint at 8:20, right at 16:40 pace.
And let's not forget about the MAC with 2As, the Metro Atlantic Athletic Conference Ryder. We've got another Bronc moving her way up into now number 6 position on the outside shoulder. That's Grace Madej. She's a senior trying to work her way up to her teammate Jordan O'Neill, who's still on the outside there. Madej in 6th, O'Neill in 2nd. Could we see a two-way team battle between Ryder and North Dakota? No telling just yet.
All right, here we go. Still pressing the issue. Malnuri from North Dakota with her teammate 2 spots back. We know the support from coaches and fellow athletes from North Dakota, the Fighting Hawks. They're there on the inside of the rail, cheering on their teammates in this long trip east. And now they are 1-2 with working lap number 15.
This is where the breathing is just really important. We can't really talk about it enough, but Eliana Malnuri, you could see she's really starting to feel a little bit of the pain as the laps accumulate. This is where you just got to stay relaxed, breathe in, breathe out, each and every step. You can see her, she put her head down a little bit as they get ready for 3,000 meter split, 10:01.
So just over that 16:40 pace as the Colorado School of Mines starting to move up. That is Grace Strongman, a 16:51 5K runner, is now the number 2 runner in this race.
And now the number 4 runner jointly is her teammate, Margot Bassart. So we've got 3 teams with a pair of runners, all with chances to come away at the top.
And moving wide, one of those teams that you said had a pair of runners, that's Grace Madej from Ryder, looking very smooth as she goes 3 wide down the main straight across start finish. As the lap counter reads 9, she is now in 3rd, pushing those 2 Fighting Hawks from North Dakota back to 4th and 5th. And
Not
now
for
there
long.
goes Weiler.
Not for long. Naja Weiler. She was not about to let the Fighting Hawk pride deteriorate anymore as her teammate Malnuri, the previous leader, got into a little bit of a tussle there as we see the Ohio Bobcat moving out onto the outside, Allie Martin. Don't forget about Kate Sanderson of MIT. She's in the mix as well.
Well, according to their seed times, none of these athletes have been in the 1640s before, and I believe that's going to happen. They are on pace through 3 kilometers, 1641. How will they close? Will they do negative just like about every other distance race today? As the Colorado School of Mines, Strongman and Bassart currently in 1st and 3rd.
We think back to that move that Grace Madej did to get up into this position. She did have to run some extra distance as she's doing right now on the outside in lane number 2, but she seemed confident. she's going to need to hold on to that confidence to offset the fatigue.
So now it's a advantage to the Colorado School of Mines. They do have 2 athletes up in that lead group of 5. And we sort of brought that up before about athletes working together if they're not on the same roster, wearing the same kit. Well, the Basart and Strongman are wearing the same kit. Both run for D2 Colorado School of Mines, but right now they are chasing Naja Weiler from North Dakota with in the final kilometer now, working it.
Really working it indeed. You see the strung out nature of this field right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're all occupying the first lane, which has been a rare sight in this 7th and penultimate heat of women's 5,000, but they're doing it right now. They're all trying to see who's got the kick.
I was about 200 meters early. Now they're headed to start finish and entering that 5th and final kilometer at 13:23. So a couple more seconds lost to 16:40 pace. But I think Weiler has that gear that she's going to make that up in the final 5 laps. She has just looked so calm and really not under duress in any way, shape, or form so far.
And just look at her stride. She's covering so much more ground than the 4 ladies behind her, and she's using that to stay reserved and confident with each strike.
Moving up or trying to make a move, Grace Madej from Ryder, a senior, in the number 3 spot. Basart from Colorado School of Mines in 2nd, but there is some separation between our leader, Weiler, and the rest of this lead group of 5.
Again, here's the trouble for Grace Madej. She's still stuck on the outside of the ore diggers from Colorado School of Mines, Orgo Basart. Don't forget about Ohio's Allie Martin. She's holding the inside lane now over Madej, who shifts back to 4th. A whole lot of fighting in between that second group of 4. But so far, it is still Naja Weiler, a freshman from North Dakota. And look at this. She's pulling away now into the final 3 laps.
And encountering a lap runner with 600 meters remaining. And Allie Martin from OU, that's Ohio University in Athens, closest pursuer in 2nd.
Weiler came through at around 14:42 into the final 600 meters. This next lap split will be very important to see if that 16:40 is ultimately breakable. I think it is.
The only question I have at this moment is if Weiler can elevate into that next gear, the turnover to pick up, because she has just been so consistent and there hasn't been any break in the stride, but does she have a quicker gear where maybe Allie Martin, who is the closest, has that sprinter speed or that shorter middle distance runner's turnover?
What she does not have right now is contact, and that will make it more difficult for her to use that sprinter speed that she may have in her reserves as Weiler stays calm, cool, and collected into the final 300.
A lap and a half to go for our leaders, Naja Weiler and Allie Martin from North Dakota and Ohio University. It will be the bell at 16:01, so they need to go 39 seconds or faster to get 16:40 or under.
And now you see them all start to pick it up. Naja Weiler really starting to increase that turnover, do what she's got to do, get around the lap traffic. She's still keeping that face nice and relaxed. She's got enough to come home for the win here. Now it's about the clock, chasing that sub 16:40 around the final bend.
Running for home, Naja Weiler from North Dakota. Looks so calm and so at ease, and she was, as she's going to run in the 16:30s for the first time in her career. Allie Martin from OU in 2nd.
And what a final lap that was. Right around a 36. All she needed was right around a 39 to break that 16:40. So yeah, going a step further than need be. There's our winner. The second heat winner for the Fighting Hawks of North Dakota.
And finishing up the results in this 7th of 8 heats of the women's 5,000 meters. Our final 25-lap race for the ladies is coming up next. And a little bit of contact there in the opening strides. I almost did jinx this group as we're underway with race number 8, our final women's 5,000 meter run. And they are rocking and rolling at the 6 o'clock hour on the East Coast. This is the Sharon Colyear-Danville season opener at Boston University. Phil Grove and Carson Gambaro. Happy to be here with the opening event of a very active and very full 2024-2025 FloTrack indoor track schedule.
And this heat, unlike the past 2 heats that we saw in the women's 5,000, will be a paced section. Our pacer is Daisy Liljegren. She is scheduled to take them through at 17-minute pace, which, if we're looking kilometrically, is a 3:24 per K. We've been typically using the 3K benchmark, so that would equate to a 10:12 by the time we get to our 15th of 25 laps. So far through 2, looking pretty good.
And Daisy is definitely dialed into her watch, and also the support team inside from the BU program giving advice to the pace setters if they are hot or cold, on pace, off pace, and she's taking a look just about every 100 meters.
Right behind her is Amalia Dorion of Suffolk. Again, all these ladies seated at or greater than 17 minutes, so that's the goal, to bring them to that mark. On the inside there, that's hip number 17, Olivia Walter of Arkansas State, representing the Wolfpack for the Little Rock State. And hip number 4, in third in the race, is Sydney Leitner of Binghamton.
So the all-black kid out front of Daisy Liljegren. Our leader, our pace setter in number 4, that is Sydney Leitner from Binghamton.
Representing the Bearcats from the Southern Tier. Again, she could have taken a much shorter trip to the Greg Page relays at Ithaca, but she chose to come to the fastest indoor track in the world, Boston University, looking for a sub-17 5K. Not much better places to do it.
And Binghamton has a very solid program wearing their green uniforms. In the number 3 spot, Olivia Walter, Arkansas State, in the red and black. Again, back in 4th, Amelia Dorion from Suffolk, right up the road here in the Northeast.
Of course, Binghamton represented at the Olympics by Emily Mackay this past outdoor season, nearly by Eric Holt as well. A whole lot of underrated runners from the SUNY School out of the State University of New York system. A few long hours away from Beantown. Sydney Leitner running right behind the pacer.
First kilo in 3:20, so a faster pace than anticipated for that 17 minutes.
Nearly the entire field was ahead of the 3:24 per kilometer that they were expected to go through in, so this could be a race where we see multiple sub-17s in the long run, of course.
And the meet management here at Boston University does a great job in really support of all the athletes, whether you're the record setter at the Division I level or a D3 or NAI or JUCO or even age group or high schooler. If you're in the meet, they're going to do everything they can for you to come through and get your best performance out of the fastest 200-meter oval, and also the infield and the field events here at BU.
I'll tell you, to the right of our vantage point, we had a lot of commotion going on in the throws cage. It's just such a great atmosphere. Indoor track, it's such an echoey environment, so when you're in the moment, it's not always easy to tell what may be happening across the venue, but there's always something happening. It's like when we get to those points in the race where it's more widespread. Wherever you look, you're going to see action happening.
And the other things happening right now are the men ready for the 5,000 meters. They are warming up on the infield, and also a couple of them jumping out on the oval for some striders as they prepare for their 25-lap sojourn.
One of them I just saw was Liam Murphy of Villanova. He'll definitely be looking to break his own indoor record that he set here a year ago. One of the many fierce competitors to watch, but he may have to race for a minor position in doing so, just given the man who is likely to take it out from the gun. That being Graham Blanks, of course, from Harvard Crimson. We talked to his coach, Alex Gibby, earlier. Had a great conversation. And
we'll have to see how much of the race Graham's leading. I think he'll be in the lead at the finish, but I think he's going to bide his time, especially if the pace setters for the men's 5K scheduled to take it through in 7:52 at 3K or 13:05 pace. They may be a lot ahead of that, as Foster Malik from Boston and Anthony Camareri scheduled to be the pace setters in the men's 5K.
I remember last year's race was super interesting too, because even though it ultimately resulted in a collegiate record set by Graham Blanks, the majority of that race was a duel with Kai Robinson. And that was the storyline. And Graham Blanks just had the timing and the instincts to break away. And we'll see if something similar plays out here, whether it plays out earlier. It very well might need to be earlier, that move by Graham Blanks, if he wants to go a step further than his 13:03.78. But still here with the women, and still on the track is our lone pace setter, Daisy Liljegren, the unattached athlete, trying to keep them below 17 pace.
And it is second kilo about to be wrapped up, coming through in 6:45. Still doing a good job, still ahead of pace.
3 seconds below where they would need to be in an ideally split sub-17. So hats off to Liljegren. I'd expect her to keep going for another K at most. A couple pacers we've seen go a little bit further than the 3,000 meter mark.
The women's 5,000, if you're just joining us, all got started with Doris Limnole from Alabama, 14:52.57, an all-time collegiate record. Hilda Alamomoy from Florida finished second at 14:52.84, the number 3 time in collegiate history. And all of those performances have been run in this city, Boston, Massachusetts, 2 of the 3 here at the Track and Tennis Center at BU.
And that last 400 by Lemgale was just so impressive. Even Olamomoy, just the two of them really pushed each other to all-time marks. But field's starting to string out here in this final heat here. Sydney Leitner still clinging to the pacemaker, but now we see a move made by Olivia Walter of Arkansas State. There goes
and there
Daisy
goes our
Liljegren.
rabbit.
Again, I said 3K at most, so
So
not a
she
surprise.
is, just 100 meters short of the midpoint. We'll get a halfway split for our new number 1 from Arkansas State. That is Olivia Walter. She goes through at 8:27, so 16:54. We are still sub 17 minutes.
They're giving themselves all the cushion that they need, and of course that's kudos to the pacemaker, but again, they all had the choice not to go with the pace. They made the choice. They went the brave route, and now Walter is trying to really break the field.
Grace Jostock from Loyola, Illinois in second. She is about 6 to 8 meters behind our leader. And you see them on the screen wearing the maroon and yellow. And still up there near the lead, Sydney Leitner from Binghamton in the all green in third.
Emily Lamena of the Colorado School of Mines is in the 4th position right now. We've seen a lot out of the ore diggers today, and she's put herself in a nice position. Moves a bit wide here on the main straightaway. Does she want to move up into the number 3 spot? Yes, she does.
So the D2 athletes have shown well here today. Another Division II record broken. And make certain you check out the FloTrack site for all of the recap, the archived race videos. Carson and myself on the play-by-play in color as just a full weekend in one long day at Boston University.
Coming up now to 3,000 meters once they cross the start-finish next. Remember, 10:12 is what we're looking for. Still keeping that cushion at 10:08, 10:09. And I want to say the entire top 7 was below 10:12 there, so that sets us up for at least 7 sub-17s if they can even split this race.
Lots of ebb and flow as you would anticipate in a 25-lap race, and right now 2 groups of 3 with Walter in the lead representing Arkansas State. She is a junior. And now that 3 and 3 has become one group of 6, single file. Make that 7. Going all the way back to Claire Simmerod from the Coast Guard Academy, and even maybe including an 8th runner right there in white. And that is Kirsten Augustin from Charleston Southern. And then a gap on the track of about 15 to 20 meters as our leaders are starting to encounter some slower traffic. So how they handle passing these runners, again, always a factor. And it's almost like taking a corner, a hard corner on a cross-country course or road course. It will slow you down potentially, or you can benefit from that and gain some separation on the other side.
And that's the importance of understanding your own body and what it responds to, because at different points in times of races, that feeling may very well dictate whether or not you make that pass. It can be tempting if you see a lap runner to be like, oh, I want to give myself a little bit of energy, but sometimes that may be a little bit too audacious and come back to bite you in the long run.
New leader Grace Jostock from Loyola, Illinois, and has Emily Lamena right behind her. She represents the ore diggers from the Colorado School of Mines. And only a couple laps ago, Olivia Walter from Arkansas State was in the lead, pushing the issue, really seemed to have a fire lit underneath her, and now that flame maybe not as bright, and she has been relegated back to 3rd place as she is giving chase to our lead duo, Jostock and Lamena, 1-2 in this final heat of the women's 5K.
I think Walters replaced some of that spark with patience. Yes, she realizes that this may not be her time to strike, but she can still stay patient, keep her form, and hold on for as long as she can, and potentially still hold on for sub-17.
So they've been right around 1640 pace to 1650. We'll see how this 4th kilo wraps up. They will hit the line 5 laps to go at 13:35.
This last kilometer, they're on pace. Remember, it's 3:24 per K to get to 17 flat. So all they've just got to do is cruise it home. And based on the way they look, body language-wise, they definitely have something well within 3:25. Loyola controlling the lead with Grace Jostock, but under constant pressure by Emily Lamena of the Colorado School of Mines. I know getting to watch her as a high schooler for Elwood John Glenn on Long Island in New York. She's been part of some steeplechase races, so that's got to add some extra strength in her legs. She makes the move into the lead. And the Ore Digger looking to run away with this thing in the final 800 meters down onto the back straightaway.
And another D2 standout in this final heat of the women's 5,000 meters. Showing the way. Emily Lamena from the Colorado School of Mines.
Again, we saw a Division II record for the 3K set earlier by Loic Skamperin. Such an impressive effort for him. 7:43.96.
And definitely the opportunity in the faster heats of the men's 5,000 for another Division II record. A year ago, the D2 men's 5K record was broken here at BU, and that gentleman is back for Adams State.
That he is, Phil. And for those of you that saw it too, this race that we are about to witness is full of top finishers at the NCAA Cross Country Championships, not just at the Division I level, but also at the Division III level. When we look at that man from Adams State, Romain Legendre from Division II, correction on that. Third place Division II. To set that straight, but again, top talent from all levels, including a couple of pros that we'll meet shortly, as we have one lap to go for Emily Lamena.
16:17 her time. She just needs a close in 42 seconds to get sub 17 minutes. Joe Stock from Loyola in second, and then from Charleston Southern, that is Augustin, challenging for the number 2 spot. There's the top 3 plus a lap runner down the back straight. Second and third, Joe Stock and Augustin. There's our leader and soon-to-be winner in the final heat of the women's 5,000 meters. Emily Lamena from the Colorado School of Mines. She goes sub 17, and it looks like second and third will do likewise. 16:50, 4:83, 16:57, and 16:57. So the top 3 all break that anticipated pace time of 17 flat.
A very nicely run race by Lamena. Practically even split when you consider 2,500 meter splits. We've still got a lot of ladies out there, but remember just how many were initially on that sub 17 pace and how many ultimately finished at it. That's just what that move did. Broke the field like we projected, and it was nice to see 17 still get broken in the long run by our top 3 finishers.
And as our final finishers in the women's 8th heat of the 5,000 meters coming to the line. And to close out their 25-lap sojourn, we will get ready for the 5,000 for the men, the final race of the Sharon Colyear-Danville season opener, back live on FloTrack. And we are back live at Boston University's Track and Tennis Center. Phil Grove and Carson Gambaro ready for heat number 1, the hot heat of the men's 5,000-meter run. The all-time record for college men in the U.S., Nico Young from Northern Arizona. On January 27th of 2024, he finished second in the John Thomas Terrier Classic, 12:57.14. As of now, the first and only sub-13-minute 5,000 runner on the U.S. college scene. Graham Blanks, currently number 2 on that list, 13:03.78. He is in this race. He is on the rail. He is the 2-time defending NCAA D1 cross-country champion.
And Graham Blanks, coming off of that title defense, ran an overall 10K personal record of 28 minutes, 37 seconds. So that just indicates the strength, the level of strength that he has. But he told us right after that race that his focus was immediately shifting to BU. Right here on the 7th of December, he wants to hit that world standard for the 5,000 meters. That is a 13:01.
And we talked to his coach, Alec Gibby, earlier today, and that would be, they said, a big pressure taken off of him. They get to check that box here tonight. The first Saturday in December allows them to go back into a full-time training mode. And I'm certain whatever Graham is able to turn in this evening, whether he goes under that 13:01, whether he breaks the all-time collegiate standard again of 12:57 as they go through the opening 460 seconds flat. And Foster Malik from Boston University is initial pace setter number 1. He is a sub-4-minute miler. He knows this track. They are lining the track on the back straightaway along with the glass on the home straight.
Well, that's an incredibly hot pace to set off this 5,000 meters. But hey, we said the same thing about the 3,000, and the collegiate record was ultimately obliterated by Ethan Strand and Parker Wolf and company.
The scheduled pace supposed to be 13:05. That's 7:52 through 3K, but they are cruising right now. Again, as Foster Malik from BU in the lead.
There's Graham Blanks moving past Liam Murphy. Really the first time we've seen him emerge towards the front of the racing pack. He didn't want to wait too long to get up there. Credit to Murphy for going out hard. We know him more for his kick coming home, but he had a great cross-country season, placing 9th at the national championships. But he's starting to get swallowed up there, the man from Villanova, just trying to hold on.
So Graham Blanks putting himself right behind the 2 leaders, Foster Malik from BU, Anthony Camilleri wearing the Adidas kit, and then Blanks, the Harvard Crimson, the 2-time defending NCAA cross-country champion, only the 13th man ever to accomplish that. And I also saw the youngest since the legendary and late Steve Prefontaine, the one that so many runners have looked up to in the U.S. since his death in late May of 1975.
Just came through the first kilometer there. Still keeping a pretty hot and honest pace. In 4th right now, that's Brian Massow, who is 5th at the cross-country championships for Oklahoma State. He comes in at 13:29. Again, a lot of these guys in those lower 13s, not so positive about multiple below 13, but we're going to keep that possibility wide open as the full field is still together through the 6th lap, just over 3:07.
We talked about the 2:30 pace in the 3K through the first kilometer. They were 2:35 through 1,000 meters.
Wow.
And they are smoking here at Boston University's Track and Tennis Center. The crowd is only going to get into it more and more as the pace continues to be hot. They are single file almost from front to back as Foster Malik from BU in the lead, Camilleri in 2nd, Blanks in 3rd.
Graham Blanks just looks so confident and so fit out there. Again, we talked to Coach Gibby about it earlier, but just what we've heard from Graham himself, he's just so appreciative of the position that he's in to be able to race with the best men in the NCAA. His racing instincts are second to none. He understands when other runners are going to make moves. He always knows when to sense that. That's how he broke away from Kai Robinson, as we saw last year come the latter stages of the race. And I'm really impressed that he went to the front right behind the Pacers this early.
This is true. I thought he would be maybe back in 7th, 8th place, but he really isn't messing around. I believe that he wanted to take control of this race. You talked about his comments after he won the NCAA championship, that he's really coming here to BU. He knows this track. He goes to school not far away here in Boston at Harvard. Ivy League men's champion the first time ever in cross country, and he is looking fit and fine right now. Reflecting on the all-time collegiate ranks, it will take a 13:10 or faster to make the top 6. As Blank's second at 13:03, Kai Robinson at 13:06, Lawi Lalang all the way back to 2012. Everything else in the top 10 has been set in the last 3 years. There goes Malik. He steps aside and it's up to Camerari. 5:15 or 5:13, excuse me, through 2K.
So that second kilometer was right around a 2:38, but still a very honest pace. They're going to want to keep that going. Again, the 3K goal is 7:52. So that'll require right around another
2:38, 2:39. Exactly.
Yeah. Well done, Foster Malik. It's in the hands of Anthony Camerari, and the field starting to come up a bit close.
Well, it's starting to separate between the top 5 and the rest of the field, and there will not be the opportunity, in my opinion, for them to make that up, because once Graham Blanks gets himself in the lead, it is all in for that big number, a 12 or definitely an under 13:01.
When I was thinking of the field, I was thinking of the top 4, just looking at the move by Masao and Murphy to separate from the chase pack. It shows that they're up for this challenge, as well as Graham Blanks is.
Yeah, Liam Murphy from Villanova in the number 4 spot, and giving chase, wearing number 19, that is Dennis Kipkatich from Oklahoma State, but right now he is on an island. He's about 8 meters from the rest of the chase pack. That's starting 6th through the end of the field and in the number 5 spot, but he has about 12 meters to catch up to Liam Murphy.
What a great race by Murphy thus far. It looked like he was going to start to tire after he went out hard early, but he has shown that he's committed to this pace. He's more than just a miler guy. He's got the strength, obviously coming off a cross-country season, and we're going to see that boil down here.
And I saw Alex Gibby giving a power fist sign to his charge. Graham Blank saying, hey, you're on there, you're ready to go, let's do it.
They're going to take 3K in just over a lap. We're more than halfway through this 5K already. That's just how quickly we are moving things by. It's been a lightning quick day, and this is the main event. Graham Blanks gearing up behind Anthony Camerari with less than 11 laps remaining.
And you see Camerari's face starting to grimace a little bit. This is not an easy pace whatsoever, no matter what your qualifications, and he is gritting his teeth, bringing these 3 collegiate runners behind him, Blanks, Masao, and Murphy, and they have a larger gap on the rest of the field. And the other OK State runner now about 25 behind. 7:51 through 3K. They are right on it.
And remember, that's 13:05 pace. So really, the magic is going to happen in this back 2 kilometers. We're going to see who has the closing speed. Time and time again, it's been Graham Blanks. We saw that in cross country. We saw that last year. What kind of wheels is Graham going to have this time around?
And Blanks has been at this stratosphere before. He's run 13:03 here at Boston University a year ago at this meet on this track. He got the facility when it was brand new. Now he's got a year under his belt. He's got another NCAA championship. And where does he go with Anthony Camerari? How much longer will he stay in the lead and leave it up to the 3 collegiate runners?
He's taking looks over his shoulder, just checking to see who's still with him, and there are still 3 guys. I'm sure a little bit more than he might have expected at this point. Masao maybe not as much of a shocker, but Liam
there
Murphy.
There he goes. He is pulling out, leaving it up to Graham Blanks at 8:54, and the crowd loves it.
Listen to the roar across the track and tennis center. Graham Blanks and Brian Masao starting to pull away from Liam Murphy, who's falling onto an island in 3rd and has done an incredible job to stay with the top 2.
And there is a lot of open track after Murphy, so how he handles being separated from this lead duo. Graham Blanks has definitely dialed up the intensity. The crowd is into it, and it's going to feed into this young man from Harvard. 9:24 with 7 to go.
Alex Gibby hits some ground. Yeah, Graham Blanks.
Alex Gibby, his Harvard coach, is saying, let's go, let's go. Dial it up. He's got the watch. He is dialed in. Graham Blanks, again, coming off another NCAA cross-country championship.
Masao placed 5th at NCAA's just a couple of weeks ago behind Graham Blanks. He's trying to stay with him, but that is no easy task.
Listen to the rhythmic clapping from this crowd. They are driving Graham Blanks into a level that he has never been before at 5,000 meters indoors.
Phil, if you close your eyes, you would think this is the bell lap. There's still over 5 laps remaining, and Graham Blanks is gone.
It is all Graham Blanks now against the clock. And only he can tell right now exactly where he is, how much fuel he has left in the tank.
Wow.
Coming up to 1K to go at 10:25.
We need a 2:30 last kilometer for a collegiate record. Graham Blanks, less than 5 to go.
Graham Blanks again at 10:25. The collegiate record 12:57.14. Everybody is on his side, cheering on Graham Blanks from Harvard. Whether you're from the Big Ten, the Mountain West, or the Ivy League, Graham Blanks is your guy tonight at BU.
10:57 with 800 meters to go. This is going to be such a tough close, but the crowd is on the side of the Olympian, Graham Blanks.
He finished 9th in the Olympics in Paris at 5,000 meters. He is cruising down the back straight. And again, how he handles lap traffic and how they handle him, moving hopefully out in the lane 2 and giving him the rail. They are looking over their shoulder and the runner saying, move out, give him the road. And here comes Graham Blanks, 3 to go at 11:27.
Graham Blanks just trying to stay on that pace. He's going to summon every ounce of speed he has left. He is looking for the record of the man who ultimately came away with the NCAA title that Graham didn't get a shot at due to injury last year. Nico Young, 12:57.14.
Can he close in 3 30-second laps? That's what he needs, folks. He was a minute and a half away from a finish. Coming up, 2 to go. It is 11:55. He's got to pick up the pace just a little bit. He lost about a half a second. The crowd is keeping him in it.
Graham Blanks is still at stake.
And he's going to run into lap traffic and some difficulties. He's got to go all the way out into lane 3. And that may hurt just a little bit, an extra meter. Blanks pushing hard. He's got 300 meters to go.
The crowd's starting to boo a little bit. They're telling the lap runners to get out of the way. There's still 1 lap left, and there is still the world standard, 13:01 at stake.
Graham Blanks, the world standard again, 13:01, 12:57 is a collegiate record. Listen to the crowd. They are on fire here at Boston University.
This is what everybody came to see. Graham Blanks is on his final lap of 25 with less than 100 to go.
At 12:45, can he do it? He's got to close in under 16 seconds to get that world standard. He's at 12:53, 54 coming to the line. Just going to miss the collegiate record. Will be under 13. He does. A sub-13 run by Graham Blanks, as he goes 12:59.89 officially for the 25 laps at Boston University, and he won this race by a country mile.
And how about Liam Murphy with a thunderous close? It looked like both he and Marco Langen dipped under the Villanova all-time record as they give each other a nice hug.
13:10.42 for Murphy. Masao at 13:11.29. They are going to move on the all-time top 10 list, but Graham Blanks will move up his second place time to the sub-13 range. Graham Blanks. Again, 12:59.89, thanking the crowd. Let's hear it. You can't beat the atmosphere at the track and tennis center. Well, Coach Gibby, you can check that box off for the 1301 World Qualifier as Graham Blanks pulled away from the field after Foster Malik and Anthony Camerari had set the table over the final 2,000 meters. Blanks runs 12:59.89, the new number 2 time in collegiate history, and 2 others will make the top 10.
And you just love to see Graham Blanks exuberating all of his confidence, getting the crowd into it. He said after NCAA cross-country championships that the biggest thing he's realized over the past year is that you train your whole life for moments like these, and reality comes right back. He's going to be a student come tomorrow, come Monday. He's got finals week at Harvard University, of all places. And he just made the absolute most of his 12 minutes and 59.89 seconds here on the Oval.
And Coach Gibby mentioned, these are 4-year student athletes. No fifth year to, do a red shirt or things like that he could at some of the other schools where he coached. So really the focus is on the academics and the Harvard crowd cheering on their man, Graham Blanks, on the infield, getting all the just congratulations that he deserves. But again, he has done this coming from Georgia as a high-profile prep, but he has taken it up a notch and then some at Harvard as we get set for heat number 2 of the 5,000. And we are not done with some exciting racing, folks.
Oh, no, we are not.
This crew is supposed to hopefully run in 13:20 as we see Willie Fink, former standout from Eastern Michigan, scheduled to be one of the pace setters, along with Collins Kiprotich from New Mexico, and it looks like that is Kiprotich out front. And they are settling in on lap number 2, coming by in not too far off the pace of that lead group in that lead race. 61 seconds in change. Again, Collins Kiprotich from New Mexico. And that previous race is one that you definitely want to watch over and over again, just for the crowd involvement and just an amazing synergy between the top runner on the track, Graham Blanks, and the crowd, and he gave the love back to them after he finished in 12:59.89. And looking race number 2, another Harvard runner, Shane Brosnan, Blanks' teammate. He is sitting in the number 2 position currently, behind our early pace setter, Collins Kiprotich. And I'm not spying Willie Fink in the field, so we might just have one pace setter. We soon shall see. And they're coming up on the first kilometer next time by. The new number 2 all-time in the U.S. collegiate ranks, and only the second time a man has run under 13 minutes over 25 indoor laps at 200 meters. 240 plus for Collins Kiprotich. And that big mix that we see at meets like this, D1, D2, D3, we see some of the top Division II runners. Hamza Shahid from Wingate, also one of the top finishers in the recent cross-country championships. William Zagarski from Butler, a former Ohio Prep star. And Yassine Abdallah in this race as well. for the Razorbacks from Arkansas. We'll see how he fares. And coming up to the start-finish, putting another lap in the books. 7 down, 18 to go. In the field running 2 or 3 wide toward the back. I see Cole Sprout from Stanford trying to move along the rail and also up in the pecking order. In the number 3 position, that's David Malarkey from Northern Arizona. Opening mile in 4:21. Solid pace as Evans Curry from Washington State sitting second behind Collins Kiprotich. And there goes Sprout. Look at him moving up. We see some contact in the back there. I think that was one of the BYU runners' contact again. That's Lucas Bonds. Trying to work his way up from the back of this field as everybody is just within arm's reach of the runner in front of them. No big gaps in the field thus far. And Abdel Legel from Ireland in the number 4 spot currently. We anticipate that Kiprotich will step off sometime before the finish of this race and end his pacing duties for the evening. 2K in 5:26. So they've dropped off pace just a little bit, about 3 seconds per kilometer. Scheduled to shoot for 13:20 finishing time. Still see a lot of people in the mix in this heat number 2 of the men's 5K as Abdallah wearing number 24 moving up into number 6. He runs for the Arkansas. You see the Razorbacks right there. Still a little bit of contact as just putting the extended arm out there. Let the runner in front of you know I'm there. You need to give each other some room as Collins Kiprotich is going to come up on the midpoint in this race. Down the back straight, we'll get the better look at their pace thus far. And they have dropped down about 13:40 pace. So definitely not where they anticipated to be at this point of the game. And we're going to see a big final 2K. I bet you on that, folks. Big negative split. Kiprotich, I'm not certain if that was a sign to the athletes behind him that his afternoon was over, halfway through plus. He's starting to stretch things out just a little bit. Collins Kiprotich. Oh, there he goes. He steps off after 14 laps. Going to be the end of this 3rd kilometer. I think the field maybe either setting themselves up for a quick close or might have fallen asleep just a little bit. As Legel from Ireland moves into 2nd and brings Abdallah with him. So it's Karui from Washington State, Legel from Ireland, and Abdallah from Arkansas. 1, 2, 3, with Northern Arizona's David Malarkey in the number 4 spot. Folks, they're single file, and they're still pretty tight between first and last. Is the new leader, Yassine Abdallah. Putting in some big work tonight. Yassine Abdallah in front. Lejel in second. And I think that's Joey Noakes from BYU moving up into the number 2 position. Wearing the dark colored BYU kit, there he is. And in the yellow and black, I believe that is, of Northern Arizona, David Malarkey. Yellow, excuse me, and blue. Seven laps remaining, 18 are behind them as Yassine Abdallah. He was third in an amazing 3,000, and he's coming back tonight to run the 5K. Amazing. What a double thus far for the senior from Arkansas. 6 remaining at 10:18. Some minor separation, our top 3 from the rest of the group up front, and that long, consistent single file field pack is gone. Now it's almost a half a lap between the leader, Abdallah, and our number 23 runner in the field. Abdallah and Lejel and Noakes. 1, 2, 3. Final kilometer at 10:50. It is Lejel and Abdallah and Noakes, a three-way battle in front. Joey Noakes and company all coming in at 13:22 or slower seed time. We'll see how quick the second half of this race has gone. And Yassine Abdallah is not giving up. He's going to put himself back in the lead. This young man has proven his worth tonight to the program at the University of Arkansas in Fayetteville. Coming down to the final 3 laps at 11:52. They have been clicking off laps in the 32, 31 second range. That was a 30 point for our new leader, Yassine Abdallah, and he is starting to put some daylight in between himself and Lejel and Noakes. Will it hold up to the end of this 25 lap race? Just over 2 laps remaining. It is Abdallah, then Lejel, then Joey Noakes from BYU. Toby Gillen from Ole Miss and now in the number 4 position, leading a chase group of 3 just out of the picture. They're second and third. Yassine Abdallah coming up. He's going to get the bell at 12:54. Abdallah running hard, running smooth after finishing third in a record-setting 3K. Where is he getting this energy? Yassine Abdallah gets the doubling up award. As far as I'm concerned, headed to the line, he is going to go just over 13:20. What a double for the young man from Arkansas. And second is going to be Joey Noakes, holds off a big rush to the line. It was Legel in third. And we also had Victor Kiprop of Alabama finishing, it looks like, in the number 4 spot at 13:29. But the winner, Yassine Abdallah, 13:22. What a double after going 7:34 in the 3K. But that was only 2 events ago. And you can see the carnage on the, just past the start-finish line. The runners going 13:20 and up, just lying down near comatose on the track. And there is the man. He gets the double mid-double award. Yassine Abdallah, 13:22.29. See if we can get a look at his closing 200 meters. It was quick. And we're already getting ready for the third section of the men's 3,000. And we are rocking and rolling. So Graham Blanks, just to show you, he closed the final 3 laps, 31.1, 30.4, and 29.6. A quicker close was the final lap from Leah Murphy, 28 point. So Murphy again collects a new school record, I believe you said, at 13:10, but Graham Blanks, the man of the hour, 12:59. As heat number 3 of the men's 3,000, we see Sam Ellis back on the oval, getting himself some more additional pacing duties.
He had a nice kick to win his section of the 3,000 meters earlier, and of course last year won the overall men's mile. One of the premier events that started off our day here at the Sharon Colyear-Danville Invitational season opener at Boston University. Josh Hoey and Tanoda Matsatsa, what an incredible top 2 they had. But here in the 5K, heat number 3, looking to take them through in 13:31 pace, 8:06 through 3K.
And forgot to mention the facility record. It's still going to live to see another day and another meet. Woody Kincaid's 12:51.61 that survived the big challenge a year ago. He ran that back in 2023. Again, closing unbelievably, I believe, in 26 point. Again, for 12:51.61, a facility record in the men's 5,000 meters.
And Graham Blank's time that we saw, that 12:59.89, places him just over a second outside of the top 10 ever in Boston University history. Of course, Woody Kincaid atop that list. Grant Fisher, number 2, as we saw last year. Coincidentally, number 1 and 2 in American indoor history over the 5,000 meters. But Graham Blanks, I'm almost certain as he continues to develop that we're going to see his name infiltrate that list sooner than later.
Again, we are looking at heat number 3 of the 5,000 for the men. As Rise Hammond from Washington, the Huskies in the lead with Sam Ellis, the other pace setter, right behind him. In the number 3 spot right now, that is Vincent Churcher from New Mexico. The Lobos have had a big contingent in the distance races here this evening, both on the men's and women's side. And Carson Williams wearing the dark Furman kit in the number 4 spot. And we see some Notre Dame teammates wearing the blue and gold. I think that looks like probably Ethan Coleman and Tyler Berg. We'll check that out. And I believe that was.
Right you are, Phil. Ethan Coleman, the top seed coming into this section, 13:34. And Tyler Berg just a second behind at 13:35.10. Really the whole heat within 5 seconds on seeding, so.
And again, not to make it a disparaging mark, but light blue Carolina and Columbia. Not Carolina Blue for both schools. In 6th and 7th, that is Colton Sands and Talia Saeed for Columbia. They are right now in the number 7 and 8 position in front of Nixon Chabay from Auburn.
Tell you what, if you want to tell them apart, just look at the back of their kits. Carolina, they've got all, Columbia's got all bright blue and Carolina's got the dark strip. Of course, we should be familiar with that site as we saw with Strand and Wolf. But first mile through 4:20 there as our lead pacer, Reese Hammond, steps off from Washington, leaving it up to Sam Ellis of On, the pro runner. He set a number of his personal bests here, from the 1,000 that sits just outside the facility record at 2:17.10. He's run that 3K that we saw today. That was a personal best of 7:49.6. Sam Ellis trying to become the benefactor now and bring some other guys to personal bests. Considering the goal time of this heat, it is a 13:31. 2K coming right up in 5:24, so that gives us an average per K pace of 2:42. So if we get another 2:42, that will be right on pace for 8:06. Phenomenal job by Sam Ellis, and of course, Reese Hammond, our initial pace setter from the University of Washington. If we look at some of the guys on our screen, there's the Notre Dame teammates. Ethan Coleman has slipped back to 5th. Ahead of him now is Tyler Berg, who has 3 gentlemen in front of him. Again, as Phil mentioned, in that dark Furman kit, there's Carson Williams. Pretty good name to have if you're a runner, I must say, but perhaps not as good as the 2 guys in front of him if we look at the current standings alone. That is Vincent Churchier of New Mexico. Again, we talk about the Lobos. The one standout that we think of when we think of them that is not here today is Haptum Samuel. Of course, he was part of our conversation with Coach Alex Gibby earlier. Haptum Samuel, he and Graham Blanks had a special embrace after the NCAA Cross Country Championships. After going 1 and 2, Graham Blanks had such tremendous respect for Samuel. Despite losing his shoe, he still finished top 2 the 2nd consecutive year at Cross Country Nationals. And here is his teammate running in 2nd, heading up to the back half of the race now. Less than 12 laps to go of 25. Sam Ellis staying on pace. Churchier, Williams, Berg, and Coleman. Followed by Colton Sands of UNC, and then Columbia University's Talia Saeed moving up past him. And he's not done there. He's mounting a charge on the Notre Dame boys. Ellis steps off. 7:36. The split at 2,800 meters. Look at this move now by Tyler Berg. As once Ellis slipped out of there, the race changed form completely. And Tyler Berg wanted nothing to do with that. In fact, he wasn't willing to let the race stay out of his control for any longer. Hence why you see him on the lead coming up to the 3K split. This 3rd kilometer was much slower than the first 2, as they needed a 2:42 to stay on that 8:06 pace, but slipped back to more like a 2:46. So
from Furman now sitting in the 2nd position, because he was the one who was it looked like right on top of the rail to go inside as Berg took over the number 1 spot. But Williams now sitting second, splitting up those 2 Notre Dame runners in the front.
Colton Sands has moved his way up into 4th. And let's not forget about number 18, another NC State runner. That's Brett Gardner. Another ACC runner, I should say. We've got Notre Dame, Carolina, and State all in the top 6 now. As moving wide on the outside comes the Stanford Cardinal, Thomas Boyden. 7:39, that's 13:37.39, his best. But it's been all Tyler Berg for the past 3+ laps now. Tyler Berg, a real veteran for Notre Dame. He's been running with the Fighting Irish since 2019. Comes from a small town in upstate New York known as Burnt Hills, just outside of the Saratoga-Albany area. Used to run for Columbia as well. In fact, allow me to correct myself. He's been running collegiately for a while, not necessarily specifically for Notre Dame, but he's been at the collegiate ranks from the Ivy League to the Atlantic Coast Conference. And he's still got the lead into the final 1,200 meters. Carson Williams of Furman is right there behind him, followed by Colton Sands. He has been steadily working his way up, position by position, one at a time. Not just a good analogy for racing, but a good analogy for life. Take it one at a time. You never know where it might take you. Colton Sands sitting in 3rd, but Tyler Berg keeping laser focused on every step in front of him. Trying to keep his arms reserved. He's 4 spots ahead of his teammate, Ethan Coleman. And then the man from Stanford, Thomas Boyden, sitting there in 5th.
Things are still pretty tight in that group. They're still measuring the gap between themselves and the runner in front of them with a stiff arm as things get a little tight. They're going too wide, coming up 4 laps remaining at 11:25.
This final 800 is going to be something else. 13:30 is definitely at stake. Just look at how many guys are in this group as they come into your view. Get a shot, head onto the main straightaway. There is 10 in that group that I've got on my radar.
And is 600 meters too far from home to take a long drive? We'll see soon enough. And here goes a move by the young man from Furman.
Carson Williams into the final 600 meters, just below 12 flat. They're really starting to pick up these laps as Colton Sands. Look at that, he's in 2nd now. He's followed every move of Williams in front of him. I think he's going to be dangerous in these final few laps.
And Tyler Berg in 3rd, wearing the Notre Dame colors.
He's the one who really broke this race open after Sam Ellis stepped off, recall, just a few laps ago. And they're already at the final 400, just outside of 12:30.
And they're going to have at least 1 lap runner to contend with. And the young man is right now on the rail. Here comes a whole crew right behind him. 9 runners within a handful of seconds. There goes Carson Williams from Furman with Sands right behind him. Sands makes that opportunity to go, and he takes the lead. Right when they passed that lap runner, he took off. Colton Sands from UNC.
Let's not forget about the Notre Dame guys, though. Here comes Ethan Coleman rounding up his teammate Tyler Berg. He's in 3rd heading into the bell, 13 flat for Sands.
Sands is checking out on this field. Look at that, a 15-meter gap over Carson Williams from Furman, and it is growing. He is in a different level right now speed-wise. Colton Sands on his toes. Into the turn for the final time. He is going to win this one going away by over 25 meters. And we're going to have to check out his final 200. And he loved going sub 13:30. Colton Sands with Notre Dame's finishing second and third. That is Ethan Coleman in second. And Carson Williams in the number 3 spot with Tyler Berg in fourth.
That had to have been around 27 seconds flat for Colton Sands in the final 200. Just what a burst. We saw it coming as he moved his way ever so steadily up through that pack, place by place. He finished in first place.
26.47 after a 29.8. So final 400 for that young man, Colton Sands, 56.34 to close out his victory and a sub 13:30 effort in the men's 5,000 meters, getting congratulations wearing that Carolina blue. 13:27.23 for Colton Sands, former standout from the Keystone State, Pennsylvania. That's some speed.
Definitely. And it indicates if you can close in a 56 and run 13:27, just what lies ahead for the young man from UNC. Heat number 4 is coming on the track next. We've got another Carolina Tar Heel to look out for.
Yeah, Will Coogan on the track. And he's a young man along with an athlete I know very well from his days in Western Pennsylvania, Patrick Anderson, involved in a horrific traffic accident on their way to practice just under 2 years ago. Both of them extensive rehabilitation, spent time in the hospital. And Will Coogan and Patrick Anderson are here racing tonight wearing their Carolina colors for the Tar Heels from the ACC.
Yes, Phil, look out for Anderson in heat number 5, but here in heat number 4, Will Coogan definitely going to be a player to watch, not just because of his abilities, but again, that comeback train. We can't say it enough. Every race has felt like a gift just to know that you could get back to doing what you love after nearly having your life in jeopardy. Amazing comeback story. And here to open the season in style, of course, already part of one of the finest distance programs in the country. Sitting mid-pack right now is Coogan. Leading is our early pacer, Silas Winders of Iowa State. He and nobody else are expected to take the group through 10 at 3K. 8 minutes, 10 seconds, the prescribed pace for Silas Winters. Wearing the cap in second, that is the young man from TCU, Graydon Morris. He'll be easy to pick out for the Horned Frogs. We got another Notre Dame runner showing up in third, Dalen Ackley. Followed by an Arkansas Razorback, Brian Masai in fourth.
And quite a few top flight distance programs. I see a number of Wisconsin Badgers out on the oval this time around in heat number 4. So these squads are so deep. Some of these athletes might not have been on their national qualifying team at the cross-country champs over 10K 2 weeks ago, but they are back here starting their season off indoors in Boston.
And we had a near fall towards the back of the pack, but another group of runners that you're going to want to watch out for are the Wake Forest Demon Deacons, including 2023 Nike Cross Nationals high school champion JoJo Jordan. Of course, we saw NXN happen over in Portland earlier today. It was a mud fest just like last year, and we've got the champ here in much friendlier running conditions at the Oval and Boston University.
And I've been out to Portland in the summer, but Portland in December, chances are it is going to be a little wet.
It's a completely different animal.
And again, the field grouped closely together, almost just a stride in between everybody. And they're almost all single file as Winders once again leading the way from Iowa State, the Cyclone runner. In front through 6 laps, 19 remaining.
Adisu Guadia of Oklahoma State has snuck his way into that top 4. He's sitting on the inside, tucked behind Dalen Ackley of Notre Dame, and ahead now of Arkansas's top runner in this heat, Brian Masai. Moving wide now. Nice from hip number 6 there is the Illinois State Cardinal, William Sinclair. He's moved his way into the number 7 position.
Still just a stride or two between each of the runners in this, our 4th heat of the men's 5,000 meters.
Luke Tewalt of Wake Forest now finds himself in 5th after a big move on the back straightaway. Will his teammates follow him? Here is, looks to be Micah Wilson with hip number 3. He was the man who nearly fell that I mentioned off of screen on this near turn. He's gotten himself into the top 10, out of trouble. Actually just outside the top 10, but out of trouble nonetheless.
And after this race, 5 more 5Ks to wrap up the opening live stream event on FloTrack in the 2024-25 indoor campaign. And it's been a great morning, afternoon, and evening thus far, but we are not done, folks. Some of your favorite runners in schools, I am certain, still to pull themselves onto the oval for a run around this track they call the launch pad, the world's fastest indoor 200. And it's proven itself time and time again. Another crown jewel in its cap tonight, the 12:59.39 by Graham Blanks, after the stirring duel between the Carolina Tar Heels, Ethan Strand and Parker Wolf, 7:30s apiece at 3,000.
That was 5:25 for Silas Winders at 2,000 meters, on pace for an 8:10. In fact, on pace for a sub 8:10, right around an 8:07.5 if you want to roughly estimate a 5:25 2K pace.
It's a little rough, Little.
All
right. The little gap, speaking of little, between our leader and the rest of the field. He's taking some looks over his shoulder. We'll see if he leads the way through 2,500 meters or if this is going to be the last time he makes the full circuit around. He's looking, and he takes it in the turn round once again. So we're coming up on 13 laps to go, so 2,400 down. We'll get their split at the end of the back straight the next time by to get that 2,500 meter time.
Will Coogan is smoothly moving his way up through the field. You can see him now pop into your frame in the Carolina blue. He's staying on the outside of lane 1, just making smooth pass after smooth pass, trying to get himself in position like he knows how.
6:50, so that's 13:40 pace, so just a couple ticks off the prescribed 13:38 that we have on paper, and they're coming up on 12 remaining.
Let's see how much longer Winders goes here. Now in second, we've got the man from North Florida, Aiden O'Gorman, the second to last seed in this heat. Again, with everybody close, that's not as much of a factor, but still definitely an underdog in the grand scheme of things, placing himself in prime position to come away with a top finish.
Well, we're seeing some more contact, and they're actually going 3 abreast, so I think that if Winders does not step off, that somebody's going to go past him, because I think the pace is slowed enough that the pack is really appreciate where he goes as the rest of the field goes by. And the new leader up front, that is Aiden O'Gorman from North Florida.
They're going to be off the pace a little bit here, Phil. As you saw, they came through 7:40 at the last lap. They need to run in pretty all-out 30. Not that that's an all-out pace, but there's just no need to run a 30 at this point in the race just to say that you hit that 8:10. So we're going to see some tactics ensue over these next few laps and see who has the chops to come home a winner.
And they're still going 3 wide down the main straightaway, Carson. So A lot of people want to be moving up toward the front, realizing they still have a lot left in the tank, and maybe again during that 3rd kilometer thing slowed up just enough where they noticed it. Their turnovers slowed, and they said, okay, we got to get back on it, guys, if we want to run in the mid 1330s, 1340s.
One guy who I mentioned before, Micah Wilson, who nearly fell early. He is now well inside of the top 10. We can confirm that. And he's gotten himself into a good, comfortable position with the W on the front in 6th position right now.
Luke Tewald from the Demon Deacons of Wake Forest now checks into the number 2 spot, right on the shoulder of O'Gorman from North Florida. But they are 2 by 2 by 2, at least 5 or 6 groups deep. Make that maybe even 7. So a dozen plus runners within a short area on the track. Something's going to happen. It's going to happen very soon with 8 laps remaining.
Yeah, that last 400 was right around a 67, and that's not a pace that's going to break anybody, though we start to see a couple trailers fall off the back. This is where we're going to want to see injection of the tempo and see who can ultimately maintain that injection for an extended period of time.
Jeffrey Kerwa from Louisville, the new leader, moves up a number of spots to take over the pacing duties. Coming up on 10 minutes on the clock. Kerwa in front. Second is Tewald from Wake Forest. And Wisconsin's Micah Wilson in 4th. And also in the mix up front, Aiden O'Gorman from the University of North Florida. Kerwa is wide-eyed and looking for a quicker tempo as they have 6 laps remaining.
And a quicker tempo we saw is that last 400, in contrast to the 67 that we saw before it, was a 66. So they're ever so slightly winding it up. You can see the field starting to break apart. The only instances of 2x2s now are well outside of the top 5. So those are for the minor positions. Pretty strung out for the lead. Still sitting with Jeffrey Kerwa of Louisville. And then it is the top Demon Deacon in the field, Luke Tewald.
And a little bit of a gap between 1, 2, and 3rd place. O'Gorman from North Florida. A popular destination for the regional competitions in the East. And an early destination for some outdoor meets as well.
And look who's back and forth, Will Coogan. He had been working his way up into the top group, let himself fall back a little bit, but now he's making the move on the outside to get up into the number 3 spot if he can get past the man from Northern Florida.
How quickly can they close in this final 4 laps? They were at 11:30 and change as Tewald loses Kerwa up front. So it is the Demon Deacon, Luke Tewald, the new leader, with O'Gorman in 3rd. And make that Will Coogan in the number 3 position, trying to catch up to Kerwa from Louisville.
Less than 600 to go, and wow, oh wow, does Tewald look comfortable and confident out front. His stride's starting to shorten a little bit, but his confidence is not wavering. He's got about a 20-meter advantage.
And
it's growing.
As much about being confident in your training as it is just about in your own ability to handle the pressure, as Will Coogan is the one closest in applying pressure to Tewald from Wake Forest. So the 2 ACC runners up front.
Here come the Big Ten boys from Wisco, but they've got well over 5 seconds to close if they want to get back at our leader, Luke Tewald.
And coming up on the bell lap and coming up on 13 minutes. 13 on the clock, 1 lap to go for Luke Tewald. He gets the bell at 13:04.
And now he's really starting to let loose. He's still got plenty of juice left. He's starting to get his arms going. Will Coogan's been overtaken for the number 2 spot meanwhile. That is Christian Duval from Wisconsin.
And the 7-second gap between first and second place, and that has grown even more in this final 200 meters. It is Luke Tewalt from Wake Forest going to pick up the win in heat number 4 here at Boston University. Men's 5,000 going under 13:40.
And getting a standing ovation from the crowd. We got some Wisconsin fans to our left giving applause to the Badgers for their phenomenal finishes. Duval got up for second, and how about Cole Sprout, who we haven't mentioned all race, from Stanford, getting up for third.
At 13:41, so one under 13:40 with a whole bunch between 13:40 and 13:46. The top 8, in fact, under that mark.
And how about, that's actually Charlie Sprott, correction, the second of the Demon Deacons, and the third Demon Deacon in fifth there, JoJo Jordan. So 1:35 for Wake Forest. They absolutely dominated that section.
Heat number 5, another big group on the oval. 24 runners. I think that is our max at this 25 lap distance. And everybody, that's the first time we've sort of had some hesitation at the starting line. Too many antsy feet, and we are underway. Everybody gets out cleanly.
Our pace setter in this section is Devin Kipyego of Iowa State, who nearly came away with a heat win in the 3K. Just got out kicked to the line by Sam Ellis, but like I said before, just watching Devin run, he always grits it out no matter what situation he is in. You could just tell how hard he works when he is working hard. This might not be that exact type of occasion as he is pacemaking, looking to set an 8:17 3-kilometer pace for this field.
And Matthew Storer from Colorado Christian going very wide, 4 abreast to get himself into the number 3 position over the aforementioned Romain Legendre from Adams State, the D2 national record setter a year ago.
13:16:53, the seed time that he comes into today with. Devin Kipyego takes them through around 64 through the first 400 meters.
And again, the junior from Adams State went 13:24 at this meet last year to finish 13th overall. So we'll see how things develop this year. He was, as Carson mentioned earlier, a third-place finisher in the D2 National Cross Country Championships 2 weeks ago today.
At PR, I mentioned of his 13:16:53. That was at the Brian Clay Invitational. Phil, I'm sure you remember that occasion out west. He did that outdoors. Over 11 seconds better than what he ran at the opener to place 13th last year for that Division II record. So we'll be on watch for that. But it's not exactly set up that way with the pacing. Devin Kipyego going to come up to 800 meters in a much more sensible pace than he's used to at max velocity, right around 150 for a lifetime best over the half mile. 2:09 setting the pace for this 5th of 9 sections in the men's 5K.
And the thing, Carson, I really like about the Adams State kit, I think we could have a power outage. They turn off the lights and we'd still be able to see him around the track. I love the bright neon effect of Adams State. Again, one of the all-time greats in Division II distance running.
Being represented in fine style by Romain Legendre.
And the all-time D2 list to get into the top 10 in Division II performer, 13:41. So about 16 seconds between first and 10th performer-wise on the all-time Division II list.
Matthew Storer of Colorado Christian running in third behind Adams State's Legendre. And then a couple places back, we see our first of the two young twins wearing hip number 19. That looks to be Lex Young. Leo Young in this field as well. And just ahead of them, Sam Wilhelm of Alabama Huntsville on the day of the Running Lane Cross Country Championships at John Hunt Park in Huntsville, Alabama.
And I'm going to give a shout out to one of the Notre Dame competitors in this one, C.J. Singleton, former standout at Butler High School, and many of you follow the high school ranks. A year ago, his former teammate at Butler and now teammate at Notre Dame, Drew Griffith, doing some crazy things over a mile, and those two were part of the Notre Dame cross-country team at Nationals 2 weeks ago, and CJ has really developed himself into a fine steeplechase runner and qualified for the Olympic trials last summer and also was a top finisher in the NCAA Division I championships. Right now, sitting back in about 15th position or so, right on the rail, wearing number 21.
I love that you mentioned that storyline, Phil, because watching Drew Griffith, from Butler High School chase after that sub-4 mile and really earn it, and not just earn it, but just completely shatter the barrier, going 3:57. Just an incredible senior campaign and now freshman campaign at Notre Dame.
Devin Kipyego taking the field through lap 9 in the books. Next time by will be 2 kilometers. And he's scheduled to take the group through 8:17 for 3K at a 13:44 pace.
The young brothers perhaps a little relieved to see their older brother Nico's 3K record left standing for today. Graham Blank's likely to give more attempts at that 12:57.14 as around 5:27, 5:28 through 2 kilometers. So Kipyego averaging around a 2:43 per K. He's another guy like the young brothers, like Drew Griffith that we mentioned before, that was part of that sub-4 high school mile conversation. He nearly got it and just hasn't had the opportunity to get in a fast mile since. He's had some unfortunate circumstances in his races, but again, that has not stopped him from being the gritty athlete that he is, and I'm almost certain that if he gets another good opportunity, he can break 4 in the mile once and for all.
And the thing that I'm really interested in seeing how it plays out is our number 2 runner right now, Legendre from Adams State. Again, last year he went 13:24. He is in a heat right now that the pace is not set up anywhere near that. So what is going to happen when Kipyego steps off the track? Is he just going to drop it on the field and take off, or the conditioning level isn't maybe what it was a year ago at this event? We soon shall see.
If you consider raw personal bests alone, you would expect something of that nature to happen, but with this pace that isn't exactly suitable for a personal best in the 13:20s or even the 13:10s like Legendre's outdoor personal best of 13:16.53, he's going to have to win the race if he wants to make the most of this season opener here indoors.
Kipyego still in front, 12 laps remaining. They are more than halfway home.
And still very single file. There is not a single outlier at this exact moment in time. Of course, that always changes within a second's matter, but a very strong outfield as far as layout is concerned.
They are running as close to 5,000 meters as they can right along the rail. Devin Kipyego and Romain Legendre, and there he goes. He's pulling up. It looked like wanted to take the lead from Kipyego, or at least take a big look. Really interesting what that move was for, moving out into lane 2. I don't know if he thought Kipyego was stepping off or not.
He seemed to be motioning to somebody.
And I'm assuming in that bright neon jacket on the inside is maybe one of the coaching staff of Adams State. There he goes. Kipyego has stepped to the inside, and it is up to the D2 star, and he's automatically gained a little bit of separation on the rest of the field. Will this continue? And how will the number 2 runner from Colorado Christian, respond?
So Romain Legendre hit the 3K split at around 8:14. Remember that as we go throughout these final 10 laps to see what kind of close that he's got in him. We know that he's got greater abilities than anybody has showcased in this field to this point, but this is where he's going to have to exercise his tactics and wheels.
We have some Rocky Mountain runners coming up to the front from Wyoming, making a huge push. Jacob White, and is he going to challenge Legendre for the lead? Right now it is the Colorado State represented by Adams State and Colorado Christian in the top 5. Legendre and 2 Cowboys from Wyoming. Jacob White, and that looks like number 12. I'm going to check that out.
That's 19, Lex Young. Leo Young a few positions back, but both Young brothers are in the top 10 as well. The top group is starting to clearly emerge, but it is still with Legendre of Adams State holding the lead over the top Wyoming Cowboy to this point, Jacob White.
And the other one is Riker Holtzen. That's the one I was trying to figure out in the number 4 spot, also wearing the Wyoming colors. And they're all following behind Romain Legendre from Adams State.
And how about CJ Singleton?
He's up in the 5th. The young man from Butler in Notre Dame. He had been as far back as 12th, not too far ago in the racing distance, but here comes CJ Singleton in the 5th, going single file, the top 8. At the back of the pack, the 2 runners from Stanford. It is Legendre. Going to get a 6 to go mark on the lap counter, and it is 10:25 on the clock.
10:25, so that last 800 was around a 2:11, just to give you a sense of what pace that we've been moving at. So right around 32.75 per lap. You're going to see the pace steadily wind up, though, as we head towards the final kilometer. And now Legendre starting to put some gap on the field. Took a little look back over left and right shoulder and left again.
So is he worried, or he just wants to see where it is right now with a kilometer to go at 10:58?
Let's watch closely. He's relaxed still, but he hasn't broken the field. Jacob White from Wyoming still leading the chase group, covering that move very nicely down the backstretch.
A member of the FloTrack team just mentioned the possibility that he is actually setting a number out there, since again he has run much faster at 13:24, just trying to keep these runners behind him dialed in at a certain point and then leave it up to them with 2 to go, or then he'll take off. So it's 4 laps remaining. Legendre now followed by one of the Arkansas Razorbacks. That is Ruben Reyna.
First time we've called his name all race. Yet another runner that's worked his way steadily, a la CJ Singleton, who's still sitting in 5th. But Reyna has his eyes on Legendre in front of him now.
And again, Legendre looking so easy out in front as this pace starts to pick up lap by lap. 3 laps remaining, and there are about 7 runners with an opportunity to win or at least challenge for the victory. Legendre, Reyna, one of the 2 Cowboys, that is Holtzen, CJ Singleton in the mix. The runners from Stanford also there. Legendre going by a lapped runner and able to put a little more distance on his challengers.
It's looking like a wild goose chase through a corn maze out there with how they're navigating the lap traffic. But so far, Legendre is doing it quite nicely.
And again, making it look very easy. Hasn't blown the doors off the field, but continues just to pick up a little more each and every lap. The Stanford brothers right there in the number 3 and 4 spot. Legendre, then Reyna, and there come the Youngs.
They're going to want to deliver a close vlog-worthy on their Lex and Leo YouTube channel as they now move into the number 2 and 3 spots, heading towards the final lap.
And Singleton moving up on Reyna. So it is Legendre with a lap to go and about 12-meter gap at 13:05. Young and Singleton next in line. Final lap, heat number 5 of the 5,000 for the men. Romain Legendre made it look easy, but the Youngs from Stanford, can they hold off CJ Singleton from Notre Dame?
Legendre looks like he's got the gap, but here comes Leo Young on the outside of his brother Lex.
Is it going to be a Stanford mad dash? They close but cannot get there. 13:36, and I'm certain from PRs in this field, as I know CJ Singleton had a 13:49 next to his name. He's now in the 13:30s. Legendre 13:36.69. He's with the win, helping the runners get some good times. And Young at 13:37. And I think we have some lapped runners in those numbers right now. They'll get that figured out.
Either way, that should be an indoor best for both of the Youngs. It's Leo unofficially, no time official for Lex, but again, Newberry
They were
Park,
second and third, correct.
Newberry Park did not run indoor track, being from the state of California, so great close for the Young brothers either way. They were right around 27-28 for the last 200. You could really see them pour on the gas in the final 50.
And again, such a mad dash to the finish that right now the results haven't picked up some of the athletes. The other Young brother, CJ Singleton, getting under 13:40 as we get primed for heat number 6, the men's 5,000. 3 more after this one. And one of the names from that entries list that popped out, Brian DeCola. And myself and my compatriot John Davern, now working for the mothership in Austin. When John was the PA mile split head man, watched Brian DeCola do some incredible things now in his sophomore season at Penn State. Led the way in the 10K distance for the Nittany Lions this year, and he is in this field in heat number 6.
And he's another one of those high schoolers that was more so known for his abilities over the mile distance. But like Gary Martin, he's really progressed and just developed that full distance runner's mindset. And we've been seeing it each and every race, and here we are seeing it again in his indoor opener. How will he fare?
And scheduled to be the man setting the pace for the majority of this race, Mitchell Durbin. They're looking at a 13:50 number. And we saw what happened in the last race. They were a little behind pace, and then the final 2,000 meters, man, they are just going like crazy.
And I think Legendre was definitely waiting for his moment to go. He knew he would have the gas in the end, and even though the Youngs were catching him, he had the cushion. And a well-executed race. I think that's another goal that we don't really talk about enough here when we consider just the propensity of a fast time or an overall win, but just executing a good race. You can come in to an invitational like this with a number of plans. And Legendre's just so happened to be very unique. And it worked. Can't complain about that. I say unique in the sense that it wasn't exactly record-setting as it perhaps was expected to be in some regards. It's hard not to expect records when you consider what we've seen today, but there's other ways to come away with personal victories from meets like this. Looking at the early standings, obviously it's our pace setter still out front, Mitchell Durbin, but there in second is McCallum Rowe of LaSalle. In that bright kit just ahead of the man from Loyola, James Lawrence. Single file are the top runners heading down the back straightaway on their 4th. Make that 5th of 25 laps, about to hit the first kilometer split. In the number 4 spot is Another
Dervin's time
strong
through
runner.
5 laps is 2:43. And
Derek
right behind,
Amakan from Cornell in 4th.
And that is McCallum Rowe from the Explorers of LaSalle in the number 2 position. And not as single file as they were in the last race, but they're slowly getting to that point. In heat number 6, the men's 5K.
Yeah, it seems like each lap you can take note of the difference. It's like one more runner tucks in each lap, and now nearly every runner has found their way to the inside rail, one right in front of behind the other.
And I mentioned him at the onset of this race, Brian DeCola, former standout from Hatboro Horsham, state champion in cross country. He turned back the aforementioned Drew Griffith when Griffith was a junior, And DeCola, now a sophomore for the Nittany Lions. He is currently in the number 8 position.
And one thing we always take note of about Brian DeCola, he looks like he's working so much harder than he actually is. He just has gears for days. And there's no explaining to do other than just that. He's got the gears, and that's the bottom line. We'll see what he has in the 5K here. Again, seeing his improvements over cross country gives you a lot more confidence. There's 4:22 for the first mile for our ace maker, Mitchell Durbin. Now following him in second is Bernard Chariot, the man from Tulane.
And Chariot, one of those listed next to a 13:50 seed time. In fact, the first half dozen runners, 13:15, including DeCola, still sitting back in the number 8 spot. 9 down, 16 remaining. Another look at the watch for Mitchell Durbin.
Hip number 16, Luke Marsanxis of Maine, is up into 3rd. He's been in that top 5 for a little while now, but has kept his focus clear and his position firm. Couple Cornell guys following him. Derek Amakan, the previously mentioned number 4 runner, and then Damian Hackett, a few positions behind him, moving up on the outside.
5:28 through 2 kilometers, Carson.
The Big Red Men have joined forces in 4th and 5th now. At least they had joined forces.
Yes, briefly there. They were there. I did see that.
It was a brief shining moment until McCallum Rowe said, "Nah, you shall not have my number 5 spot."
Bernard Chariot, just a freshman for Tulane, sitting second. And Luke Marsanskis from Maine, the Black Bear, in 3rd. Before we see one of those 2 Cornell runners, Derek Amakan, in the number 4 spot.
Brian DeCola starting to make a move up through the middle of the pack. He's really using this backstretch to get position.
And doing it the right way as much as possible. He's picked up a couple spots, maybe going to be another one as he moves alongside McCallum Rowe from LaSalle.
And there goes the pacer.
There we go. Dervin's day is done. He leaves it up to the finishers now. DeCola in 5th, but still, I think once more wants to move a little closer to the front. He's stuck out on the outside in 2. Now he's going to move to the rail as they work the far turn at the Track and Tennis Center. They're on the homeward run, second half of this 5,000 meters.
Bernard Chariot ended up competing with Tulane at the NCAA Division I Cross Country Championships, again just a couple of weeks ago, placing in the top 100 at 85th overall for the 10,000 meter championship. And so this is where he's going to want to use that strength to come home and fend off everybody else. Again, there are some other competitors that can say the same, but He is in the pole position right now, and he is the one with control of the tempo.
14 in this lead group. They're single file, they're on the rail, and following Bernard Chariot from Tulane. The Green Wave freshman is going to lead the field through the 3,000 meter mark.
Let's see what they're going to come through at. 8:21 is the goal time, and they're up 5 seconds ahead of that.
That's it. So they're right now, in theory, at 13:45 pace, but we'll see how they close. The last heat closed quickly, just like everyone else has done. In the majority of these distance races tonight, a big push toward the front. That is Cale Adams from Lake Effect. He is now sitting in fourth, one spot in front of Brian DeCola from Penn State.
On the outside there in hip number 6, how about Cale Adams of Lake Effect? He's another guy that's moved his way up from that mid-pack. DeCola kind of followed him up to the position where he currently is, and now we're going to see him follow him all the way to the front. Into the lead goes Adams. Chariot, who's led since the 3K until now, in second position, and now coming back on the outside is Luke Marsenxis of Maine, burying DeCola on the inside in fourth. But DeCola's in a good position right now that he's found the inside rail. All he needs to do is just hug that and bet on his closing speed, his closing kick that has won in many races in the past, if he wants to come away with a potential victory in Heat 6 of the men's 5,000 at the Sharon Colyear-Danville season opener.
So Adams and Marsanskis from Maine, 1-2. Chariot in third. Amakan in fourth. DeCola in fifth. Heat 6. And Marsanski's trying to challenge, moving up on the shoulder of Mr. Adams. And things are bunching up front. And with as many as 10 runners, still the opportunity. They're within about 12 meters from our leader.
Nolan Topper of Stanford has moved up into that top group as well. He's number 6 in the field as they currently stand, heading into that far turn. Again, we see a lot of runners that we haven't mentioned till this point in the race. They've been biding their time all up until this final few kilometers. Here's DeCola now.
In the lead, Brian DeCola pushes himself to the front. 1 kilometer to go and 11:03.
And there he goes, Bry Guy kicking away from the field. Has he gone too early? He looks confident, and when he's confident, the answer is usually no with regards to my previous question, had he gone too early?
And always a lot of arm action from Brian DeCola. It makes it look like he's really maybe working a lot harder than he is, but he does have a gear after a gear after a gear. And he did well in the 10,000 meter distances for Penn State in cross country. Brian DeCola has opened himself up a 15 to 20 meter lead late in the stages of heat number 6 of the 5K at Boston.
Considering just how quickly he can close, 4:04:14 for a full mile back at the Hoka Festival of Miles, and that was when he was in high school. That was June 2023, and he's built up so much strength to complement that speed and really refine his distance running arsenal. And we're seeing him absolutely blow away this field into the final 600.
So Brian DeCola continues to lengthen that stride, increase that turnover. And that is the formula for cutting those lap times in the final stages of a 3K, a 5K.
And I gotta say too, Phil, we talk about how much effort it looks like he's using. his form has gotten so much better as he's progressed. He just looks so much more comfortable even when he's in the pain phase, even when he's kicking for home, as he is now in the final quarter mile of this race.
So DeCola now running solidly in the 31s over the last 3+ laps as the pace had slowed to 33.9s. And Brian DeCola took that as his cue as he's coming upon lap runners right there, passing one of the runners from Arkansas, going out into lane 2. Brian DeCola, 1 lap to go at 13:10. The young man from Penn State always using those arms, pulling hard down the back straight. The next to last lap again, 31.4. The last 4 laps, all in 31 seconds.
He was 13:09 high, so there's a good chance we could see something quicker for this final circuit.
DeCola going wide to get past this lap runner, coming to the line. Will he get under 13:40?
Oh.
It looks like he's just going to miss. His official time, 13:40.25, but he is happy with the effort. Brian DeCola from Penn State wins heat number 6 with a final lap of 30.11.
And he's got a lot to be happy about. Not only did he dial up his famous kick, but he set an official 5K personal best of over 45 seconds. His fastest high school time was 14:26.72, without many opportunities to race the distance thus far as a collegian, but in his first indoor 5K as a Nittany Lion, Brian DeCola goes 13:40.18 for a massive lifetime best. 25 official.
Just that continued build, his last 1,000 meters in 2:36.07.
And again, that last 400 was right around 61 there, so it just got faster and faster each lap. That's exactly how it should be. Brian DeCola, well done.
And he and his coaches are happy with the effort, I am certain. And they have a 200 banked oval at Happy Valley, but there's this hydraulic where the turns can go up and down. And finally, for the first time, my jinx comes true. We unfortunately did have some contact. The runner goes down. We get a recall start. And I set up the jinx some time ago, and it finally played out in heat number 7. The third from the last 5,000 run of the day in the final race, or final event, of this year's Sharon Colyear-Danville season opener.
How impressive is that, though? All the way up until the third to last race for the jinx to come to fruition.
This is true.
Here goes heat number 7 of 9.
And that is a big inside alley there, folks. Those inside 3 lanes, that is a huge pack. Looks like the Boston Marathon.
24 in total. Of course, Yassin Abdallah, the first man I think of when you mention a marathon. I mean, just what an incredible double he had today. Placing third, breaking the old collegiate record in the 3K, and then coming back for a 13:22 over 5,000 meters. I mean, the big question was with him was how much speed would he have to contend over these distances? His answer was a lot.
You can't run any further than he did in 2 races here at Boston University. 8,000 meters and quality meters at that.
So let's see who takes control early. We do have yet another pace setter, Luke Cunningham of New Mexico in the red kit out front in 65 seconds. They're looking for a 13:54 pace.
And again, these rabbits that we're talking about, some volunteers, some from the colleges participating, and others some professional runners, as we saw the Hoey brothers all putting themselves out on the track outside of their regular event where they were competing to see how quickly they can cover the distance. Out there getting some extra money as an ample opportunity here at Boston University if you can run the time and the distance to pick up a couple dollars as a rabbit, a pace setter at these high quality indoor meets.
That's Gus McIntyre from Wyoming running second place right now behind the pace setter. Again, that's Luke Cunningham, the senior from UNM. And in third place, we've got the man from Arkansas State, Jacob Piat. And moving up on the outside from Butler University. Butler College, I believe. That's Butler University. Luke Henseler. He is being squeezed onto the outside, though. Going to want to minimize that distance as he goes throughout the remaining laps. Down the back straightaway on the 5th lap. Going to come up to their first kilometer shortly. They're going to want to be around a 2 for that first kilometer. Let's see. They're going to want to be a 2:46. And 2:47 it looks like. So not too far off of that. 2:46.8 to be exact. So we'll round it up and say they're right on pace. But they're going to have to keep this even to make it worthwhile to ultimately get to that 13:54 end goal. Not too much movement through the pack. The top 3 racers still the same, but now we've got our first UMass Minuteman emerging into the picture. That's Michael Norberg running in the number 5 position overall. His teammate Colin Catherwood a few positions back. His alma mater in high school, Monroe Woodbury, competed at Nike Cross Nationals earlier today, representing for the New York region, placing 20th overall in the boys' championship 5K. Also in this is a Villanova Wildcat, Chris Sullivan. Don't exactly think he's going to break Liam Murphy and Marco Langen's new program top 2 that we saw in the first section to place second and fourth, 13:10.42 and 13:14.11, but I digress. No. Villanova, another one of the premier distance programs represented today here at the opener.
And also middle distance dropping down the 800, 1500. But Luke Cunningham, again, we saw him earlier. He went 4:02.85 in the mile, coming back, the senior from New Mexico, to pace set this race.
It's just like Josh Hoey's first mile that he paced the 3K in there after his 3:52 there. They're going to be coming up to 2K in about a lap from now. This is 1,800 meters. It is still Luke Cunningham. And in second, the cowboy from Wyoming, Gus McIntyre, the senior from way out west.
And it is your standard, typical 5,000 meter placement. Everybody, just about everybody, in single file fashion, covering about 30 meters, maybe 35 around this 200 banked oval.
And you see that bright neon pop into your screen a couple of times over. We've got 2 men representing the D2 powerhouse, Adams State. We've got Julian Campos and Juan Rosales. Campos, the higher placed of the 2 right now. Rosales 4th from the back, but look out for the Adams State fellas. They could have something cooking in the back half like we saw from Romain Legendre.
Now, just because I've experienced it out at Brian Clay when we lost power late in the evening or early in the morning, let's turn the lights out and see if my hypothesis about the Adams State glow of their kit is true. No, let's not do that. There's 14 laps to go, 11 in the books. Still leading the way, Luke Cunningham from New Mexico.
I think I'm just going to assume you're right at this point.
It was amazing that they were in the middle. I don't know if it was the 10K, I think it was. And all of a sudden the lights went out. It's like, okay, where do we go from here, folks?
I remember that happened to me at the New York State meet during the 3,200, the last race of the night due to weather delays. The 11 o'clock lights had shut off
And that's what that was. Midnight.
Everybody had to turn on their phone lights because Adams State was not in attendance and could not use their neon jerseys to illuminate their surroundings.
I remember back in the day, Nike had Van Kier spikes that were the similar neon color and sort of could light up the night sky. As Luke Cunningham is lighting things up right now, they're going through in 7:02, so that's 14:04 pace. So they slipped a little bit, as that was 12 and a half laps, 2,500 meters. He's going to come to line again in the lead, still on the oval. We'll see how much longer that Cunningham is the pace setter.
Again, there's no designated 3K goal, but if you want to maintain the goal pace of 13:54, then it would be ideal if you reach that point at around 8:20.
And that is Jacob Pyatt from Arkansas State in the black and red in the number 2 position. And on the rail in third, Gus McIntyre from Wyoming.
How about Julian Campos from Adams State? He's moved his way right up into 5th there, and now we see a little bit of shouldering as the pacer's stepping off into the back straightaway.
So that is Cunningham stepping aside. His day is over as we're only a couple heats from the end of a long but great day of track and field on FloTrack, live from Boston University. Phil Grove, Carson Gumboro.
Field's definitely starting to separate, and we mentioned how we thought our pacer had stepped off. Luke Cunningham ran the rest of that lap with a nice little jog to watch all the runners go by him, perhaps to give a little bit of encouragement to them. I remember that's another thing that stood out to me about one of the most all-time races ever run here at BU, the world record of the indoor mile. Eric Sawinski was on that back straightaway cheering on every step of Yomif Kajelcha en route to that 3:47.01.
And Jacob Pyatt now putting some distance between himself and the rest of the field. They are working the 4th kilometer. They went through 3K in just about, I believe that was 8:20 and change.
How about Emmanuel LeBlanc from Johns Hopkins, the lacrosse standout school? Chose track and field instead. The Blue Jays have plenty of distance standouts, as we're seeing right here. He's in the 3rd spot left of your screen. And in between he and our leader is the man from Adams State, Julian Campos, in that bright neon kit. Now trying to work back to Jacob Pyatt from Arkansas State.
And it is Arkansas State, Adams State. And then in the number 3 spot, that is Johns Hopkins. Again, D3 in everything except lacrosse, where they are one of the beasts in that sport in the U.S.
As a Syracuse fan, I know plenty about that.
And John Hopkins on the D3 level in distance running and cross country, they are extremely competitive and bring it every year. The Blue Jays. And it is a 4-man breakaway coming up on 6 remaining, 1,200 meters, 3/4 of a metric mile.
How about Owen Karras of Yale? First time we've called the name of the Bulldogs all day. We've spent a lot of time glorifying Harvard and their accomplishments. Yale did not want to be left out of the party here today.
They do like to go head-to-head, don't they?
They sure do.
It is Arkansas State's Jacob Pyatt in the lead. Nope, not for long. Julian Campos from Adams State put that very colorful kit in the lead.
Where he believes it should be as they come up to the final K at 11:11. Make a wish for the win. Take your pick. We've got 4 in the mix. Campos, then Pyatt, Karras, and LeBlanc. Your top 4 breaking away by 20 meters from the rest of the field.
And they definitely are pushing each other and helping each other along, as well as Karras moves to the outside. But he's not going to get the lead easily, but does push himself into the number 1 spot. Owen Karras from Yale, the Ivy Leaguer, starting to make Campos from Adams State hurt for staying so close in second place. It is Karras, then Campos, then Piat. Those three have removed themselves just a little bit from LeBond from Johns Hopkins.
And you're seeing our second and third runners, Campos and Piat, trying to get around the lap traffic, but it seems as though Karras from Yale is using that to his advantage. He's gapped them by about 10 meters now, as Piat and Campos have traded places. Coming back to him now with every stride.
And I am certain he got benefit, as you mentioned, from lapping those runners at the opportune time, being very efficient at making that pass. His coaching staff on the inside saying, go for it. It's got 2 to go at just over 13 minutes.
Emmanuel LeBlanc of Johns Hopkins isn't done in just yet. He's got about 10 meters to make up on the number 2 and 3 runners on your screen right now. Piat and LeBlanc. Campos, excuse me. Now Jacob Piat trying to separate as Karras kicks again.
It is Owen Karras coming up to the bell at 13:21. He has a 10-meter lead on Piat from Arkansas State with Campos in third. But here comes Lamont from Johns Hopkins. Can the D3 stand out? Close the deal and move up at least a spot or 2. Here he goes. He's into third. Can he make it into second? It is going to be Karras running away with this, but here comes LeBlanc. If he had another 100 meters, he might get the win. It is Owen Karras from Yale, picks up the victory, goes under 14 seconds, and the young man from Johns Hopkins, and he's moving up in the all-time rankings, going to be in the top 10. It appears 13:54. That's going to put him in the number 9 spot.
That's Emmanuel LeBlanc from Johns Hopkins we're talking, but how about Owen Karras, the winner? Hey, he's going to be placing up for a podium position at Heps potentially behind Graham Blanks.
There are some good distance runners in the Ivy League. I'll throw out Dylan Throop from Penn, who is more of a 10K guy, but dropping down to the 5 every once in a while, I'm certain.
The Quakers had their opener at the brand new indoor facility in Philadelphia today, so congratulations to our friends from UPenn there. They're always our esteemed hosts at the Penn Relays Carnival, one of our favorite events on our annual calendar here on FloTrack. But great win for the Bulldog from Yale, Owen Karras, 13:53.27.
All right, there are the numbers in the finishers in heat number 7 of the men's 5,000. Just 2 races remaining, Carson, on a great day. Your first trip to Boston University and the Track and Tennis Center. What do you think?
I gotta say, it's actually my second trip, but my first real trip. It's my first track meet here, and it is not disappointed. We've seen all sorts of different types of races. Heck, even the sprint races were entertaining. Of course, I have a soft spot for the 400 meters, but all in all, it was just a really exciting day, and we're still not even done. We got 2 5Ks left.
And again, hats off to the meet management folks keeping us on schedule. They said we'd finish right about 9 o'clock, and I think that's about what we're going to do this evening, as once again getting some help. This heat number 8 from pace setter Brody Smith, trying to keep everybody on 14-minute pace.
And looking at our real live time right now, we're at 8:21 Eastern Standard, and with the speed that these guys have showcased, I'm almost certain we'll have concluded before the 9 o'clock hour hits. Phenomenal job by our meet staff. Oh, time to test the Adams State theory as the lights begin to shut off in the bleachers.
Possibly.
We do not Now, we do have an Adams State runner in this, it
Of
looks
course.
like. That is Will Pardue in the mid-pack. But out front, behind our pace setter Brody Smith, our top runner wears hip number 15. That's Daniel Schmidt of Wingate, a program that we highlighted a lot in the earlier portion of our broadcasts. But nice to see they've still got some runners left in the final races of the day. Behind him, a runner from a school that saw a program record set in the women's 3,000 meters by Shannon Flockhart, Providence College. That is Moses Lecoque. Shannon Flockhart ran an epic close for second for the Friars behind Bailey Hertenstein. 8:45.67, sixth all-time in collegiate indoor history. Very sneaky, impressive result for Flockhart. Again, those are just some of the highlights from today. Don't forget, it'll all be on our archives on FloTrack and all our social media as well. At FloTrack on Instagram, Twitter, even Facebook, Threads. We're on everything. Our social media team has been killing it today, as have all of our runners at Boston University.
So Brody Smith is going to lead the field toward the 1,000 meter mark. And they're going to be in the 240s for this opening kilometer.
246 high as he takes a glance down at the watch.
And has, again, Daniel Schmidt as his closest pursuer. And
Ryan
then Michael
Pardue.
Morgan from Providence.
Emil Bezesny, another man from Adams State, has worked his way up into the top four. Pardue much further back. In fact, he's from New Mexico. I apologize for mixing up those schools. But Emil, we've seen a lot of recent success by Adams State in the heats and in the cross-country world. Romain Legendre made an appearance, the Division II indoor record holder.
And I'm always one, as you can see today, Carson wears the brand, and I love that the folks from Adams State wear the bright neon brand, whether it's the coaching staff in the jackets or the warm-ups and the kits that the Adams State Grizzlies have here today at BU. Again, Brody Smith setting the pace through 7 laps.
Us at FloTrack, very big fans of our friends from Adams State, but also right behind Besesny is Boston College's Edward Sullivan. Cannot confirm if he is a junior or not of the former television host or relative, whatever you want to call it. But he's going to try and put on his own show. It is crosstown track here, BC. Coming to BU. We've seen a couple of battles between the Terriers and the Eagles. The Terriers, it appears as though they don't have any runners left here today. They did all their damage in the sprints and mid-distances. But here in the 5K, back out front.
Brody Smith has the biggest smile on his face I think I have seen today. The last time by, he went through the mile in 4:29, leading the way for this field.
The goal for this section is a 14-minute flat pace. So if we consider that, they are just about a second off of that. They would have needed a 4:28.8, but that is minuscule when you consider just how close together they all are.
And pretty close are the just about everybody in this race, all except for one runner. And again, you can reach out and probably touch the runner in front of you all the way down to our last runner in this field, and he's still not far behind. So hopefully we can close the gap and have one big, long train of 5,000-meter runners in heat number 8. Keep the excitement going. The crowd's still into it. And obviously the runners are looking for strong performances on the world's fastest indoor oval, the launch pad.
3:36, correction, 5:36 was the designated 2K split, and they were only a second off of that. So even though they were a little bit behind, they're keeping the laps consistent, and that's exactly what you want to do. Not to necessarily hit a panic button to get back on that pace. Just stay where you are and stay close. See what happens. The lights are back on as we are now on our 14th to final lap.
And I know why, because Emil Bezesny moved up into the number 3 spot, so that got some energy back into the building. And no, he is sitting third. The young man from Adams State is Brody Smith, still in front. And he's going to come down to 13 to go, 12 in the books. And at the end of the back straight, we will give you that 2,500-meter split. And they'll be halfway home in our penultimate 5K and race of the day at Boston University.
Smith looking for around 7 minutes as he crosses the halfway start line. He's going to be just
7 minutes right there.
On it. They've gotten back to that pace nice and smoothly. We'll see how much further Smith takes them through.
And we'll see what damage, either positive or negative, the rest of this 3rd kilometer has on the pace. There he goes. He steps off. Up. No, he stays on.
Huh.
He moved to the outside, and then he moved back down into lane 1. You know what, guys? I was going to give you 14 laps. We'll do another one.
Shut a bit of a door on Michael Morgan of Providence. Apologies again for my earlier misidentification. I said Moses Lekokai of Providence. He's actually from Akron. Michael Morgan, the runner from Providence, now sitting in the number 2 spot behind the pacer, Brody Smith, who was tempted to step off at this point last lap, but is staying on the pace.
And it looks like actually Smith was yelling back to Morgan in the number 2 spot less than a lap ago. And we'll see they have separated themselves now after that looked like premature exit from the track for Brody Smith, our pace setter, in heat number 8. And the closest pursuers right now is Drew Collage from Gonzaga and Emil Bezesny from Adams State, but they're a solid 10-plus behind our lead duo, Brody Smith and Michael Morgan.
Here is 3K right on the 8:24 dot that they were searching for, and Brody Smith isn't stopping here. Typically 3K is where you'll see the pacer take them through, as now in the number 3 spot is the man with hip number 3, Drew Collage of Gonzaga, has broken away a bit from the chasers. Look out for hip number 8, that's Yami Albrecht of Oakland in 4th.
I was almost going to say, is Drew in it for, or Brody in it for the long haul, but he is not. He stepped aside and is going to let Michael Morgan finish this out, getting some encouragement to the runner before he leaves. Brody Smith stepping out with 9 to go.
I think he's wondering if he'll get a raise for those extra few laps of pacemaking duty, but either way, he definitely got them on the right track. As we observed in the previous lap, that 3K split was right where it should have been for a 14-minute clocking. The trouble is the rest of the field wasn't exactly on that pace, besides Michael Morgan, our current leader, who's quickly being reeled in by the next 3. Drew Collage of Gonzaga, followed by Yami Albrecht of Oakland, and then back in 4th, wearing hip number 10 is Brian Rotich of Norfolk State. After that, we've got a pair of Boston College Eagles. Edward Sullivan still in 6th, and his teammate Will Purnell has passed him up into 5th.
So Michael Morgan from Providence leading the field toward another lap. 7 to go. 1,400 meters remaining. Drew Collage from Gonzaga. And then Yami Albrecht from Oakland. No, not California. How about Michigan?
Important clarification.
Or not even an area of the University of Pittsburgh campus in Oakland, in Pittsburgh. All kinds of Oaklands at play in intercollegiate athletics. As Michael Morgan, a 14:03 PR with 6 to go at 10:39.
I'm impressed that he's held the lead, Phil. It looked like he was starting to struggle once Brody Smith left him out there hung to dry, but he's found some more grit and kept going.
It was interesting, the ebb and flow of that. Looked like Brody was going to step out. The pack was kind of close. He opened up a gap for Michael Morgan, and now things have tightened up once again with 3 runners within 2 strides.
Again, the man from Gonzaga sitting right there tucked in second. That's Drew Collage. And then in third, the man from Oakland, Yami Albrecht. It's those 3. Brian Rotich was with them a few laps ago, but he's got some work to do to get back at them.
And I just wanted to point out the courteous runners that are out there, knowing that their day is not as fast as the other runners out there leading the way in these races, just moving out just a little bit to give them the rail so they don't have to run those extra meters and can stay on pace for some potential records, as we saw earlier with that run by Graham Blanks in the 5,000, just narrowly missing the collegiate record. That's what it's all about.
And Graham actually had to get around.
Yes, he did.
He had to get around on the
Correct.
back straight in the last lap, but huge credit to him. He still managed to come through with a sub-30 lap for his close with all that considered. And he went so early, so much earlier than we had expected, which makes that 12:59.89 that much more impressive.
Coming up on 3 laps remaining at 12:20. Collage from Gonzaga leading. Morgan in second. Albrecht in third.
I feel like Morgan almost looks stronger now that he's been passed. It's almost as though he is hunting rather than being the hunted. It's an analogy we hear so often, but just look no further than his body language right now.
And just about 5 seconds ago, it looks like he took like sort of a relaxing breath, just sort of breathe out. It's okay, don't panic. We got 2 laps to go. We have 400 meters. Good things can happen.
He's still barely bringing his arms up. You could say the same for Collage, but he's now the sitting duck out front as our third place runner, Yami Albrecht, starts to lose some ground.
So Drew Collage from Gonzaga, 14:03. Morgan from Providence, 14:03, and there goes Morgan with 2:50 remaining. Michael Morgan from Providence, Rhode Island, and Providence College, the Friars.
Morgan on pace for a sub-14 here. He really started to pick up his stride tempo. Still looks to have some arm motion in reserve as he hits the final backstretch.
Any doubt that we might have had of whether he was going to finish this off about 4 or 5 laps ago, we put that away. Michael Morgan from Providence. He's going to run under 14 minutes. He's going to set himself a personal best on the oval at the Track and Tennis Center. And his winning time, 13:56.10. Collage in second. Waiting for his official time, 13:57.21. And Albrecht also under 14 minutes at 13:58.24. There's the winner, Michael Morgan from Providence.
Wipes the sweat off his face right there. A nice hard-earned effort. Again, first sub-14, always got to feel good. And the way he made it happen was quite entertaining. Watching him quickly get reeled in by the field after the pacer Brody Smith had stepped off made you almost think as though that pace was too hot for him. But no, it wasn't. It was enough for him to use his own tactics and trust to take him home for the win.
And just a couple runners to finish out heat number 8 of the men's 5,000. Our final race of the day, of the evening, of the first meet of 2024-25. Live on FloTrack, Phil Grove Old School Track. Carson _Gambaro. Glad you could join us today for a great opener to this year's indoor season of live stream action on FloTrack, your leader in track and field. We saw some of the indoor schedule earlier today. Lots of outdoor meets also being added to the repertoire for FloTrack in 2024-25. We are underway. The scheduled pace setter for this race Also running for the Ore Diggers from the Colorado School of Mines, Loic Skomperin. Earlier today, he was an NCAA Division II record setter in the 3,000 meters. He went 7:43.96. He finished 8th overall. He previously was number 2 all-time for D2 at that distance at 7:46.11. He broke the old record by almost 1 second. Congratulations to him, coming out to get some extra work tonight.
You think he's going to break that time pacing them through here? Two D2 records in one day?
We'll see if he goes the full 3,000 meters or maybe steps off at 2,500.
Either way, he looks completely fresh. You couldn't tell by looking at him right now that he ran that spectacular time that we saw out of him earlier today. And he's going to do the honors for the final race of the day. Slotting in behind him so far, that's Nick Sullivan of Villanova. And then with hip number 5, that is Skomperin's teammate from the Colorado School of Mines, Daniel Appleford. Now, if you recall, in the fast heat of 5Ks, Nick Sullivan's teammate Liam Murphy, whom we've mentioned several times, the runner-up in 13:10, he made a brave move to go with the Pacers early. Murphy, more so known for his miling abilities. We saw him go 3:53 outdoors. We've seen him anchor a world number 2 all-time 4x-mile outdoors at the Penn Relays Carnival for the Wildcats of Villanova. And rather than leaving it to a late kick like your traditional miler running a 5K would, Liam trusted his strength base that he had used to build up to that 9th place finish at the NCAA Cross Country Championships and still found the guts to kick off of that with the fastest closing lap of all athletes in the fast heat. So Liam Murphy setting a program record for Nova. Obviously going to fly a little bit under the radar when we consider overall performances today, but one that should definitely not be overlooked as we get toward the latter stages and deeper stages of this indoor 2024-2025 college season. It is 1-2 now for the the Ore Diggers, trying to play the role of gold diggers in this race, going for gold from the Colorado School of Mines, coming up to the 1 kilometer split in 2:49.
So again, just looking so easy and so relaxed after running that 7:43 record-setting 3K earlier. And if you're the man tucked in behind him, you really have to just be in a zone, realizing, okay, he's going to take me where I need to go in this final heat of the men's 5,000 tonight, heat number 9. Again, Braden Strews from the Colorado School of Mines sitting in the number 2 spot.
Daniel Appleford also in the number 5 spot. We've got 3 Ore Diggers in the top 5, but again, you mentioned that patience that you got to exercise. Nick Sullivan of Villanova doing exactly what Liam Murphy did. And even though around this point in the race he started to get past, as you see, he's being put under a little bit of pressure for the number 3 spot, he's still going to try and hold his own line and not worry about making a decisive move too early.
And you see, not quite down to that single file formation that we normally have seen in some of these higher level 5Ks. Everybody's still trying to find their spot in this field. Hunter Steinow from High Point, you see him wearing number 10 in the dark kit, now in the number 4 spot. He comes in with a seed time at 14:15. So the pace setup right now just perfectly. Again, scheduled to be on 14:04 pace for our record setter from the 3K distance in D2 ranks. And again, one of 4 records set today. The men's 3K, the all-time collegiate record and Division I record. The women's 5,000 record, Division I and all-time. And then 2 on the Division II side. So an incredible start to what's going to be an incredible season on FloTrack and at Boston University and across the country in 2024-25.
It's hard to believe we won't be back here for an entire month between now and the battle in Beantown, our next broadcast here at the BU Track and Tennis Center, but nice to know that we could see some records fall today to really get us ready for what's to come once we return.
And Stru's losing his balance there, the young man from Colorado School of Mines. You see him really had to check himself and not fall over that rail, or more importantly onto the rail. That is a step you do not want to take.
I remember yesterday our social media team put up a rail fail counter for the Grand Valley State Holiday Open, and I believe the actual amount of rail fails exceeded the predicted tally, so that just goes to show you another nature of that's brutal in indoor track, right? The rail.
And again, at the high school level, not many athletes really get to encounter a rail situation because most high school tracks would not have a rail. If you go to a college scene, of course, you're going to probably have a rail track, and that just determines where they measure the 400-meter distance from, whether you have a rail or you have a painted line on the inside.
Or perhaps athletic tape to measure a 60-meter infield straightaway.
Straightaway,
as we saw
there you go.
at
Lanes,
the top of our program.
Lane lines, as they do here, to convert just for a moment those tennis courts into 60-meter straightaways for the hurdles and the dashes. Long ago, it seemed like, when we started those just after the 10 o'clock hour on this first Saturday in December. The year is 2024. Soon enough, these athletes going back, all these distance runners that came off a long cross-country season after putting in those big miles in June, July, and August, going back into the training cycle, whether they are battling the cold and snow or maybe some sunshine and blue skies in the southern U.S. or out west. But right now, still behind our pace setter and record setter from Colorado School of Mines, Loic Scamparan.
And they've passed through the halfway point. This is 2,600 meters, so we are less than halfway away from conclusion of this race. It's all coming to an end, but still a lot of racing to be done. We've seen some moves throughout the middle of the pack. Look out for the Syracuse jerseys in the middle. That's Julian Frangia leading the charge. He is sitting in number 6 position right now, also a prominent steeplechaser in the outdoor front. And now ahead of him a couple positions. In fact, behind him, joining forces with him, is his teammate Gabriel Planty.
You must have taken that thought right out of my head, because I was thinking of their freshman runner, who was a former standout in the Buckeye State, Sam Raschuti. Currently he's in, looks like in the number 7 or 8 position, I believe. He's the third,
right there,
third from the Big Orange out on the track.
Syracuse, a program that's made many, many gains, as we've seen in the cross-country season, becoming a perennial ranked powerhouse out of the ACC these past few years. Maybe not exactly with the rival raw talents that we've seen, like Gary Martin, like the individuals of Ethan Strand and Parker Wolf, but they're a unit that is building, building, and building.
And our pace setter taking a look over his inside shoulder, seeing, do you want me to continue, guys? I'm out in front. I'm still feeling okay. And he's taking them beyond 3,000 meters. Not quite at that 7:43 pace, but still out on the track.
Perhaps,
with 9 to go.
Perhaps next year they'll give him the honors of pacing the hot heat of the 3K. Or racing in the hot heat of the 3K. I think he was in the hot heat.
He is working hard. He was an 8th place finisher with an NCAA Division II record, and currently the pace setter. Again, he already had established himself with the all-time number 2 time coming in to the 2024-25 indoor season, and he moved up a notch with a time 3 seconds better. And I think he might be about ready to step off or step out. Or is he going to go to the distance? That would be a cool way to end the night.
That would be an incredible double, wouldn't it? As he takes a look over the right shoulder, that can only mean one of 2 things. Either he's trying to see how much distance he has on his competition, or he's evaluating whether or not it's time to go.
He obviously had been helping his teammate, who's just a couple of spots behind right now, but now he's feeling all right. And the big long look is, I believe he got some instructions from the Diggers coaching staff.
And now he sees his teammate join forces with him in second. That's Daniel Appleford. Minor 1-2. The Diggers now with Julian Frangia of Cuse pulling up in third. The second-year runner. For the Orange. But hey, he's keeping his gap there out front, Loic Scomperin.
We've seen the 3K, 5K double already today. Looks like we're going to get another high-quality one.
He didn't want to let Yassine Abdallah
right?
have all the spotlight. Exactly.
So it can be done in Arkansas or at the Colorado School of Mines. I can't see him stepping off with the kilometer to go.
I doubt it at this point. He's gone beyond the point of no return, if you want to call it that. If you look at his facial expression, though, he looks like he could run a full 10K with how smooth he's looking.
He is on cruise control right now as he is approaching a member of the tail end of this field. But his teammate's starting to cut into that gap just a little bit.
And how about the Loyola Ramblers? Jake Phillips there with hip number 15 on the right center.
We got a couple of Ramblers there in fourth and fifth.
And they're perhaps going to work together to get back at the top three. In front of him is now Phillips makes a move too wide, passing up both Frangia and Appleford to take position number 2.
And now all those looks over the shoulder, we thought that our leader was just gauging to see where his teammate was. Now is, where is my closest challenger? I got about 10 to 12 meters. What do I have left in my legs as far as speed? We know he can run 740 mid in the 3K with 3 to go and 12:30 on the clock. What does he have left?
He's got a group of 3 that has now become 4, really working together to get back at him. There's Frangia making the move to cover. Julian Frangia.
The sophomore from Syracuse. There he goes on the outside, over the shoulder on the inside. Scomperin looked, and Frangia came up on the outside. Now it's a race, 1-2.
And Frangia, he made sure he made the move up to Scomperin, not past Scomperin just yet. He's still got 400 meters to make that definitive pass, and he knows that he can afford to use them with how comfortable he's feeling.
They were destined to be on 14:04 pace. Now it is a race between Scomperin and Frangia, Colorado School of the Mines, and Syracuse. And he's letting the young man from Syracuse take the inside. He's not going to get in his way, as he has some lap runners standing between himself and 1 lap to go as Scomperin steps off with just over 200 meters remaining. He was going to lead until somebody took it away from him.
And that was Julian Frangia, the redshirt sophomore from Syracuse, native of Niskayuna, New York. His personal best, 14:33.21, looking for a 30-plus second exclamation point.
He is going to be close to being sub-14. He's got another gear. He is flying around the final turn. Will he be sub-14? Just going to miss it, but a big PR as 14:03 gets a hand from Scomperin from Colorado School of Mines. And that has to be possibly a world record for the longest DNF in a 5,000 race. 4,790 meters.
Julian Frangia, though, what did I say? 30-plus second personal best. What a way to open his indoor season. Again, we mentioned him part of that Syracuse cross-country program that's made great gains these past couple of years. His last race was in October, so he's perhaps had a little bit of a valley in between his training blocks, but he has begun his indoor campaign with a bang. He ended his indoor campaign a little bit early last year, as he did not race since setting his 5K PR of 14:33.21 at the opener last year, but came back in outdoors to place 12th in the ACC over the 3,000 steeplechase, his premier event, but showing he can exercise that 5K strength. What a win for Frangia from Cuse.
So we will step aside for a couple moments, come back to give you another look at the indoor schedule coming up in 2025 for FloTrack, live from Boston University. And the very finest in indoor track got starting fantastically in 2024 is December 7th at Boston University. FloTrack, Phil Grove, Carson Gamboro, and this is the rest of the indoor season coming back in just over 5 weeks. The Virginia Showcase down at Virginia Beach, one of the top facilities in the country. The BU Battle in Beantown back here at the Track and Tennis Center. Out to New Mexico for the MLK College Invitational, and then the John Thomas Terrier Classic on January 31st and 1st. New Mexico Team Open back out to Albuquerque, and look at some of the world events on the FloTrack indoor schedule. That is the World Indoor Tour. You see those WITs. 2 more times we'll be at Boston University holiday weekend, Valentine's Day, the David Emery Valentine Invitational, the Don Kirby Elite Invitational back in Albuquerque, and finally the one you definitely want to tune in for, February 21st, the Terrier DMR Challenge and last chance meet here at the Track and Tennis Center. Carson, what a day, what an 11 hours we just spent together. Got started a little after 10 o'clock. The highlights for you today, and there are plenty to choose from.
I'm going to go right off the bat. It's the one we were all expecting, the sub-13 5K opener by Graham Blanks. And it's hard to call it an opener when you consider what he's done to get to this point. Again, we mentioned setting a 10K PR to win the NCAA championships back-to-back at Wisco a couple weeks ago, showcasing that strength and that speed. Just what a gutsy race by Graham Blanks.
I'm going to go with one of the 4 records that was set today. The men's 3,000 meters, the teammates from North Carolina, Ethan Strand and Parker Wolf, 7:30 point. They break the old record by 6+ seconds.
And it's ironic because Drew Bosley was in the building. He was racing today, and all he could do was sit and watch as Wolf and Strand pushed each other. Neither of them really lost that race. That was just a battle of wills, and they pushed each other to a place that I don't even know if either of them thought that they could get today. 7:30.
And the pace was there from the beginning, going out in 2:30s for the first kilometer, and it was a race set up for the ages, and they delivered. Again, 7:30 point for both of those 2 young men from the Tar Heels of North Carolina. So signing off on a fantastic day 1. Folks, you're going to be coming back here in January and February to Boston University for more live track and field on FloTrack. For Carson Gamboro, Phil Grove signing off. Have a great evening, everybody.